be live streaming momentarily.
Yep, it says yes. We are.
Does it say live in your
Yep.
screen?
Yep.
All right, because it's still setting up on Zoom, but that's okay. Yep, we are live streamed. We will start the recording. We are ready, guys. We are here. It is April 30th, 2022. Better body, mind, and soul. I'm hoping we'll have people trickling in throughout the day and joining us as we have an exciting day planned for everybody. Right off the bat, I want to start inviting people to join us live on Zoom. That's where the action's happening today. Curtis, can you post out that link?
Which one would you like?
Our chat, the Zoom link. Ask people to join us directly. That hopefully will go live on YouTube as well.
Like on the Zoom?
Yeah. If you put it in the Zoom chat, I think it'll go out live to everyone on YouTube because we are live, right?
Yep.
So I'm hoping everybody gets the opportunity to join us because we got a very special day. I hope people took advantage of the free VIP. I've been trying to let it be known that we're giving away this, or we were giving away this free VIP ticket because the price just went up. 8 o'clock this morning, that's no longer a free ticket. So those of you who took advantage of this free ticket, way to go. You're going to get all the VIP bonuses that are going to be announced today at the free price because the price just went up. I'll tell people about that in just a few minutes. But again, this is a promotional event. It has been a paid event. And a couple of people have bought our general ticket. I'm going to give a special bonus for them as well. So for those of us who have yet to join us, I've tried to send out emails to everybody. I hope people get their VIP tickets. I will do my best to send links out to everybody throughout the day on how they can become involved and how they can get on to join us live. I want to set up our website. Let me open that for people. Let me go over here. There we are. So, and I'm going to start sharing this so people can see who we are. We have worked hard to create a brand. And can you see my screen there, Curtis?
Yes, I can.
And so do we have our website up here?
Yep.
For people to see.
We do.
This is us, folks. We are a beacon of leadership. We are bringing your leadership to light. This is where you're going to find us from now on. Are you broadcasting?
Yep. Yeah,
I can
good.
hear you.
Yeah, we're good.
No, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing your broadcast.
Oh.
Or is that me?
I don't know.
I think that's me. I apologize.
I got all my stuff on silent. Or
yeah, it was me when I went over to the wrong website. That was me.
Okay.
I went over to our YouTube channel. I'm not seeing it live on YouTube.
Yeah, I do. I see it.
So are you able to share it, Curtis? Are you able to?
What do you want to do? Yeah, I see it right now. I see where we are. I have on my other
live.
device.
There we go. So let's see if we can share this out to our community. Put it on our Facebook news feeds. Everybody who's here. Gemma, if you can go over to YouTube, visit us on YouTube. If you have your cell phone or another device handy, if you can click on us live and maybe share that out. We are live on YouTube. Better body, mind, and spirit. And then hopefully that is going to share to our groups or our location, wherever we choose. I'm going to share it to the Beacon of Leadership Facebook group.
Yep.
Let me see. And hopefully that will be broadcasting live out to our Facebook group. I found that quite by accident when, and you may have to go to Facebook and share it to Facebook.
Okay.
Can you post our Facebook group?
Yep.
Beacon of Leadership Facebook group. Because again, this is who we are, folks. We are Better Life Events. That's still part of our brand. We're still not abandoning the moniker that we have built upon, which is Live and Love Life. I'm going to talk a little bit later about that. Let's not forget Live and Love Life. And Curtis, I would like for you at some point today to find I know it's on our Google Drive, the mission to build the life you love to live. I want people to download that free book today. So when you're finished doing that, at some point, if you can get that, the mission to build the life you love to live, and we're going to offer that to people for free today. So again, this is us, folks. We are our Beacon of Leadership, bringing your leadership to light. And so more about us. We are a business of leadership. We're promoting leaders. We're helping leaders to step forward. We're helping them to step aboard their leadership. I love that we've used the ship as our mission, really. We're talking about, first of all, it's a stewardship. Leadership is a stewardship. You're responsible for people, but it's also lonely out there as a leader. It's, out on dark, deep seas that really are unknown. And so we're helping those leaders, whether developed already in a business as a speaker, as an author, or whether they're just getting new into leadership and they're considering the leadership journey. Maybe they don't know how to be a leader or if they deserve to be a leader. I love this quote here. Some are born leaders, some achieve leadership, and some have leadership thrust upon them. Which of these are you? Or would you rather not bother? Because look, there are a lot of people out there who would rather not bother to become a leader. But at some point, you're going to be called upon to be a leader. For me, I was really, it was defined for me that I was a leader when I became a stepfather. I jumped into this ready-made family and I didn't know how to lead. I wasn't ready for that responsibility. I didn't know how to handle that responsibility. And so that's what we're here for, is to help put you in a position to be ready when your leadership is called upon. Another quote I love is, success is when preparation and opportunity meet. And I think that was Bobby Unser who's quoted was saying that, a race car driver. But again, that's what it boils down to, is when your success is ready, when you're called upon to lead, will you be ready? And so that's what we are all about. So we have our podcast. We'll be launching, our official launch date is June 3rd. But all throughout May, we will be hosting every Friday night. So you can see our website needs a little bit more development there, Curtis, but we're a work in progress. We have our website, we have our home base. Again, you can find us on YouTube through that website. You can watch us live right now through beaconofleadership.com. So every Friday in May at 7 p.m., we're going to host a panel discussion with some of our leaders in our community and start to promote what it is they do, how it is they help, how they can help you build a better life and become a better leader. And then, of course, we host, don't forget, Better Life events. You're attending a Better Life event right now, Better Body, Mind, and Soul. And if you haven't gotten our free VIP ticket, I regret to inform you it's no longer free. The price has gone up. But I want you to join us live here on Zoom. It's in the chat. Hopefully we can get that. Can we get that in the chat, or has it been in the chat? Better Life event right now. Curtis, do you know if it's been in the chat for?
What are you looking for? The Zoom link is in there, yes.
It's on Zoom?
And it's also on YouTube.
On YouTube.
Like,
Awesome. Because I want you people out there to join us on Zoom. That's where the action is going to happen today. And I'm going to look, there's bonuses all day long is all I got to say, but you've got to join us live. This is us. This is our website. This is where you can find us and all of the exciting things to come. Our lineup today, we have Amit Ambigankar. You're going to love him. He talks about the truth about money. Jim Hetherington, who you see here, he's not available to join us today. He came up ill this weekend. He respectfully declined to join us this week due to his health. But we're going to talk about Jim and what he was going to bring to the table a little later this morning. And who's going to help me do that is, of course, Dr. Stacy Cooper, who was our expert on healthy living, healthy eating, and building a better body and better lifestyle. Mark Maynard and LaTroy Woods. They are two amazing gentlemen who are going to teach you how to become more intuitive. In fact, what they're going to talk about today is the spirit of action. We're going to lead off today with Wilma A. David very momentarily, an amazing presentation with who is our healer, our angel healer. She talks to angels, literally. She says she talks to angels, and I believe her because when she calls upon the angels, I can feel my spirit being lifted. I've had many of her meditations. I've experienced her clearings that she's going to talk about. You need to learn more about Wilma David. Gary Gradley is going to talk about the power of purpose. I'm excited to present that because your passion, your purpose. Look, I built this all, Curtis and I, around our passion and our purpose. We have a mission built around building a better life and living a life you love to live. And Gary is going to help you tune in to your passion and purpose. Joe Grow is going to talk about loving yourself. He's a mastermind expert. I'm glad to have him in my community and have his influence. So you're going to learn how to love yourself from Joe Grow. And then Linda Tilson is going to talk about how to build boundaries, how to set boundaries, and how to achieve those boundaries. In other words, just because we've set them doesn't mean that we're able to communicate them and let people know about them. So she's going to tell us more about how boundaries can be effective in building better businesses and better relationships. That's our event today that you're attending, Better Body, Mind, and Soul. And we've got an exciting program available for you. So I want people to join us here live. Curtis is doing all he can to post out the links.
Yep, the book's up there now too.
Oh, and you can get the free book. That's, again, The Mission to Build a Life You Love to Live. It's a short ebook. I think it's like 40 pages, all about how you can start to implement your better life. And then, of course, don't forget our podcast. We are launching June 3rd, and we'll talk more about that today. So I'm going to stop sharing here because we are going to start to get into our program. Again, our next presenter, do you want to read her bio, Curtis? And then I'll talk a little bit more about her before we play her video. She is on a recording. She wasn't available with us. I just came back from Mexico a week ago before I got back into this. She's gone to Mexico, Riviera Maya this week. So I wanted to make sure she could join her or enjoy her vacation, but still be with us here today. So you're going to love her presentation because she also does a meditation here for us before we get going on the rest of our day.
All right, RJ, ready?
Yep.
Okay, so William A. David is a gifted archangel master healer, neurolinguistic, and life purpose practitioner. She's a passionate healer with an alternative approach dedicated to helping clients through a wide range of physical, emotional, and spiritual transitions in the most effective and transformational manner. Her treatments are specifically tailored to the needs of each client to ensure they receive the approach that works best for them. All right, let's see what she has to say, and let's get into our summit.
Again, like I said, Wilma David, an amazing presenter. Great recording that we're going to have. Oh, for some reason, it's not set up here. So let me open this up again before we begin.
Awesome.
We've double checked to make sure that we can present the video to you. We were a little confused on that this morning, weren't we, Curtis? But we did our best to ensure that we're going to be able to show people this amazing presentation.
So what we got here.
Okay, can you see Wilma on my screen there?
Not yet. You got to remember, you got to close this window, then open up the video player window.
Okay, so we got to stop sharing once again.
And they do the video player one.
Yep. So we'll start another share. And Wilma is over here. Can you hear Wilma?
Not yet. It's not playing yet.
No, so we have to set up, make sure we have.
Still sharing. Okay, push play.
1 second. I want to make sure our sound is ready to play like we checked this morning. And if I press play, we should have Wilma on our presentation. You are here to talk to us today about aura. Tell people a little bit more about yourself and guys, and what you do. I mean, I love what you do. I rely on you. I love your expertise and what you bring to me as a person and what you're going to bring to people out there. So tell people a little bit about yourself and what is it that you do exactly?
All right. First of all, thank you, RJ, for your platform, Better Life Symposium. And this is my second time that you invited me as a speaker. So I'm in gratitude for that. Thank you so much. And I know you are an advocate of holistic mind, body, and soul. And you are on the way to it because I have seen you from many years now. You are really working towards yourself. So kudos to you. Congratulations anyway. And to have this platform to educate more people, to awaken more people. So let's dive in straight, and then aura. That's our topic today. But before I do give some information about aura, let me tell about myself, like what you are asking. By practice right now, I am an alternative healing practitioner, which means to say I use various holistic techniques to help people or customize healing modalities, whether it's mental, emotional, physical, or spiritual. And I have gained this expertise in childhood, and other than that, I've been educated with many platforms in the terms of education. I have a science background. I studied quantum, metaphysics. I'm a certified NLP coach as well. So it's kind of like an infusion of everything, and having that knowledge of science, metaphysical, holistic approach, and you combine all these, I should say, elements, to better, an individual or a client. So that's my goal and my intention. So I have a alternative healing practice here in Toronto, but I serve globally because I do a lot of remote healing. And I customize my approach depending on each client, because everybody's going through some issue. Some people may just need some energy healing. Some people may need much deeper problems in their lives, whether it's career, relationship, divorce, whatever it is that they are going through. So I customize my healing technique based on each individual concern. So that's what I do. And we are based here in Toronto. And I operate on my own. I don't have any other employees. And I just do my practice on my own as a coach as well. And so let's talk about aura. Is there anything, or have you heard about this, RJ? Is there anything that you are?
Aura is like the I guess image, not image, but the surroundings that you're in, something like that, is it not?
Correct. Well, one word that is right is surroundings. Okay, but this surroundings is an invisible surrounding inside you. Okay, and you always hear these people when say like, "Hey, you're blooming today. You have a nice aura," or "Why are you so gloomy today? Your aura seems so dark." You always hear these expressions among people as an idiomatic expressions, but certainly an aura is an invisible energy center. Okay, And it's represented by different colors. It's kind of like you take an X-ray and you see the auric body of a person has different colors. Okay, and that different colors means something. It's the same thing when I am a practitioner and when I scan the aura of the person. If I see a lot of orange, orange signifies vibrance, but there could be a sign of danger. All right, because like you see in the construction, you always see these orange cones. That means
Okay, yeah.
it's a danger zone, something like that. Or sometimes you see a person who's problematic and you see a dark blue aura, and you can see from the face how you may not see it physically, but how it's radiating. All right. So if to have a visual, like a practitioner like me, the way I see an aura is like a filter. Like any kind of filter, like you have filter in your car, you have filter in your sink, or you have filter in your AC or something like that, right?
Yep.
So each person, like you, for example, RJ, your aura is depending on your size, on how your anatomy is. All right. So when you are born, this like mesh, or you call it like an energetic fields. They have holes.
Yes.
They have holes. All right, holes. So when you were born, these holes are fresh. It's kind of like you bought a new filter. All right, it's still clean. So the vibration is like smooth, flowing, is breathing properly. And there's no congestion. The color is very like diamond like, something like that, right? And but over the years, any kind of filter, even just imagine your when you are having your clothes dryer, before you put the clothes in the dryer, you remove the screen and you clean the lint, right?
The
Because
lint
there's
filter,
a
yeah.
lot. Yeah. Okay. So the aura is like that. If it's clean, then the clothes dryer is like drying properly, right? Or the filter in your AC or in your car, if it's clean, then it's functioning properly,
Right.
right? But over the years, these auric centers, which is these holes in your energy, may have accumulated some certain debris or dust or particles. Okay. And somehow, this, when you see that clothes dryer, I told you when you remove it, you take all the dirt, right?
Yes.
And it's a lot, right? So when your aura has been congested with a lot of this dirt over the years of your lifetime, for example, a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, a lot of fear, a lot of tension, a lot of overwork, right? Or any kind of low vibration, it traps your aura, your energetic field. All right. So it accumulates so much dust, put it that way. Right. So when it accumulates so much dust, what happens is like you are not functioning properly. Either you are always tired, exhausted, or you're not manifesting, or like you have some imbalance over your body, or you are paranoid, or you are anxious all the time, something like that. All right.
Mhm.
But somehow as well, like any type of screen, sometimes aside from the plug of the dirt, it can have like a tear, like a cut, like any screen, or a big hole, right?
Yep.
That's why sometimes you have to replace the filter because it's already had a cut or a hole, right? But this cut could be emotional cut. Let's say, for example, you were betrayed, or you were abandoned, or you had a death in the family. All right. Or it creates a big hole, for example, because you are experience a very, very traumatic, so you have a big hole in your aura. All right. So when the aura is full of dirt, it has a tear, it has a hole. Just imagine how you are not functioning properly on your day-to-day life.
Right.
And this happens from the day you were born until your present life, until right now your present age, RJ, right? So in our house or your car, you service your aura every certain kilometers or every so often that you change the filter every season, right? So when your aura is clogged by all this dust, debris from experiences, chances are you are blocked and you are not manifesting. All right.
Okay.
So this is the importance of knowing what is your aura and doing something about it, you know, or it's much more like a lot of people, for example, women, they go to facial cleaning, right? They remove the black heads or white heads, right? Because if you don't remove it, it's going to create more dirt in the pores and your skin get ugly, right? So similarly with the aura, the more that you are cleansing your aura, the more that you are functioning and manifesting over your life. Okay. So that's the importance of like the color of the aura, because obviously if you experience death, you will see a darker aura. Okay. If you see a person who's joyful, the color of the aura might be yellow, right? Or if a person who's calm, the aura may be purple or violet, something like that. All right.
So maybe go into that a little more if you could, like what the colors might represent for people out there.
In my case, it has many. It's kind of like you have a Pantone chart. I remember for painting, there's this different hue of different colors, right?
Yeah.
So each hue of this color represents different kinds of emotions. All right. So it may vary from one person to person. For example, like if I see you right now, if I scan you, for example, if I do a cleansing to you, as I said, like I may see an orange aura. Orange, that means a flag that you are in the state of tension, that an alarm that something wrong may happen, something like that. All right. You are not manifesting because like there is a danger that you fear to move forward, right? Or, for example, you had just experienced a sudden family member of a death. The aura could be blue, dark blue, all right, because it clogged. You clog all your either not just your physicality, because it's congested with some emotional sadness or loneliness. All right. Mm-hmm. So typically, the color also represent the same. We represent yellow for brightness or sunshine. As I said, green is for harmony, something like that. And much of these have different interpretations, which is available also in Google. Obviously, we can search that. But each of these centers represent colors. So it's kind of like looking at a microscope on a much deeper level on how the person is behaving over the events over the life. And if it's absorbed in your auric body, then that's the time you are feeling so lethargic, for example, tired, you're not sleeping, or you are having this indigestion and all these things because it's clogged. It's the same thing as you have to clean your filter in your car. You go to the mechanic because it's not functioning properly. All right. But not a lot of people are aware that they need to cleanse the aura. Or because you work, for example, let's say, RJ, you talk to a lot of people. You are working or you're exposed to different kinds of people. You may never know, you might absorb the energy of a toxic person. It could be your boss, or it could be somebody that pisses you off, or somebody that annoys you, right? So when that invades in your aura, sometimes you feel stressed or like something is bothering you. That means that energy of that person invaded you already, all right? So you are carrying that energy from another person that makes you feel some pain, a shoulder, or you're having a palpitations and all these things, right?
Okay.
And the importance of clearing or cleansing the aura is the same thing as having a feeling of having a brand new filter, whether in your house because you want to have a proper sanitation or breathing and everything, But these are energetic centers inside your energy field that is not visible to our naked eyes. So that's why one of my very busiest services is I do aura cleansing.
Okay. Good. I was going to ask you because it looks like you're leading us to the fact that it can be cleaned. There is things you can do about it. But before we get to that, though, how does the average person out there recognize that their they have a bad aura or things, there's a clog or a tear or something that's not working? How do they recognize that?
The first signal is your discomfort over your body. You may feel some sluggish feeling. You're always exhausted or tired. You always feel like having moods or mental. You're not able to sleep. You're overthinking. You have paralysis of overthinking. And some people, they would say like, nothing is happening with me. I'm not manifesting no matter how much work I do, because perhaps you have absorbed too much energies from other people that you are no longer recognizing your own energy. For example, you are caring of a lot of like toxic people. It could be your wife, it could be your friend, it could be your boss or anything, and you absorb all these things because like me, like us as a practitioner, like me, I always listen to everybody's problem. All right, because that's my work as a coach. Every time I finish working with the client, I cleanse my aura because that's not my energy. I don't want to absorb people's problem. Not that I don't want to help with them, but that energy doesn't belong to me. Okay. So the more that you are knowing that you should be feeling lighter, you're not feeling like there's a lot of discomfort in your state. What I say state, mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual, everything is flowing in balance, And most of the time, as I said, when your aura is so clogged, it manifests a physical problem. The same thing as a car. When your filter is not working, it doesn't function properly. When your filter in your AC doesn't air condition is dirty, your AC will not cool, right? Or if your filter in your sink, it doesn't. You can.
So this is body, mind, and soul. So let's talk. How does it show up, first of all, in your body? How would it show up in a person in their body?
In their body, it will show up like such discomfort. Discomfort meaning any kind of pain, any kind of like unhealthy behavior, and it's manifesting like a physical issue, whether it's a health-related problems. All right. And on the mind, obviously, you're not able to sleep. You might be overthinking. You might be state in a paranoia. All right. You might be in the state of anxiousness and stress all the time, or you're always fearful of the worst things that can happen. That's one thing. All right.
So if we can delve into that just a little bit deeper, because I mean, one of the things people experience out there, and it's very prevalent these days, is anxiety.
Correct.
Is this a scene? Is it a representation of a bad aura that we can cleanse and do something about?
Correct. Exactly, because anxiety is a low vibration, because when you are in balance, then you are not sensing anxiety, right? So anxiety definitely is a low level vibration because there is a sense of anxiousness and fearfulness, right? So when you accumulated every day of this anxiety, obviously you're accumulating a lot of dirt because you accumulate this low vibration. It's being a trap right now. And anxiety is a form of a trap for you not to be able to accomplish or achieve your goals because you're anxious. All right. So definitely it weakens your aura because when your aura is much protected or stronger or clean, it's kind of like you're breathing properly. Everything is flowing smoothly. Right. But if you are in the state of anxiety, definitely you have a big hole or tear in your aura. It's similarly the way in metaphorically, if I explain, you brush your teeth every day, but you still go to the dentist to remove the plaque or remove a root canal because you cannot do it yourself, right? And you can and you cannot see if you have these cavities or tartar, even though you're brushing your teeth every day. You don't, right? But you sense, you feel a discomfort somehow. So yeah, you are absolutely right, RJ. Like when you are in the state of anxiety and stress, which is predominantly existing at the moment, then it's a sign that your aura is weakening. And you may notice that, and these people tend to go in depression.
Gotcha. Yep.
Right. Yep. And most people, you see that they are depressed because they cannot breathe. Imagine like a filter, in your car or in your house that the it's too dirty. You know?
Right.
And the sad thing is like here, if it's a filter, either you can buy to Home Depot or repair it or cleanse it or get a new one. All right. So our aura is capable of healing itself. All right. And this is done, as I said, in many different ways as a practitioner, because we do various healing modalities to help the person to tap to the subconscious mind and do a cleansing of the aura.
Right. So then how does it show up in our spirit other than, the anxiety and these depressions? How else would it show up in our spirit?
Definitely they are interconnected. The more that you are cleansing your aura, the more that you are attuned with your spirit, the more that you are aligned with your higher self. We call it like a higher self. Okay. So mind, body, and spirit. The spirit is most people doesn't see in their eyes. And they don't even talk about it. They only connect with the mind and the body. All right. But when your aura is cleansed, you are much more connected to the universe, the universal. And the universal energies you can sense by the spirit. You can sense it strongly because your spirit is open. That means to say your upper chakra, your crown chakra, is much open to the universal flow of it. But how can it flow universally in the spirit sense if you're blocked? All right. So that's why the soul purifies. It's kind of like you also detoxing your soul, cleansing your soul, or elevating it once you are cleansing your aura. Because when your aura is cleansed, the high probability is that you are always in high vibration and frequency, meaning to say you are seeing things on a much clarity and positive perspective. All right. Because any kind of negativity that is detrimental, that can sabotage you, is a big time hole and a crack in the aura. And these things that can manifest, either you're not manifesting money, you're not manifesting career, you're not happy with relationship, or you are always like moody, and it's affecting the overall dynamic. All right. So it's just like in unity. Once you cleanse your aura, somehow it unites with the mind and also elevates your consciousness, which is in the spirit form.
Because that's where we should be, right? We're supposed to be connected to the source or in tune all the time. So
Correct.
If we're connected, if we're in our higher self, that means our aura is clean and that filter that you're talking about is open and the exchange is free flowing.
Exactly. But because if you are in stress of anxiety, how can you absorb the light? How can you absorb, which is the universal frequency, if you are blocked, if you are in anxious state, right? You are not receiving it in the full benefit of it because you are in anxiety, because universal flow shouldn't be in that state of frequency. All right. So that's where it should be aligning. And once you feel that there is no resistance or tension, not just in the physical body, but in your reality, everything is like synchronizing. The events is like, even though there are things that are not in your favor, but you are always knowing that it's for your highest good. It's happening and shaping in a manner that it's best for you, right? But more in people, they just ignore it and they just say like, I have a bad luck, I'm having a karma, But the truth is, you allow, and because you are not into the level of high consciousness, that's why it's kind of like a balloon. You use a needle and you got poked, and you were invaded by energies of other people. Now you're having a hard time to breathe, and most of these are either from accumulation of your lifetime, from the day you were born until now. For example, you have experienced a lot of hardships, right, over the years. So you have not done any cleansing of aura. Imagine you have a car that you have not serviced or cleansed or changed the oil or changed the filter. So no matter how hard you work hard, no matter how you put an effort, nothing will manifest.
So I want to relate that to a second for what you're going on, because you're talking about the filter and the car and the automobile and servicing the vehicle, basically. Because the longer you put this off, the longer you don't pay attention to it, that service engine light that we have to look at
will break down.
Or it's going to be costly to fix. The more it's going to cost, and I'm not just talking monetary because we're talking about the human
Correct.
being here,
Correct.
but
Correct.
the more work it's going to take, the more investment we're going to have to put into ourselves to change this at the end of the day, right? So
Correct.
paying attention to what you're talking about, knowing and being in tune or learning about the aura and how we're feeling, we'll be able to save ourselves a lot of effort and pain and investment at the end of the day, right?
It's kind of like it's like a diagnostic. This way you reverse the problem, you know. And because, like you said, when you have a certain issues, whether in your physical, mental, emotional, it's been a heavy damage and it's harder to reverse, right? So the more that you catch that discomfort, the more that you are preventing whatever outcome that could be detrimental, you know. And as I said, if you want to have a proper journey, to enjoy the journey, like over your life, it's like a car. You have to make sure that you service your car. This way you have a smooth journey in your destination, right? It's the same thing as with us. We have to safe journey ourselves because we want to enjoy our life, right? And once we enjoy our life, then we are able to attain happiness, harmony, peace of mind, rest, you know, all these good things that people wanted to achieve, including freedom, you know. So, and to me, I'm very addicted to it. Because I know my body well. If I feel this a sense of like a discomfort in my body or some attack from another person that has, it's kind of like a virus. You don't see the virus, you know, physically in your eyes, but it can sabotage your body and can make you sick, right? Imagine a low vibration invaded your aura, then you are, it can stuck you. It can make you make you just paralyzed. That how come nothing is happening in my life? I'm just stuck working whatever hard work, overtime, and all these things, but nothing is happening with me. And how come people would just work, let's say 1 hour, they would make money, but I work 10 hours and I'm not making money, you know, because it's just like, as I said, over the years of the experience, perhaps it has some big cavity or whatever you call it, that it needs to be removed or service or cleanse.
And so let's keep with the metaphor. You are essentially, your role, what you do for people, you are like a repairman for this body, for this energy that we're feeling.
Correct. It's the same thing as like in a house, you know, you have a clog in your pipe, you call a plumber. Right. Because you're not able to unclog it yourself, because it needs some expertise to be able to do this, because that person knows exactly what you're doing. And it's the same thing like we've been using on the metaphor of a car. Sometimes if you don't do it yourself because you're not knowing, you just trust the service dealer or the mechanic or the shop to leave your car and change the filter. And once you know that they have done the service, you are more comfortable to drive your car because you know it has been serviced with the mileage and cleansed and changed the oil filter and whatever it is, right? It's the same thing as when you go to a holistic practitioner and help you somehow cleanse, do a cleansing. And the more that you do it, the more that not just breathing in the oxygen level, but breathing all these opportunities and possibilities, because you have space, you know, like I said to you, like the filter in your clothes dryer, if you don't remove it, your clothes are wet. Right? So it's kind of like you just got in there and you know that it doesn't feel good, right? So but the good thing, as I said, that there's always a way to do it if people are open to do those kind of holistic approach.
And so I recommend people. So that's why I brought you to people, because you've done this for me personally. I'm an energetic person. I may not always be in tune, but I'm aware of it because you've done this for me personally in more than one. You've done it personally one-on-one. You've done it in mastermind settings for me. So I feel what you're talking about. I've experienced it personally. So I recommend that for people out there wholeheartedly. But so you've talked about, like you've referred to it as the dentist. You still go for regular care, but you do regular maintenance on yourself. Can you
Correct.
talk about maybe some of the ways that people can, first of all, be attuned that they're experiencing some of this, and then what
Mhm.
can they do to try and fix that up a little on their own?
Okay. One uh uh very good advice that I can let the audience know is awareness and mindfulness. Okay. Learn to protect your energy among people that you encounter day to day in your life. Okay. That to recognize that you love yourself, that you don't allow this toxic energy that being dumped over you.
Yeah.
Okay. Because sometimes people just like a sponge, they absorb whatever is thrown in them. Let's say you're not good, you are a lot of these things that put people down. Okay. So, first of all, you have to start being mindful about your own energy. If it doesn't make you feel good, and tell your body to reject it, it's not mine. It's kind of like you have like a recycle bin in a control alt delete it
Hmm.
in
Yeah.
your system. All right. So once you recognize that all these things are not being dumped on you, then you have that conscious awareness, then the better you are protecting yourself from all these low vibrations. Okay. Because these are dirt. These are dirt. And the
Hmm.
more that you don't want dirt over your auric bodies, the better you are able to cope up with stress and all this anxiety. All right. And number one, aside from being conscious and mindful, meditate.
Hmm.
All right. When you meditate and you are able to reach a state of nothingness, not even a single thought in your eye, in your mind, except for the light, you know, that means you are allowing space over your cells, your atoms and molecules to have some space, you know, to enter whatever frequency that is good for you. Because
Hmm.
a lot of people would just say, okay, I close my eyes and meditate, but they cannot achieve that nothingness, that zero thought at all.
Yeah.
All right. So that one you have to allow yourself to be just in stillness, nothing. Okay. So people cannot just always sit and have a 10-minute time to recognize that their heart is not palpating, their mind is not overthinking of the over too much responsibility, because you're not no longer feeling yourself. You are no longer attuned of yourself because you're not able to relax.
Hmm.
All right. So those things are too important for me, that I have been practicing all the time. Like knowing when to cancel out, delete, and put the recycle bin. And then when you do that, and just go back to yourself and then meditate and have that nothingness or stillness. Because when there's nothingness, then that's where new frequency can come up. In
Hmm.
your conscious being.
For sure. So
Mhm.
can we meditate at any time?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But the thing is, like when you have to be, as I said, not in the state of too much thinking.
Hmm.
You have to be attuned of the silence. Not even the mind is talking, because silence is nowadays is very hard for people to achieve. That you are just really in the state of like zero, zero. Because when you are in the state of zero, then you are connected to the omnipotence, the higher dimension, and
Hmm.
whoever it is, especially your higher self, which is your soul spirit, because your higher self, your spirit wants to connect with you when your mind is not busy.
So there's several ways I know of to meditate. I mean, the first one is the stillness, the silence, being with yourself.
Correct.
Another one, I've heard people listening to oral beats or tunes that are on a certain frequency to bring the energy to a certain level,
Correct.
or achieve certain
Mm-hmm.
things. The other is
Mm-hmm.
guided meditations, and of course there's audios for that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Do you do
Mm-hmm.
this? I know you do this.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be willing to just guide us through a few minutes of a meditation today?
Yeah, if everybody's open, if we just allow, then we
I
can do
think,
that.
yeah, I think everybody, if they can get in that position and be willing to accept that today,
Yes.
I would love for us to have that opportunity with you.
And one, you said when you say guided meditation as well, that's where I invite higher beings. You have attended many of my meditations that I
Hmm.
invoke presence of archangels and presence of, like spiritual beings, because they do help us as well. you know. And but other than that, as I said, let's just go through the process right now, and whoever is listening, even yourself, can benefit, and all the attendees of this symposium and those who will be watching the recording as well. So just relax yourself and center your heart and just listen to your own breathing and silence, and forget any thoughts that happened a minute ago, our conversation, whatever we have discussed. Disconnect into your heart and visualize this beautiful color of golden light, and take a deep breath in, exhale, and just allow yourself to get grounded. And I invoke the presence of Archangel Sandalphon to ground us to Mother Earth and Mother Gaia. And visualize that you are connected to your feet down to the ground with all the roots of Mother Earth, nature. And take a deep breath in. And let's just send some loving energies over ourselves, our heart, our being, by allowing ourselves to let go of anything that doesn't belong to us. Release them to the light. Release, cancel, transmute fear. Release, cancel, transmute anger. Release, transmute, and dissolve anxiety. And take a deep breath in. And we ask the divine intervention of our soul, spirit, and our higher self to remove all the blocks that you have experienced today, whether it's from outside, external environment. Surrender them to the light. And take a deep breath in. Exhale. And visualize this golden yellow light sparkling in your aura, in your energetic centers, allowing joy, allowing peace, allowing harmony over yourself. And take a deep breath in. Exhale. As you are invaded with this beautiful light of yellow flame in your auric bodies, allow your body to accept the light and burn and dissolve anything that doesn't serve you. Pain, hardships, struggle, disbelief, or any programming that's not serving your highest good. Surrender them back to the universe and release them to the light. And take a deep breath in. Exhale. And allow yourself to connect to your heart and silence your mind and listen to the spirit of your higher self, having peace and harmony, having this joy and having this gratefulness that you are the here and the now. And so it is. It is done. It is done. It is done. And take a deep breath in. Exhale. Wherever you're ready, just open your eyes and just smile. Let go.
Wow, thank you for that. Thank you. I love it every time you do. Again, now I feel so relaxed. I feel so at peace.
If I see you before we started the Zoom call and right after now, your face changed. You know, I don't know. You can review later on how when you see the video, how your face changed right now from after the meditation. You know, because I see your face much more relaxed right now because I know you came from work and you just hop into this right away to this call, right? Or you can notice the difference if you want to check that later on.
I will look back at
during the
that
video.
because, and that's why I say, you know what? So you've led us through what, about 5 minutes of a meditation there, and it's changed my aura, my feeling, the way I'm
Correct.
thinking, and
Correct.
even my body. I felt it as you were talking, the pain, not even that I was experiencing pain, but there was
Yeah.
tension between my shoulders, right?
Yeah.
And I could just feel that release as we were going through the meditation. So
Yes.
just something as a 5 minute meditation when you have the time. If you're unable to do that by yourself, like if you can't lead yourself in a meditation, there is an audio or something that they can put in
Correct.
to get somebody to guide them through this
Mhm.
when you
Mhm.
have 5-10 minutes taking
Mhm.
this time for themselves
Mhm.
to really
Yes.
heal.
Yes. And again, as I said, anytime or anybody who would want to reach me, they can reach through your platform, or they can also check into my website. It's wilmaangel.com, and all the information is there. And also my email address is there, or they can leave a message over there, or you can shoot me an email or RJ through you as well, because we really wanted to, as much as possible through your platform and many other platforms, to help people, be more in the frequency of mind, body, and soul. And I am really like admiring you for putting such an effort as well, and Curtis, to really make this symposium happen. And the rest of the speakers are amazing that's coming up in your lineup. So, and I know they have so much to contribute as well, with your agenda over this symposium.
Thank you. And I probably put you on early in the morning so people can get in the right mindset and the right mood, and be relaxed and be involved in this in spirit, body, mind, and soul, as they should be. I know you're a fan of feedback. So when we do this meditation, I'm going to pause the video because this is done on a recording for people.
Yes.
Because we weren't able to get you live on the day of. But so I'm going to pause it at that point and get some feedback. Ask people how they're feeling, how this meditation has changed them. So hopefully we'll get you some answers for that, because like I said, I believe in what you do, and it's a checkup for people. You know what I mean? If you can just use your services periodically to change how you're feeling and change how you think and act, and change that being and center yourself, then great for you. Because I mean, this is a service. It's like going to the dentist to get your cleaning, right?
Correct.
But if you are in that place, and I've been there, I wish I had you at that time, because it took me a lot of work to get into a place of calm and ease and remove all the burdens and all that struggle that I had going on. But if they are in that place, you have deeper services that can help them through that as well, right?
And actually, I just had a duct cleaning services over my house last week, and the vent and all the things that's coming out in my house feels different after the duct cleaning, right?
Yeah.
And in my mind as well, like, I mean, if I have done this over myself, over my clients, that I have done that cleaning services for their aura or whatever it is, balancing and alignment, there's a shift that will happen. Shift. It's a big time. It can happen overnight, but some people, they feel a difference, right? And if you like constantly service yourself, as I said, like you go to a dentist regularly every quarter or so, there's always a shift in the dynamic of your life, because the universe is knowing that you are upgrading yourself in a soulful level. And one of our energy centers is our auras, our chakras, and all these things are part of it. So yeah.
Well, thank you for that. Is there anything else you have before you leave us today? Is there anything else you want to tell people?
Definitely. And this is the 2022 year, and it's a very, very timing to elevate our consciousness about our mind, body, and spirit. Because the height of the manifestation this year is very, very open.
Okay.
The new portal of the new age meaning to say a lot of matrix are being collapsed. More people now are being attuned to really connecting to their mind, body, and soul, not over the dictates of the other society, because it's bringing them more imbalance. So just attune to yourself, because you can help humanity by being attuned over yourself, because you are being a perfect example to send out there, this vibration. You have to maintain your own high vibration and frequency. This way you can attract and also change other people's lives. And I am just here, and you are here as well as an instrument of all this responsibility here on, in our mission, our life mission as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Wilma. Again, people can reach you at wilmaangel.com.
Yes.
And I can give out your email address here as well.
Sure.
Right? Wilma, or so wdavidwellness at gmail.com.
Correct. Exactly.
And so please use promo code BETTER22. Let Wilma know you've come from our event. Use BETTER22 as the code, and she'll know that we've done some valuable work here today.
Absolutely. And thanks, RJ, for inviting me to your platform for the second time. Don't get tired of inviting me anyway.
No, and when I thought body, mind, and soul, there was no other teacher I wanted here today. So
thank you. Thank you.
Thank
God
you for
bless.
being with us.
Gratitude.
Thank you for doing this, and blessings to you moving forward.
And everybody in the audience, and I pray for the success of the symposium. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, bye-bye.
That was great, RJ. Enjoyed that. Okay. RJ? Are you there, RJ? Wait a minute. Let's see. Sign back in shortly, I'm sure. Oh, we got all our guests coming up here shortly. It's I think the next one is Gary Gradley, I believe. The Kingdom's Purpose: How Leading Canadians Choose Faith to Conquer the Storms of Life. It's next. RJ should be back shortly. He must have gotten kicked out of his own Zoom meeting somehow. But we'll get it going here momentarily. Just give it a second here. There he is. I see him. He's coming in. Hey, RJ. You're back?
I'm back.
Awesome. Thank you, I guess the little technical issue there when you took off the screen share.
It looks like I'm gonna have to put my computer back in for service because it had that crash again. So I'm glad you guys were staying patient and staying there to join us.
Did you make me a co-host by chance?
I'm not sure that I did.
Okay, well if you do, it'll help if something comes up.
Can I do that now or?
Yep. We're still live on YouTube, so.
So if I go over to you and press more, make host.
Co-host, yeah.
It's not a co-host. It's either make you the host or.
Okay, that's fine because it still worked, even though. But Tyler would like to ask the question. She has her hand up there.
No,
that's Cindy. Cindy, go ahead.
I'm gonna get out of here and then switch it over to me so she's not on there.
Oh, okay.
I'll be right back.
No problem.
Thanks for coming out.
Let's see in a minute. That was Tyler. Sorry.
My daughter.
Oh, right on. Okay, so I mentioned that we're going to go to Gary's next.
I've got to post back to. We're still live streaming. Great. Yep. I got to start a recording again because we've lost everything up until then.
So is it
That's
Joe
okay.
or Gary next?
Supposed to be Joe Grow next, and I've
Okay.
contacted him wondering where he is. He hasn't
Okay.
come up or responded to me yet.
Still has a few minutes left.
That he does. Again, if you have him on Messenger, maybe send
No, I
him
do
another
not.
message.
It's one person I do not have.
But so again, guys, you saw that amazing presentation.
How'd you find
Curtis,
the
what's
meditation?
your feedback with having participated? Did you participate in that meditation?
Yes, halfway through. I was still trying to get some of the links up, so I had part of it.
Got you. I did participate in it. And this is the second time I participated in this guided meditation. And every time it just makes me feel in a different spirit, in a different mood.
Cool.
I love Wilma for what she does. Like I said, she talks to angels, and I believe her. I believe that because I feel that. When she calls upon the angels. Joe has joined us this morning. Awesome.
Perfect.
He's in the waiting room, so let him in.
Okay. Yeah, I do guided meditation or meditations every day anyway. So
yeah, good. What a feeling, isn't it?
It's good stuff. Yep. Help reset yourself every day. It's good stuff.
Oh, absolutely. And then so she talked about her cleansings, much like it's a filter being delivered or being cleaned. I love that analogy because we need to get cleaned every once in a while. Just like our automobile needs to be cleaned, we need to get a cleaning. And so she offers that. So you can purchase Wilma's services. If you're not a VIP yet, you can purchase her services. She left our website, wilmaangel.com. If we can post that up there again.
It's in there. It's in the comments.
And then her email address is davidwellness@gmail.com. But again, use code BETTER22 and she'll treat you like a VIP. If you haven't purchased a VIP, she'll still treat you like a VIP. You just won't get that bonus, that free cleansing. But if you join us today on VIP, get your free ticket. It's available till Sunday at the new price of $77. And I've got an exciting announcement around that. I think I'm going to wait until after we hear from Joe.
Yep, cool.
But I've got an exciting announcement around the VIP. So you want to get that VIP. If you didn't take advantage of the free VIP up until 8 a.m. this morning, I was trying to give out that VIP because I want people to have this ticket. But I've got a special announcement with the VIP. You're going to love it. You're going to want to get that VIP at the $77 price. The bonuses alone, every one of our presenters has offered a digital product, a consultation, a course, a download, something that you can utilize and start to become better, start to build up your leadership and start to work on your better life. Just those VIP bonuses alone far exceed, especially their consultations with people, half an hour, 45 minutes, 60 minutes, not sure what each one is going to be, but they're going to deep dive with you on what it takes in your relationship, in your boundaries, in your aura cleansing. I mean, these things are beyond just, these are a gift that we cannot overlook. So I want people to understand that they need to be VIP. If you haven't purchased it yet, there's actually going to be a special bonus later on for people.
So to that. I know that's going to be awesome.
Absolutely. We got some exciting things. And don't forget our podcast. You can see Curtis's background there. We are Beacon of Leadership, www.beaconofleadership.com. You'll want to find out more about us and the exciting things we have to come. Better Life events is just one portion, but that podcast, we're going to start to interview all of our spectacular guests and get their take on their life and their experience and what's made them a great leader, and maybe some of the tribulations that they've had to overcome as a leader. I know for me, the leadership journey was not an easy one. First of all, you have to realize your place as a leader, who you serve as a leader. This is all part of your development. And that's what we're focusing on here in Beacon of Leadership. So we're going to start to slowly move into our next speaker. he is, Curtis, you and I both know him as a friendly face in the crowd because we go out to seminars.
Yep.
We get face to face. Now, we've missed each other these last couple of years, but I'm looking forward to getting back out to these live events. We're going to host live events as soon as we can. But this virtual event is us a way of getting back with those faces again, because Joe Grow is one of those faces who has come along with us on our journey, right? He's been there at the seminars, learning from all the experts that we learn from, but he's also a cheerleader, a support guy who's there for us and has helped us grow on our journey. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to bring him out. He's also an expert on masterminds. So hopefully we're going to have him in our mastermind community. By the way, there's another announcement we have for you today, is that we're going to start our own mastermind here within our community, and you're going to get a special access to that today. Joe Grow, are you ready to join us today? Curtis will give you a little bit of an introduction, and then we're going to get into who is Joe Grow, what does he do, and why is he here to help you today?
All right, guys, thank you. Let's introduce Joe Grow. He is the founder of Mastermind Group. He offers personal and small business coaching and mentoring. He is no stranger to men's group, since he started and led a men's group called Iron Men's Ministry at church of 1,000 people for over 7 years. He just finished leading an 8-week course on the force of forgiveness. He has given talks previously on thankfulness, You Were Born for This by Bruce Wilkinson, Man Plans, God's Laugh. Joe has a strong faith in God and is consistently looking for God's direction in his life. He will be conducting an 8-week course called How to Love Yourself. He is working on a book called Ant Sense. It is an inspirational and motivational book based on inspiration delivered from the life of the ant. He is very animated and passionate about his life, constantly looking for ways to make people laugh. Awesome, love to laugh. He asks himself, what is funny here? What are the lessons here I can learn? You'll find Joe's interesting and exciting. Many of his friends have nicknamed him Cool Joe. Joe Cool. All right, let's see what we got there, Joe, and welcome.
Joe, thanks for joining us this morning.
Well, I'm happy to be here. It's good to be a land of the living. Since I was pretty sick the last 2 weeks, I never thought I would get COVID, but I got it. And what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, as the saying goes. So I'm up and at 'em, ready to go, and I'm happy to see your faces. I'm looking forward to getting back again live, but it's the next best thing. I'd rather have this than not at all. So I'm excited and proud that you put an event together. It's a long time coming. So I've got some things prepared to talk about. I have a PowerPoint slide. If there's a way we can share the screen, then I can start with that.
Make him a host.
Yeah, so I will have to, as soon as you're ready. Are you ready for PowerPoint slides already?
Yes.
Who can share? All participants. So having changed that, you should have the option to share your screen right now.
No.
And so you don't, eh?
No.
Oh,
okay. Just a minute. Yeah. Okay. I have it now.
Awesome.
Okay.
So, and Joe, yeah, you know what? I'm looking forward to the live events as well. And this is our third Better Life event, and only the first that you've been participating at. So thank you for joining us and being part of us for this Better Body, Mind, and Soul event.
Thank you, Joe.
Well, I'm happy to be here.
Awesome.
There's a couple of screens you got open there. If you see, you can see where it's gridded out. Whatever these screens are, if you can close them up. Not your PowerPoint, but there's another right in the middle. There's a.
Okay, I'm going to stop it and try again. Okay.
There's a gray square that comes up there.
Okay, I can only see my screen. How do I see everybody?
I think you should be able to do picture in picture there. And if you're not able to see your screen, I would say just run from your presentation and see how it goes. We can see your presentation here. Not sure if you wanted to put it in a slideshow format or leave it the way it was.
Okay, I was hoping to see see you folks as well, but that's okay. As I start off here, you can see my picture and everybody else here, so I'm looking forward to hearing from the other people as well.
There you go.
I took the course. Can you see this okay?
Yep, we see
Yep.
your certificates.
Okay, so I took the certified coaches course several years ago, as well as neurolinguistic programming. I'm no stranger to the business world. I started off in the business world in the late 70s with a company called Bellcraft. I eventually became #1 salesperson, and eventually went to a company called Carico, which I'm involved with now, and in sales and credit manager. I took the Dale Carnegie course many years ago that helped me immensely when it comes to public speaking and human relations. It's a course I highly recommend. As well, I met Jack Canfield, thoroughly gone through his book, all the 64 principles. It took me a year and a half. I met him twice. So he's influenced me a lot, as well as Zig Ziglar, in my opinion, was the world's greatest sales trainer, motivational speaker, and author. I'd met him before and gone through a tremendous amount of his programs and books. I listened to his cassette tapes so often they would squeak. So in 2018, I gave my full story of my life. I never did it before. I might have given part of it. It's something I recommend to people, to tell your story. I left nothing, no stone unturned. It was not an easy journey, but I told my story. It's actually on YouTube on a private link. And I also have given several talks at churches, especially the life lessons that I've learned. Everybody has a superhero. My favorite superhero is Batman. The reason is Batman has a helper, Robin. I've also been involved with the Women's Club of Toronto with Cora Cristobal. Both you gentlemen know her, and how I met her is through the Private Investment Club through Sunil Tilsiani. So I've learned a lot, made a lot of connections there, so I'm grateful being involved in the different groups, especially when we were meeting in person. So I put together through the pandemic, I've done what I can to look at the positive side and see what I can do to learn and grow more and help other people. So I put together several courses. One of them was called The Force of Forgiveness, to help people how to forgive others and themselves. I also put together a course on how to love yourself. And as well, I just finished teaching a course called The Pursuit of Purpose, helping people understand their purpose in their lives, especially where it lies with why God created them. So I thought it'd be quite appropriate to talk about a course on how to love yourself, since the group is called Love. What's the name of the group again? Love and Learn, that you've got, RJ?
We are now Beacon of Leadership, but we built our platform on live and love life. 3 simple words, 3 very important words that help us guide our life and help us become a better person.
Awesome. So I'm going to share some information about the course that I have on loving yourself. And some of you may have heard this before. You will find it easy to love others when you love yourself, because you cannot give what you don't have. If you were to ask me to speak Greek, I don't know how to speak Greek. The only way I can speak Greek is if I learn it, then I'm able to speak it. You ask me for a chocolate bar, I can't give you one unless I have one. How can I love someone if I don't have love inside of myself? So love yourself, you're all that you've got. And if I were to do a survey of 100 people and ask them, what does love mean? We're probably going to get 100 different answers. And automatically, if someone's read the Bible, they're going to want to quote from Corinthians, love is patient and kind. But the ideal thing is to determine, what is your definition of love? What does love really mean? So many people have an interesting definition that is so off track. And then some people really understand what the word love means. And that's a journey. If you understand what it means, it makes a big difference in how you can move forward in your life.
So
I'd
Joe,
yes,
for a
sure, go
second,
ahead.
before,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
I love that question is what is the definition of love? To me, it means giving of yourself unconditionally to those who matter. So not sure about anybody else if they wanted to chime in, but to me, that's certainly what it means is giving of yourself unquestioning.
Yes, that's a very good definition. I like your definition. And in the course, that's one of the things that I help people to define is what is their definition of love. So some of you have read the Bible, and in the Bible, the Israelites and Moses are wandering around in the desert for 40 years. So the things that I've learned and that I've been able to learn deeply enough to be able to teach others took me as long as it took the Israelites to figure this out. So it's not something that I'm just grabbing a book, let's do a book study. No, I'm talking about things that took my blood, sweat, and tears to go through to learn well enough so I can teach others. So I'd like to tell just a quick little story of two little boys that lived on the same street. They're 4 or 5 years old. One of them is called Joey. And it's interesting how Joey's parents talked to him. Joey's parents said to him, make sure you don't get into trouble today. Don't set your sights too high so you don't lose hope. You were a mistake. We wish you were never born. You can't do that. It's too hard and impossible for you to achieve that. And why don't you get an A in your report card from school? That's Joey in the backyard of his grandparents' house. Let's see Johnny. Johnny's parents said these words to him. We believe and trust in you completely. We have faith in you. You can achieve anything you set your mind on. You're a miracle and God has a special plan for your life. You can do anything you decide to do. Nothing's too hard for you. Nothing's impossible for you. We're so proud of you. We can see that you put your heart into everything you do. So go backtrack a little bit to Joey. What are the odds of him succeeding in life? Most people would think slim and none. What about Johnny? What do you think the odds of him succeeding in life when he's had those words given to him so many times in his life and he starts believing it? Don't you think it would have an effect on how he performs in this life, how he interacts with others, his relationships, his business success? Let me share something with you. You're talking to Joey here right now. So what happened to Joey? Joey had a difficult time, yes. But what those words instilled in him is a fighting spirit to prove that they were wrong, that he could make it in life. It was a long, hard journey, but Joey has become successful and overcame things to the point that Joey now is Joe teaching courses to others and help them through their issues. So whether you're a boy, girl, man, woman, there's opportunity, there's hope that you can overcome. The danger is when you believe those words. When someone tells me I can't do something, a fire starts burning inside of me. I say, I'll show you. What about Johnny? I know Johnny very well. Did Johnny make it? Yes, he became extremely successful financially. Did he have a smooth road? No. He still had bumpy roads and things to deal with. Nobody's road in their life is smooth. If you want a smooth road, you need to go to Saskatchewan. There's no potholes there. It's all smooth sailing, as you all know, the flatlands. So the danger is when you're told things and you start believing it. Here, it's a good thing if you believe it. When you're told you're a miracle and God has a special plan for your life. I believe everybody has a plan for their life. They just need to figure it out. So that's why knowing your purpose is pretty important. So going right along, what is self-love? Self-love is accepting yourself unconditionally, expecting the very best of ourselves. We treat ourselves with mercy when we fall and with self-forgiveness. It's being true to our own integrity when no one else is watching, just you and God. So before we can offer solutions, we need to know what the problem is. So as I indicated earlier, one of the speakers, one of the mentors that helped me immensely, who's now passed away, was Zig Ziglar. So I'm not giving examples from him without giving him due credit. So I'm going to mention some of the things I learned from him. So it's called SNIOP, susceptible to the negative influence of other people. If people tell you you can't do something and you start believing it, you become snide. You're susceptible to their negative influence. And it's called negative programming. There's so much negative programming. The weatherman says we got a 60% chance of rain. Wouldn't it make more sense to say we have a 40% chance of sunshine? And if you had a failure in your project, it doesn't mean you're a failure in life. You just messed up in that particular project, which you can look at as a learning experience. Some people say they can't remember things, but you can train your memory. There's books out there to help you learn your memory and improve your memory. Jerry Lorraine, Harry Lucas, even the Dale Carnegie course teaches us how to have better memories and learn people's names. People love it when we say their name. And if you compare yourself with someone else's best features, if you compare your worst features with a heart surgeon that's so great at it, or someone else that has done many seminars and you haven't done any, then you're comparing yourself with someone that has better standards or better achievements than you. The key is comparing yourself to yourself, not necessarily comparing yourself to others, and setting standards of perfection. Nobody's perfect in this life. Not taking responsibility for ourselves. The very first principle in the book by Jack Canfield is taking 100% responsibility for ourselves. What Zig has said, and I like it, is if you point the finger at somebody else, you have three fingers pointing back at you. So we need to take responsibility for ourselves, who we are. If you're a little boy, yes, you can blame your parents. But once you turn 18 years old or more, you need to take responsibility. And for what happened in your past, you need to figure out how to overcome it, that you can learn and grow through it, and turn your scars into stars. Now, would you know if someone doesn't love themselves? How would you know if you have a friend or relative that doesn't like themselves? They may have a critical and jealous nature and always gossiping and spreading rumors. They're unable to laugh at themselves. They find it very difficult to handle constructive criticism. They're very uncomfortable being alone or inactive, and they have a breakdown of motivation with an I don't care attitude. Also, they may be frequently loud, critical, vindictive, overbearing. They may dress unattractively, forgo personal hygiene, become obese, abandon morality, turn to drugs and alcohol, use profane and vulgar words regularly. They have a superior attitude, think they're better than everybody else. They may join gangs and have pseudo friends. Pseudo friends, fake friends. If you go on Facebook, how many of those so-called friends, if you have 2,000 friends, could you call on when you really need a friend? And they acquire bad habits. They're not feeling worthy or deserving success, or it's too late for them. They fear rejection from others personally in business. So RJ, I still can't see everybody. I hosted many meetings. I forgot how to do it so I can see everybody. But the key is, if anybody has any questions to this point, I don't have a lot of slides, but it's to the point.
Maybe you stop sharing your screen for the moment. You can come back and join us live.
Yeah, I can see you now.
There you go.
We've got
Four of us here live.
Okay.
Hopefully there's some people watching us on YouTube. We're having an exciting day so far.
I might have gone too fast. Some people say I'm a fast talker. But if you have questions, anything so far, I have several more slides. I don't have a lot.
I have some comments here, if you don't mind, because I mean, I love your story of little Joey. Thank you, Joe, for getting so personal with us. I love that you used it as a challenge to overcome and not let it afflict you or create a greater burden within you, because like you said, if we believe those words, if little Joey believed those words, I mean, you wouldn't become who you are today. You wouldn't be a teacher online. You wouldn't be one of those leaders who are leading the way for tomorrow. So what happens if we believe those words? And I do have another comment on that, but what happens if we believe those words? What can become of us?
Well, I let those words haunt me and cause me challenges for the majority of my life, because I didn't have someone that could go alongside me to help me through it, hold my hand and tell me it's all going to be okay and show me the road, how to overcome it. I worked very hard to figure it out in my own way. It was very, very, very painful. So, and the interesting update on things, the brunt of the source of it was my father. So it was only over a month ago he said these words to me. I didn't know what the word love meant. You taught me. He said that to me.
Wow.
Then a few weeks ago, we had a breakfast meeting at Starbucks. He was apologizing for how he treated me as a child. I immediately said this to him. I'm grateful how I was treated. It turned me into a fighter that I could help other people. I've forgiven you and I love you. And I said it without hesitation because I meant it. I'm grateful for how I was treated. So to give even more detail, I can handle it because I've gone through it and I've been healed. I've healed through this. Is I went through a lot of abuse. If I would say it to him, he wouldn't admit it or understand it or believe it because of who he is. But that doesn't matter. It matters how I feel. So it was emotional, verbal, physical abuse. But through that, it's toughened me up and taught me valuable lessons to the point that I'm able to help others through it. I can identify someone that is in turmoil or pain through their eyes and their body language. They don't need to tell me a word. When people say they're fine or they're okay, they're in trouble. They're in big trouble. Fine, okay is a cover up for I'm in deep trouble. I'm drowning. Because I've been there. So when I read a book, I don't read a book just to read it. I read a book 4 times, especially if it's a good book, so I'm in a position to teach it. I go deep and intense. So people say I'm intense. Yeah. Well, I go deep because how are you going to be in a position to teach it if you only read it once to skim through it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just reading a book right now. I love it. If you've heard of Robert Schuller, he was a pastor of a big church in the States, but I picked up his book called Turning Your Hurts into Halos and Your Scars into Stars. So he talks about his own journey of his own pain and other people, how they overcame. Because to cover up and say, you're doing fine, everything's great, it's a lie because we all go through our own journey. Nobody's life is 100% smooth all the time without any challenges going on. So the key is figuring out when you have a friendship, how do you cope? How do you deal with someone if they say that I'm in big trouble? And then most people don't even listen. When someone says they're fine, oh, that's great. Or if say I got cancer, oh, I'm happy to hear that. Let's go further. They're not even listening. The key is listening. If someone tells you how you're doing and you say I'm fine, they're in trouble. So I've learned we attract who we are. So if you are a person that cares about others and you believe in yourself, you love yourself, you can convey that love to others. So that's why this is pretty important, is understanding who you are. Do you like yourself? Can you look in the mirror and say, I like myself, I love you? For most of my life, I couldn't.
Oh, absolutely. I love what you say about learning from a book and teaching.
No.
I bought this book recently because it's been sitting in my cart forever. And I don't know about you, but Bob Proctor, who's no longer with us, who's just left us recently, we're all very sad about that. He said this book has taught him everything he needs to know in his life. And in fact, I don't know if you've seen Bob's book, but it's all held together with elastics and it's got sticky notes and things in it. I'm starting to teach from this book. You can see I've highlighted some places and some things to talk about. One of the lessons in the very first part of the book is, so we'll talk about Johnny now, because Napoleon Hill's own son, he was born without ears. He was born without the structure, the internal structure for hearing. But he created in his son, he said, my son will hear. My son will be doing great things and will be a man of greatness because he has a purpose. And his purpose is to hear and teach people to hear. So up until I think he was about 13 or so, he he talked to his son through the bone structure. So he talked to his son and tell him, you're good, you're great, you're going to be somebody someday. I can't wait for you to hear the words that I'm telling. These kind of supportive comments. And sure enough, by the time he was 13, after trying several, different hearing devices, one day a special hearing aid was sent to him that would in tune with his inner bone structure. And for the first time in his life, he was able to hear.
That's amazing what miracles can occur if you believe and you're persistent.
Right. Because he believed, he did not deny that his son was going to hear, despite everybody who told him, your son will never hear. He doesn't have the equipment for it. It's impossible. He didn't give up. He didn't stop believing. And because he believed and instilled in his son this same message, not only did he hear one day through this device, but he met with the company who owns it and helped redevelop it and make it more efficient. So what a message to share out there from this book that I'm going to be learning from and teaching from. I'm going to have this book look like Bob Proctor's one day.
Yeah, it's definitely a good book. I've read it. I've met Bob Proctor. He has some other good books and he's autographed those. So the key is a book like that is definitely worth reading more than once.
Mm-hmm.
And so it really depends upon what you want out of life. If you're not happy with where you're at, the person to start with first is yourself. Is how do you feel about yourself? How, if you expect others to like yourself and love you yourself, but you don't feel that way about yourself, how can you transfer something to someone you don't have? So that's why I put together this course, and that's why I was on the journey, is how do you do that?
Absolutely.
So I discuss that through the course. It's a 9-week course, so it takes time to go through it. And first there's the problem is, why don't you love yourself? What is the problem? How you manifest that?
And one of the things you said was you didn't have a support circle. You didn't have people telling you good things. I want to turn it over quickly to my cheerleader, the man I call my cheerleader, because there's days because of the things we've told ourselves, I haven't been able to do it. Curtis, why is it so important to have that support behind you?
Because you need someone just there to say, hey, you're doing a good thing. Because a lot of times our self-doubt gets in the way. And we just feel like, oh, I'm not doing it. Oh, I'm sucking. Oh, I'm not getting enough emails or messages. And just someone else on the outside say, hey, we're doing great. Let's keep going and keep pushing forward. Right? Just encouragement each of another person, right? Because your wife or some of their friends may not be in the same boat that you're in, but you and I are in the same boat, so we can help each other row that boat forward, right? So that's how I look at it. So let's keep moving forward. Loving it.
We had someone join in, Tyler Creighton.
Yep.
Any questions for Joe? Cindy, do you have any questions for Joe?
Not really. Yeah, I tried to change that, but it didn't work. So I think I can rename it. It says up here.
Okay, so your name's not Tyler?
So yeah, I will say that. You may have noticed I changed my name, right? It's got R.T. Horner, Guia de Villa. I'm going to explain Guia de Vida. I'm going to explain that in a little bit. But yeah, so if you go over beside your name in the chat, it'll say more. Click on more. And down at the bottom, or halfway down, it says rename.
I gotta put a cap.
And Joe, you can do that as well. Put your moniker up there, whatever you want to call yourself. Curtis, feel free to do the same thing. Life empowerment coach, positivity coach. We're all somebody here. So
Cindy Naylor. Okay, that name sounds familiar.
Cindy's in a mastermind group with us. She as a VIP, you're going to hear from her later on this afternoon. I'm going to have an opportunity to introduce some of the VIPs and the great work that they're doing and how they can help people become better.
Well, awesome. Okay, well, let me continue. And there we go. Okay. So I left over here. You wanted to ask me about Johnny. What did you want to ask me, RJ? Can you see that?
It wasn't a question. It was really the statement of That's what can become of a person when we have the support, when we have those people telling us the good things and the fact that we are going to be somebody and you can be proud of who you are. That whole conversation that we just had was the topic around the life that Johnny got to live.
Okay, so what happens when you love yourself? Transformations occur in feelings, your body, relationships. Your relationships will improve. You will face challenges with honesty, integrity, which will allow you to feel confident and calm around friends and loved ones. Your career and life purpose will be transformed because you'll get clear about what you love to do and how you want to contribute to the world. Your health will improve and you will treat your body with respect and focus on self-growth. So some of you can see the button. I have a little button here. It says, I love myself. So when you love yourself, all of yourself, a miracle occurs. You will find yourself being completely loved by others. So I have a 9-week course that I put together. The first week, we discuss the different types of love and you define love for yourself. And second is self-love definition. The third week, we go through why we do not love ourselves. Fourth, how we treat others is a direct reflection how we feel about ourselves. And step 5 is steps to loving yourself. Number 6, we discuss in the greatest sales world by Og Mandino. There's a scroll number 2. It's called Today I Will Greet This Day with Love in My Heart. So number 7, have a success and victory journal, loving yourselves activities. And number 9, letters and prayers to yourself. So the regular price of the course is $19.99, but I put together some special bonuses. So I always like bonuses, giving and receiving. So I hope you can see this okay. So the first bonus I'm offering is a 1-hour coaching session with me. I'm also unlimited email coaching for the full 9 weeks. You ever need help? Also a certificate of completion with my mastermind group. If you'd like a package of coaching, I will give 25% off. The company I work with called Neutral Waste Systems, we distribute products by a company called Carico out of Florida. They're in 80 countries. We have high-end health products such as water purifiers, air purifiers that can get rid of the coronavirus. We have juice machines. I made fresh juice this morning. That's why I have lots of energy. It's got carrot, beet, apple, and ginger in it, and turmeric. We also have high-end mattresses, pillows, steam cleaners, cookware. So I would give 35% discount on the regular price. I also belong to a membership of an organization called Barter Pay. They have 4,500 business owners across Canada where you can put up your products or services, and it's cashless, which basically means you're trading, barter pay. So you would have access to that. I'm throwing in a membership that's worth $500 regular price. So the total package of bonuses comes to $3,700. And the special offer of being on the Better Life event today, so you can have a better body, mind, and soul today with RJ and Curtis, I'm giving 90% off. I want it to be irresistible. So the total value of the course and bonus is $3,700 plus. The first call special discount 90%, $3,300, brings the price down to $370 plus HST for 9-week course. 9-week course. It's a pretty tiny amount, or you can pay 2 payments through Visa or MasterCard. So the question to ask is, if not now, when? When do we take care of ourselves and move and grow and improve? That's really the question, isn't it? If not now, then when? So I went through that pretty fast. I could go through all this in 5 or 6 hours, but I want to respect my time here and I appreciate being here. So if anybody has any questions, anything there, and there may be questions for people since it's being recorded, but I'm happy to answer and help.
Do you have a link for that?
In terms of the link for payment or link for the information?
Yep.
I don't have a payment link organized. If someone is interested, they could email me and I could send them an invoice on it and they could pay through PayPal, Visa, or
Okay.
MasterCard.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. So
Yeah.
just your
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that's the
Joe at
Joe.
Mastermind.
Yeah, Joe at the Masterminds
Okay.
or Mastermind Group, I think it is.
Yeah, Joe at the Mastermind Group. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
And so again, people just email you that. What a bargain. Look, I do believe $3,700 for a 9-week course on loving yourself, which at this stage in our life, it can be very important for a lot of people, right? Especially after all we've been through the last couple of years. There may be a lot of self-doubt, a lot of self-hatred, a lot of disappointment, some angst, some anxiety. So this is a way to help improve that or remove that. And of course, the certificate of completion, you know, it may seem like a small thing, but at the end of the day, when you have a certificate on the wall to look at and say, you know what, I've been taught to love myself. I know who I am, and nobody can make me feel doubt about that. Talk about some of the bonuses that you've thrown in, if you wouldn't mind, Joe.
I'm trying to copy and paste, but it doesn't seem to work. But I can go back to that.
I put your contact information in the chat.
Oh, good. Okay, so there, I'm giving a 1-hour coaching session with me, so you can confidentially share with me about your life or who you're at or what you require some help with, and unlimited email coaching if you want to email me back and forth for the full 9 weeks of the course. So the course is either going to be on a Saturday morning or we'll do it the evening, depends upon when everyone is available, it's convenient. I'll do a certificate. Can you see what I'm sharing there?
Yep.
Good. Okay. So, and if someone chooses they want more regular coaching for 6 months or a year, I'll work on a special package for them. So in the company Neutral Waste Systems, we have a website, neutralwastesystems.com. You can check all the products. I can provide video links of anything you're interested in. So that's pretty important in terms of feeling good about yourself if you're being healthy. So if you're drinking good, clean water, breathing good air, juicing regularly, eating with the cookware, sleeping well, I own all the products I'm promoting. So it makes a difference. If you're lacking in connections, the Barter Bay organization, I've worked out a good package with them. I'm actually giving the membership $500. That's a regular cost. You have access to 4,500 business owners. So basically means that whatever product or service you're offering, you would give it up. Someone purchases your product or service for barter dollars. I have used it quite a few times and it's benefited immensely to me. I'm actually going to a dentist right now. I do not pay cash. There's restaurants I go to, I don't pay cash. I've gotten haircuts. I've gotten repairs done in vehicle. I don't pay cash. So that's worth 500 plus the main advantage is the connections. So the value is 3,700, but the next page there, you can see I discounted it massively. 90% off brings it down to 370 for all of that. Crazy price. So considering what does each session worth, if each session is an hour and a half, we're looking at I'm getting paid minimum wage. So I'm doing it to help people and so they can benefit. And who benefits the most? The teacher or the student. The teacher benefits. Each time I do a session, I'm always revising and I'm getting better and stronger at it and getting even more ideas. So I'm actually doing it very selflessly so people have no excuse. If still the finances are an issue, I'll work something out. But to me, that's a pretty tiny amount. If you're going to be learning one of the most important things about yourself, how to feel good about who you are. That took me most of my life to figure that out.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Joe. Again, I see the value in a $3,700 product. You've certainly put together a lot there for people. And I feel the value. So I hope everybody else does too. But Joe's reduced it for everybody here to $370, 90% off. What a bargain as far as I'm concerned. So you can buy Joe's services, but let him know that you come from Better Life Symposium. use code better22. If you
Yes.
don't, you're going to have to pay that full price. So again, he's putting that special price for us. Use code better22 to let Joe know you've come from this community in this broadcast.
Because we don't want any excuses, do we?
No, we've tried to make everything accessible to people and affordable. And there are options for people to build that better life, starting with those things that are so important to us. So again, you can take up Joe on his services. We posted the email out, Joe at themastermindgroup.ca. We made it accessible. Again, code better22. Or you can get started with Joe. For our VIPs, he's offered a special free gift. So if you get our VIP, you can start with him. There's a special code for VIPs. I'll get that to you later, Joe, for when we do start offering our VIPs that special bonus gift swag package. So you've offered a counseling session with people, and they can take you up on that and get started that way. So if you don't think that Joe has convinced you enough at this point, have that conversation with him. Have that free consultation by becoming a VIP today. That's just one of the amazing bonuses offered with our VIP package.
I also put my website up. You can have a look there. I've got numerous testimonials from people as to how I've helped them in relationship under mastermindgroup.ca.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Joe. Curtis, do you have any questions for Joe at this point? Is there anything that you feel the audience out there needs to know?
No, just go check out his website and then contact him to get more further information for sure.
Yeah, I made a mistake. It's the second one, not the first one.
Yeah.
I thought you did say the Mastermind Group. So
Yes.
themastermindgroup.ca is where you can find out more about Joe and some of the amazing work that he has already done and helped people across the board. So, and again, get that VIP package. If you can't purchase his product today, if you don't want to, if you haven't been convinced, I'm convinced it's a great value. So $370 for the Loving You 9-week course. And what a value for $370 plus all those tremendous bonuses. Again, make sure you use code better22 to get his services, or join us VIP. That's where all the exciting action is happening. And I told you there was some excitement going on around the VIP. First of all, the price went up. If you didn't join us on our free VIP opportunity, then you missed out on a great opportunity, because for free, you were going to get access to all of those exciting swag gift packages from our VIPs or from our presenters. Every one of our presenters, I think we got 9 people today, eight presenters, I think, who have given a gift to improve your life. I think it's a tremendous value just for the VIP package alone. But I said there was going to be a special bonus. Everyone on our email list and everyone who's purchased VIP today, you are now founding members of Beacon of Leadership. Membership has its privileges. We haven't figured out what that's going to be, except to say you're going to be a VIP at all of our events that we're hosting for the rest of this year. That means every time there's a VIP package or a swag gift package, you're going to get that package. Every time there's an event hosted, you're going to come to that event as a VIP for free, included, because you're a VIP member and a founding member as of our launch date today. I saw your face there, Curtis, when I said that. We've talked about this. What are your thoughts on that little special bonus right now?
I think it's freaking awesome. It's a good deal for sure.
Our mentor, our teacher, Amit, who is going to come up next. Hopefully he's going to join us on time. He's coming up at 10:15. He's going to talk about the truth about money. But one of the things he taught us is to over-deliver. First of all, he taught us about the exchange of money. Now, we're asking you for $77 for this VIP package. We tried to get it to you for free. because we want to over deliver. We wanted you here. We wanted you to be a VIP. So we've done everything we can to make sure you could join us as a VIP for this event. And if you haven't taken us up on our free offer, then I'm sorry, it costs $77 at this point. But you've seen some of the amazing bonuses that you've already been offered. Not only are you getting that VIP swag package, but you're going to be a VIP for all of 2022. You're going to be a founding member as a VIP attendee. And we've already planned our next event in July. July 16th is going to be our next event. Better, right now I'm calling it Better Leveraged Leadership. So the focus will be how to build you up as a better leader. And that's coming up July 16th, and you're a VIP for that event if you've signed up for that VIP package. Welcome to all of you founding members. We have now, I think it's 45 people between the people on our list and the people who have bought our VIP package today. 45 people who are founding members in our community. So I just want to applaud everybody who's been aboard for that and who has now starting out on an amazing journey. If you go to our website, beaconofleadership.com, you'll find out more about that, and you'll find out some of the amazing things that are coming along. Again, don't forget our podcast that we're going to be launching June 3rd. But every week in May, every Friday in May, we're going to be hosting what is to begin our first episode. So we'll be talking to our panels about of our speakers and presenters here. And Joe, you're the first one I get to speak to about this, but I would like you to keep June 3rd open, 7 to 9 p.m. if you could join us. That's going to be our launch. 7 to 9 p.m., June 3rd, we'd like to present and invite all of our BMS, Better Mind, Body, Mind, and Soul speakers to join us in that launch and to help maybe promote and offer these programs once again to our community, because again, there's so much value being offered today and this week that I wanted everybody to be a part of it.
That sounds good. That sounds good.
Thank you, Joe. So please mark that in your calendar. Again, that's June 3rd. That's a Friday from 7 to 9 p.m. So please join us for that. That's our launch. We'll post that out there and how you can join us. That we will be hosting our podcast live every week on our YouTube channel. Curtis, you posted out our YouTube channel again, but make sure it's up there again for people that they can click on and subscribe so that they're available and they'll get notification when we do go and host our live podcasts.
Okay, RJ, I just put it together, the pricing package, and it's on a Word document. I added it on the chat.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. So, Curtis, are you able to copy and paste that to YouTube?
Yeah, I think so. Let me check.
So people on YouTube can get access to that as well.
Okay.
There's another thing. If you guys have your cell phones with you, I'd love for you to go on our YouTube channel right now. Again, Curtis is posting the links out there for people to look at. If you can go to that link, first of all, don't forget to subscribe for more, right? We want you to get access to us when we go live and when we host these events. So don't forget to subscribe. But if you could share, click the share button and share it to one of your social media platforms. I believe what that does is create a live broadcast on your feed. So if you share that out there, your connections will be able to watch this event for the rest of the day. I know I'm broadcasting it live. I'm hoping that's going well. I want everybody to be here. I want people to join us. So whether you get your VIP or not, whether you've joined us VIP, do you have a question, Cindy? I saw you unmute there.
Yeah. How do I go on your podcast?
YouTube, the YouTube channel. Did Curtis post the YouTube channel out?
Yeah,
I think
Okay.
it is in the chat.
will.
If you cycle back.
I'll do it again. Give me a second.
Oh, you know what? It might have been on our last recording, so we might have lost that when I came off. So
Okay.
if Curtis,
Yep, give me a sec.
yeah, if Curtis can post the YouTube link again, and when you click on that, you can go to our YouTube channel. Again, don't forget to subscribe, but also don't
you
forget
go.
to
Thumbs up.
share that out, because if you share it, I think
Don't
you're
forget to
sharing it out
subscribe.
to your social media platform live. So it should be going live on your Facebook group and people can watch it. Then the other exciting thing is, whether you're a VIP or not, you didn't get free VIP, but I want everybody to join us here. So Curtis, if you can post on Zoom, or not Zoom, YouTube, the Zoom link.
Yep.
The live Zoom link, because I want people to join us here live. Click on that link if you're watching us on YouTube, or if you're watching us on social media, click on that link, because we want you here. There's going to be some special bonuses throughout the day. And honestly, it's about that VIP. You want to be VIP. Now, again, it costs $77 Canadian, folks. That's not a lot of money to ask. For those of you who are watching in the US, that's actually, I think, about 60 some odd dollars US. So it's not a great fortune to disperse for all of those bonuses and all of those gifts that you're getting. I haven't heard from our next presenter. I hope he's going to come in time. He's usually pretty good and pretty timely. So I'm just going to double check to see that he is coming. And then I will throw out our next bonus, the next product that we are offering. I'll talk about this again. Curtis and I are going to do about a half an hour from 1:15 to 1:45. So I'll talk about this in more detail. But we are hosting our own mastermind group. And so that one is going to be focused on leadership, building a better, helping you become a better leader, helping you develop your leader skills. We're going to support each other and guide each other and meet in that mastermind that Napoleon Hill likes to talk about so much. We're going to promote that. We're going to help you on that journey. We're going to be there for each other, guide each other, and help offer each other direction. Do you have a question, Joe?
I was looking on my email for the schedule that you have. I can't seem to find it because you have so many emails you sent to me. The schedule, maybe you can put the schedule up.
Curtis, do you have that handy, the schedule?
For today, yep.
If you can pull that up quickly and share your screen. So again, the mastermind, folks, that is a $97 a month opportunity. But
There you go. Can you see that?
there's our schedule. Joe, if you have a look at that.
Okay.
So we've got an exciting lineup coming up. So our mastermind, called a Becoming Leader, because it is about that person that you are becoming. A Becoming Leader mastermind. But I love the word becoming because it's a play on words. Becoming is about charm. It's about the person you represent. It's about that inner being. If you are a becoming person, you're said to be charming. You know what I mean? Appealing. That's what about a becoming person is. So a becoming leader is about becoming that leader that people will look to, people are attracted to, and people want to naturally seek out. We're helping you with that. Now, I said it's a $97 a month price tag. I don't want you to worry about that price tag, because there's a mystery bonus along with those people who are going to press the link to join our mastermind. $97 a month, a small price to pay for this becoming leader. And then one of the things we're also going to do for anybody who joins the mastermind, I've always talked, Curtis, and I haven't told you about this. You remember this book, right?
Yep.
I've given you this book. So
I've read it, yeah.
You've read the entire book. I think I've read about a half of it.
Right
on. We're going to do a book study program on leadership and all those leadership books that we need to read. Joe mentioned one of them that we're going to study, which is Og Mandino's The Greatest Salesman in the World, for those 10 scrolls. We're going to study that eventually too, but we're going to study this one first. And one of the things we'll talk about in our upcoming episode, Curtis, do you remember it? The trilateral leadership ledger. It's in this book, the trilateral leadership ledger. And I don't know how fast I can pull it up, but the trilateral leadership ledger is about 3 categories that define you as a lead. There it is, trilateral leadership ledger.
Chapter 4.
Okay. And so what it is a graph or a chart to help you measure your leadership in 3 different categories. And we'll talk about this on one of our upcoming podcasts in May. So 3 categories that help you develop as a leader that you must have to become a quality leader: character, tasks, and relationships. So how are you at each of these categories? I'll do mine very quickly because Amit's still not joining us.
Have you contacted
My
him?
character, I'd like to believe I have at this point a fairly high amount of character. I still get it wrong on occasion. I still may make the wrong judgment call. Thankfully, I have other people to help me make my decisions or help correct my decisions if I make the wrong ones. So I'd like to believe, after all the work I've done on myself, that I've developed quite a strong character. But I want to be judgmental here. I want to be more hard on myself, and I'll tell you why in a minute. So my character, I'm going to put at a 6. I've got room, quite a lot of room to grow there, but I've done a lot of work, so I'd like to believe I'm on the higher side or the positive side, so higher than 5. So I'm going to give myself a 6 in that category. My tasks. Look, I complete my tasks, most of them. I don't get them all completed. Things may get left out. I take a lot of notes. I don't get to look back at all my notes. Some tasks still don't get completed. I'm working on that. It's a work in progress. So I'm still on the lower side of that. I'm not a 5, not even halfway there. So I'm going to give myself a 3 in my tasks. And then my relationships. I've gotten quite good at this. I'm working at building relationships. As you'll meet some of the people today, these are people who know, like, and trust me. They work with me. They meet with me. They have discussions with me. And they want to continue that work with you. That comes from building quality relationships. It comes from working on relationships. I've even recently had a hard conversation with my own partner because we weren't communicating properly. We weren't treating each other the right way. So I needed to work on that. It's still a work in progress. I haven't accomplished that yet, or I haven't completed that yet. I haven't gotten to a place where I'm satisfied. So I'm going to give myself a 5 in that category. Okay. So I've given myself a 6 in character. I've given myself did I say 3 in my tasks? And then I've given myself a 5 in my relationship. So what we do to determine our leadership out of 1,000 is we multiply those together. Or no, out of 300, I think it is. Or no, I'll figure that out in a minute. Anyway, so we multiply each of those categories together. I give myself a 6 in character, a 3 in tasks, and a 5. 6 times 3 is 18.
Evan's here.
Yep, I let him in. 18 times 5. Do you have a calculator?
18 times 5? Oh,
yeah. 8 times 5 is 40. 5 times 1 is 5, and 4 is 9. That's a 90. Out of, I think it's like 300. A 90. So I'm very low, and I have a lot of room to grow as a leader. That's why I wanted to teach that trilateral leadership ledger. And we'll get into it more at one of our upcoming podcasts in May. So again, a book study to go along with the mastermind program, separate of, but to go along with the mastermind program. And again, I said the price tag is $97 a month. Don't worry about that price tag. Again, you want to pay attention to what we call the mystery bonus. Okay. You want to be at this mastermind. Take us up on that. Please, if you can post out on YouTube, the mastermind link so that they can purchase the mastermind. They can either go to
The website.
beaconofleadership.com/mastermind, and you'll find it there. Or Curtis, if you can also post the direct link where they can go to Square and just purchase that mastermind right now. Again, if they found the value, $97, that's separate from our membership, our VIP fee, right?
Zoom.
It's a separate package all its own, $97 a month. Again, don't worry about that price tag. We have a special bonus, mystery bonus. You want to get involved in this mastermind and be a becoming leader. Got to catch my breath here. Again, you know what? I'm excited. Just like Joe, I run kind of fast. Because we're excited about this. We're presenting something that really is opportunity for people. I've been excited about today. I've worked hard for today. There's nothing like being a master procrastinator, as I call myself. Don't get me wrong. I've been working on this for months, but the last 24 to 48 hours, I have been dedicating myself to this project to make sure we had it all straight and all ready to come to you today. So we had several offers that we've already made. We've made Wilma, who's going to do a cleansing with you. Or you can purchase her services. Go to her with her links, Better 22, and that'll get her services. Or again, in our VIP, she's going to offer a free cleansing. And that one, you got to be a VIP. $77 to be a VIP at this point. And to get all of these amazing bonuses. I can't say any more than that. But all of these things that you're hearing us talking about, the over-delivering, the bonuses that we're giving out, the exchange of value. How about that word? Look, we're charging $77 to become a founding member of our community because we feel it's valuable to ask you for that dollar, to ask you to put in some investment in yourself to help you become better. These things we've learned from the man who's going to join us next. Curtis, do you want to tell us a little bit more about the man who's going to join us next? And then I will welcome him to join us.
Yeah, for sure. Just do the bio.
Yes, please.
Okay, so Amit is the founder and president of Your Profound Solutions, international best-selling author, business mentor, corporate trainer, certified success coach, and professional speaker who specializes in helping business owners structure their business for maximum profit. He has co-authored books with leading industry expert Brian Tracy, Robert Allen, Kevin Harrington, and Raymond Aaron. He has been featured on Rogers TV, Canada One, and various podcasts, and soon to be on our podcast, no doubt. Emmett has helped hundreds of entrepreneurs build and expand their business through his seminars, coaching, workshops, and trainings, which we have been part of, and we love it. You should join, definitely. Emmett offers business consultation, seminars, and training that guarantee results for growth and expansion through strategies that are used by Jim Hetheringon. Oh, that's it. It's used by other people. Yes.
So thank you, Amit. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Wow, what a great great bio reading there, Curtis. Thank you.
Thanks,
So Amit, we would not be here today, Curtis and I, without you. You have put us on the map, but you've taught us a lot about business, about sales, about leadership, about money, that what you're going to teach people today, the truth about money. So thank you for putting us here and teaching us everything we've learned. Because and the one message I want to catch people today on is over deliver. We are now on class 15 of 12-week training.
Yes.
And I'm sure there's more to come. So there's the over delivery. That's something you have taught us and we have learned very much from.
Yes, and you're applying that, which is the most fascinating thing, by the way.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Amit, you're here to talk about the truth about money. You're our business coach, you're our mentor. We learn from you now. We're in a program with you twice a week where we're learning business, how to build that six-figure business, and how to dominate your market. Again, being that marketing expert, because we all need to deliver our message to people out there. These are just two classes that we're in. You've created another special class that you're going to offer people today, but you're going to talk today about the truth about money.
That is correct. That is
Awesome.
absolutely correct. So I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to get started. Is that okay?
Please do. The
All right.
stage is yours.
Awesome.
If you ever want any comment or interaction from us, please reach out to us. Let us know.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So you should be seeing my screen right now. Do you see my screen? Awesomest thing. Okay, good. So here I am. I mean, Curtis and RJ have done a fabulous job of introducing me, so I don't have to put too much time in this. I just want to let you know about my book. Your Profound Success is the name of my book. It is a co-authored book by myself and the amazing Raymond Aaron, who's been a phenomenal friend for a number of years. And the way that he's shown me how to grow and the way he's positioned himself and his family is truly phenomenal. Now, what I've gained through these experiences of writing this book and then the next book, which I'm going to talk about, The Secret of Wealth. Yes, RJ, thank you. Awesome. And then The Secret of Wealth is another book that I've written along with Mr. Brian Tracy and my wife Swapna, and there are some other amazing leaders in this particular book. What I've learned through this experience is, establishing myself in the field. The main thing is establishing myself as somebody who people can look up to, not just as a leader or a mentor. It's way beyond that. It's somebody that gives value, somebody that can create a difference in their lives. Because ultimately, it's not what you do the best. It's what basically you can do for others. That's where the value component comes in. Another book that I've written with is Mr. Robert Allen. He's the guru in real estate and has been fortunate to have masterminds along with him, and associated myself with these powerful people like Jack Canfield. Oh my God, I cannot stop talking about this person. The influence that this person has created all around the globe is just phenomenal. This one book that he co-authored with called The Success Principles, that book literally has changed my life. He started with this Chicken Soup for the Soul book of series of books, and they've sold millions, 500 million copies of that book has been in circulation. So again, associating myself with these powerful people, I've learned so much, and that's what I do. I now deliver, I give back the value that I've gained from these powerful mentors and leaders. So I've been on many podcasts, on televisions and radio, and also I was featured on the top 100 authorities by the Influence magazine. Also was featured on the front cover of the Real Estate Wealth magazine. And why I'm showing you this is because these were all my wins. These are wins that I've created for myself. But let me tell you something. The real win, okay, the real win and the most important win for me is actually your win. Your win is actually the most important win. And why am I saying this? Is because when you share a success story with me, when you tell me that, Amit, you know what, this is what I learned from you, this is how I applied it, and this is what I got the results from. The joy that I get from that is actually the best joy that I've got with, even writing books and speaking on stages and all that. And this is the pure truth that I want you to understand. Okay. So today we're going to talk about a fascinating topic, money. Okay. How many of you are interested in knowing about money? How many of you would actually like that knowledge, like that information, like that data about money? That's what I'm going to dive into. Okay, so here we go. Have you seen that a lot of people struggle with money? Okay, they struggle a lot with money, and you will see that they do work hard. They work really hard. Okay, but they don't have as much as they want. They don't have as much as they want. They have too much month left at the end of the money. Okay, that's what happens. That's what they see happening all the time. So what is wrong? Okay, what is exactly wrong is what we're going to look at today. So why are people working so hard, but they are not getting the result that they want in their life? Okay, so obviously there is something that they are missing. Okay, would you agree to that? There is something that is missing. So there are some major truths about money that you must know. And if you don't understand these basic truths about money, you will see that you will struggle. You will have a lot of difficulty in making the amount of money that you actually deserve. But you will see that money will not show up in your bank account. It's not that you're not working too hard. You're working very, very hard. But these basic truths is what you're missing. Okay. So let's have a look. Today, I'm going to share with you these powerful pieces of information about money and how you can start attracting money towards you. Okay. So let me tell you what it's not, because once you understand what money is not about, how you can start attracting money, then you will start to understand what money is actually about. Okay. Does that make sense? All righty. Awesome. Good. So first of all, let me tell you, it's not about meditation. I'm not going to ask you to sit at one place and meditate about money for the next 2 hours. No, that's not the concept. Okay. It's not about just thinking about it. Okay. I'm not just going to think about money for the next 7 days. That's not what we're talking about. Okay. It's not about your network. And this is one of the biggest myths that people see. Oh, it's all about network. You know, if I know these 500 people that are influential, oh, I'll make a lot of money. And I'm telling you, have a look. There are lots and lots of people that you know even today, but they don't bring you money. Okay, because something really is missing in that component of network. Okay, so it's not just you try to increase your network, and once you have 500 people who are influential that you know, boom, money is going to walk into your bank account. It does not. Okay, so let's look at the next thing. It is not about some woo-woo method. It's like, woo, you know, it will come with some mysterious ways. No. It's a very, very specific way to do it. And if you know how to do it, it will come. It's like very, very straightforward. Now, it is not about giving you financial advice, because I'm not a financial advisor. Let me just clear that off. Okay, I'm not a licensed financial advisor, so I cannot give you any financial advice, but I can teach you principles about money, something that has worked for me, something that has worked for my clients. And I'm sharing these that things that have worked for me and my clients. Okay. Now, it is also not about working really hard in the rat race that people are in. You know, you work Monday to Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday, you kind of have some fun, and boom, Monday morning, people are back at work. Okay, so how do you actually work harder and harder and harder? That's not what I'm going to talk about. Okay, so now that you understand this basic, let us see how is it that you can be in this game of money. How can you actually be in this game of money? And I'm going to take it one level up, how to win at it, how to actually win at this game of money. Okay, how many of you would like to win at the game? Not just play it, but win at it. Yes, exactly. Thank you, RJ. So here we go. So this is what I'll be sharing with you. If you like what you see, okay, what I'm going to share with you, if you like it, if you see the truth in this, then I will share with you a way how you can move to the next level with me for implementation of what I'm sharing with you. Because getting the data is amazing. You will have some major wins in the next 40, 50 minutes. But once you understand how you can apply this information, you are going to be at a totally different level. Okay. So would it be valuable for you to know how to implement what I'm teaching you right now? Like actually putting it in practice. Okay. Because that's what I'm going to teach you at the next level. Now, what is money? What do you think is money? Because you see, a lot of people are after money. They want to make money. They're interested in making money. But when I ask this very, very simple, straightforward question, okay, what is money? I've not seen one single person coming up with a brilliant answer. Okay. And it's not them. I'm telling you, it's not them. It's just the programming that has happened. You just take it for granted that, you know some of these words. But if you are targeting, if your goal is to make money, then I believe it will help if you know what money is, right? Is that true? Good. And let's have a look. Money is a very valuable commodity in this universe. It's a very, very valuable commodity in the universe. Now, some people say it's not. Okay. Some people actually say, no, money is not valuable. Okay, good. Some people say it's not true for them. Okay. Some people say it's not everything. Okay. Now, that is totally fine. What I'm saying is, if that's your viewpoint, I'm totally okay with it. You are free to keep your viewpoint. No problem. Okay, absolutely no problem. But here's the big thing that you need to understand behind that thinking. You look at, can you do more if you have money versus if you don't have money? Okay, if you come from this viewpoint that, oh, you know what, money is not everything, I get it. I totally understand your viewpoint, but you need to keep that open mind and look at it from this viewpoint that if you had money, there are two situations that you have to pick out of. One where you have the money and one where you don't have the money. Where do you think you are in a better position? That's what you really need to look at. Would you have more fun? Would you have more time with your loved ones? Would you be able to help more people? Would you be able to do more charity? Would you be able to really do what you love doing if you had the money versus you didn't have the money? Okay, these are the things that you should look at instead of just closing yourself down and say, hey, you know what, money is not everything. Oh, I'm not after money. Okay, and this is a different viewpoint that I want to develop, because if you have this viewpoint, if you have this as your stable data, that, you know what, money is not important. It's one way of you deterring or pushing money away from you. Okay, and that's a very, very important concept. You think that you're being noble and you're being humble and all that. I say exactly opposite. I say, if you don't make money and if you don't help others, you're actually not helping. Like, think about the people that you can help, not only the people that are paying you because you're going to give amazing value and all that, but also going ahead with that money, how much good can you do in this universe? Right? So I want you to expand that limited horizon for you. Don't have that limitation on you, because that's essentially what you need to start with. You need to fade that idea away that you've been holding on to so long, that, you know what, money is not everything and all that. And you will see people who generally will say that don't have money. Okay, so they have not seen the other side where they had so much money. Even with the limited amount of money, if they are doing so much, think about how good they can do with a lot of money. Okay, just another viewpoint. Again, what I'm sharing with you, it needs to be true for you. So if you do not agree to what I'm sharing with you, I'm perfectly okay with that. I'm just sharing my viewpoint on it. Okay, now here is the reality. One will not be able to live a fulfilled life without money. Okay, one will not be able to live a fulfilled life without money, because the universe that we live in, on this planet Earth, you need money. Okay, that's the rule of the planet. Okay, one will not live to their full potential if they do not create it. Okay, money is actually created. Okay, money is actually created. So what exactly is money and how is it created? Let's look at that. Okay, would you be interested in looking at that? Now that we've cleared some myths and some misconceptions about money, let's look at what exactly money is. Okay, so are there any secrets to making money? Why do some people have it way more than others? Have you seen some people have way more and there is like this total imbalance? Okay, so let's have a look here. I'm going to share with you some of these massive truths about money. And if you continue to be on this journey with me, you will get the secrets of making money. Okay, that's what you're going to get. Secrets of the secrets. Okay, so let's first understand money from a new viewpoint. What is money? Money is an exchange. Money is an exchange. You need to understand that money is an exchange. It's something that is exchanged. Like, you give it out to somebody in exchange of something, or somebody gives you because you are giving them something. It's an exchange. It's a mode of exchange. Now, you receive money for giving something in return to another person. Okay, that's what money is. Okay. Now, if the perceived value of what you give to others is more than the money for them, they cannot wait to pay you. Okay, you look at this sentence really, really carefully, because if you get it, you will understand money at a much higher level already. Okay, if the perceived value, it's actually not even the real value of money. It's not even the real value of the thing. It's a perceived value. And that's why it changes for different people at different times. It's a perceived value. If the perceived value of what you give to others is more than the money for them, then they cannot wait to pay you, because they would want to pay the money to you and get what's valuable to them. Okay, is that making sense? Good. Now, next thing what I'm going to share with you is the actual definition. Okay, and this definition is something that once I created this definition, I couldn't sit in one place. I was so excited. I was standing up, said, oh my God, I'm looking at this definition at my screen at 7 other spots. Like, oh my God, this is great. This is fabulous. Okay, so I'm going to share with you that definition next. So let's have a look. Money is an exchange that you receive for delivering something confidently to others that they consider more valuable. Okay, so every word in this definition means a lot. Okay, every word in this definition you need to look at. So money is an exchange that you receive for delivering something confidently. Okay, now confidently is the key there, to others that they consider more valuable. Okay, so you need to look at the money, like whenever I'm talking about money today and whenever I'm talking about money in the course that I'm going to deliver to you, everything is coming from this context, this definition of money. Okay, so you must know about money. What you must know about money. Money is the manifestation. Okay, money is actually the manifestation. So money is not the first thing that comes. Money is something which is the end result. And this is a big thing for a lot of people to understand. They said, you know what, first let me become rich, then I will start helping. Or first let me, make that much amount of money, and then I will start to feel good. First, let me make that amount of money, and then I will be happy. Okay, have you heard people saying that? Exactly. And the concept of money, the concept of this whole topic that I'm sharing with you is exactly opposite. Okay, you need to have that first in order to create the money. Okay, the money is the manifestation, it's the end result that happens. Okay, so it is an outcome. It is actually an outcome of what you've done and what you've served and how you've helped. It's not the first thing, it is an outcome. So what comes before money? Okay, what is it that you need in order to actually create that money, create that income, get that return, get that exchange going? Okay, there is something that you need to have very, very powerful with you in order to create that money. Any guesses? Do we have chat here, or how are people responding? How would I know what people are saying?
Yeah, we have chat, Amit. I commented, and feel please others.
Okay, I see. Okay, let me see the chat then. Oh, great, I see the chat. Awesome. Yeah, so please put your comment in chat, because I would love to see that. Yes, this is good. Oh, now I opened it. Perfect. Awesome. Thank you, Joe. Great to see you, Joe. All right. Awesome. Yes. Profound wisdom. Love it. Now I see the chat. Thank you. Okay, good. So what comes before money? What do you think comes before money? And this is really important. If you get this, you are literally opening the doors of money. Okay. There are many, many doors to money. This is one of the doors that you will be opening just by understanding this. Okay. So here we go. What comes before money? That's what I'm going to share with you. Recording has stopped it saying. Okay. All right. So what comes before money? Here we go. The truth is quite fascinating. Okay. The truth is quite fascinating. Okay. Cindy, how are you? I see you here on screen. Awesome. All right, good. So what comes before money is actually control. Control. Okay. So the more control you have, the more money you're going to make. The more control you have, the more money you're going to make. Okay. So let's look at that for a second. The more control you have, the more income you are actually going to have. Okay. So control over all areas of life that result in money. Okay, you need to control all areas of your life that actually will result in money. And you don't even have to start with all areas at once. You can start picking and choosing what area you want to work on and start to get income from that area and then move to the next area. Okay, is that making sense? Yes? Perfect, perfect. Let me know in chat if that's making sense to you. Okay, because I'm monitoring the chat now. That's amazing. Thank you, Curtis and RJ, for keeping that available. Yes, good, good. Excellent. And if there is any comments from other channels like YouTube or Facebook or any questions for me, then make sure that you put it in this chat because I'm only monitoring the Zoom chat. Okay. All right, good. So make a list of things of which you have control over. You can make unlimited money. Okay, so you need to make a list of things of which you have control over where you can make unlimited money. So for example, you might say, you know what, Amit, I'm in business. And if I can control how many people sign up for my event that is coming up, then I can control, then I can make more money. If I have people that, if I can control the amount of money that people pay me for my speech, okay, good, I will make more money. If I can, and you put down these things that can absolutely, you can control. Okay, if you would like to gain control on these small little things, and they don't have to be like mega major things. Okay, small little things that you can gain control in order to create money. Okay, is that making sense? And that, if you start to make that, if you just start to make that list, you're going to start creating some wins already. Okay, and don't limit yourself. Don't limit yourself by thinking, oh, what if this is not possible? Oh, I want to plan an event, but what if it rains? No, 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 that's not your consideration right now. Okay, just make a list. Okay, just make a list. Okay, and you will learn how to control it and how money will come in and all that. Right now, you just make the list. Okay, so now there are two basic things that you need to look at. Two very, very basic things that you need to look at. Okay? So the first thing that you need to look at is, what income am I looking for? You need to know what income are you looking for? Like, what is the exact dollar amount that you want to create? Like, let's say this week, this month, because you will see a lot of people say, oh, you know what? Yes, 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 I want to make more money. Okay, but what more money doesn't mean anything. Right? Like if I ask you today, we are at the end of April right now. If I ask you, have you put down the goal for May? What is your goal for the next 30 days? And you will see that 99%, 99, even 99.999% will come up with some random answer, which they have no basis of. And they started thinking about that once I asked them that question, right? Have you seen that? That's how it works, right? People don't do this. And that's why if they are not clear on what income they want to really produce in their life, then of course they're not making that, because you manifest what you really put it out there. So if you're not putting something very, very specific, you're not putting out there, you're not creating it. It's as simple as that. Okay. I want to make 25 from this event. Awesome. Very, very good, RJ. That's awesome. That's a great number to work at. Now, the second thing that you need to look at, what am I willing to do to get it? Okay, what am I willing to do? Because remember that if you're doing things in a certain way right now, you're creating in your life a certain way, certain things, certain situations. Okay, but what are you now willing? You know, you say, you know, to do that, of course, I need to get more clients, or I need to have a great relationship with my business partner. I need to have great relationship with 3 other influencers. I need to have great family relationship. Okay, good. All those things, you say, I'm willing to do more for my family. I'm willing to do more calls to my clients. I'm willing to understand how social media works. Like, you put down all those things which you are willing to do. You're not actually doing them right now. Can you see that? You know, it's not about make a list of 10, 20, 50 things and start doing them one by one. No, no, no. It's just your willingness needs to increase. Your willingness. Okay, if that is to be done, if that's my goal, and if I have to do this for achieving it, boom, I'm willing to do it. Okay. You're monitoring YouTube. Awesome. Awesome, RJ. That's perfect. So now, to start this process, you need to start with, what do you actually want and from whom? Okay, what do you actually want? So the dollar amount that we talked about, And from whom? Like, who is it from your client that you want that particular income, or is it you're going to do some partnerships? What is your plan? What is your strategy that you're thinking about to create that dollar amount that you're talking about? Okay. By the way, is this helping what we've discussed so far in terms of money? Yes. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Curtis. Yes, yes, yes. Awesome. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yes. Good. Because we are just getting started. I'm just getting warmed up right now. Okay, good. So what is it that you're going to struggle and work hard for? Because remember, there is going to be struggle. There is going to be hard work needed. So if you don't know what you're doing this for and what is your ultimate goal, then you're going to fizzle out. That drive that you have is going to fade away. Can you see that? But if that's not the case for you, you have this strong vision, you have this specific goal that you've put out there, and you know whom you're working it for. You might say, you know what, I'm doing this for my daughter. You know, my daughter is doing this, and I need to make that exchange with my daughter to give her the lifestyle. I need to give her the facilities that I need to provide as a dad. I need to give this for my friend who has been so loyal to me for the past 25 years. Like whatever your exchange is, that's what you need to decide right here. Okay. Now, are there people in your life? Are the people in your life in alignment with you? Okay. This is something that you need to start to look at. People in your life, are they in alignment with you? If you're doing it for them, are they in agreement with you for it? Okay, because you might have this big income goal for business and you want to do this, and you're going to sacrifice this. But the people that you're working around, your family, your business partners, your clients, are they really also in agreement, in alignment with that? Okay, and generally when, like even we as entrepreneurs, we get so busy in our own world and we start to look at, oh my God, I need to do this, and I need to work these extra hours and all that. But we forget that there is a surrounding, there is an environment around us that we live in. Right? Is that making sense? If you have any questions, if it doesn't align with you right now, you let me know in the chat. If you have any questions, ask me that, because it's really important for you to understand these concepts. Because these concepts are the concepts that have been pulling you down for so many years. And today we are clearing them off. So there's going to be some dust. Okay. Yes, explain that a little more, please. Yes, perfect. Thank you, Cindy. So here's the explanation. Let's say, for example, a person is making $3,000 a month. Okay, excellent. Now he suddenly attends one of my training and says, oh my God, Amit, I'm so inspired, I'm so motivated, I'm going to make $6,000 starting this month. Okay, perfect. Now to make that income, you are going to do something differently. But if you're going to do something differently, things around you also have to align. Like, let's say, for example, you come home from 9 to 5, and now because you're going to make 6 instead of 3, you're going to put in 2 more hours of your time, which is away from your family, to put it in your business. Okay. Now, is your family aware of that? Is your family in alignment with that? Are they in agreement with that? Do they understand why you're putting in those 2 hours? Are you in communication with them, explaining that, you know what, once I put those 2 hours, this is what's going to happen. This is what I'm predicting that will happen, that it will increase my income. What do you think? As a family, when you decide that, okay, now there is that clear communication, and now the wins that you're going to, because they will support you now. Can you see that? Now they're in agreement. Before that, it was only you that was working and getting stuff done, and you're being efficient and you're being productive and all that, blah, blah, blah. But you don't get the result because people around you are actually not aligned with what you want to do. Okay. It's only my daughter and I. She's in agreement. Awesome. Awesome. Very good. Get that communication going. So it's basically you helping her with your own goals, saying that this is what I want to do. Are you okay with it? Are you alignment? Are you agreed? How can you help me to achieve my goal? Okay, so you not only get her in agreement, now the next level is get her to help you in achieving that, and you do exactly same for her. You say, okay, so month of May, what are your plans? How are you going to produce income? And again, when I say income, I don't just necessarily mean money. Income for, for a school-going child, it might be great grades at school. Okay, good. That's their income, right? So how can I contribute? How can I help to make the income that you want in your life? Okay. I had to convince my wife not to think it will. I had to convince my wife not to think it will never happen for us. Okay. Okay. Awesome, RJ. That's good. I think you're saying that you have an agreement. I need to get communication going. Yes, Curtis. And you will see once you start getting the communication and the alignment going, not just with yourself, because you communicate a lot with yourself and you have these goals and all that, but that agreement around people around you, if that's missing, then it will stop you. It will slow you down. Okay. So that's the concept. So now, how will you doing this help them? Okay, how will you doing this help them is the communication that you need to get going. Okay, not how doing this is going to help me. Of course, it's going to help me. Okay, how is this going to help her? So Cindy, when you're speaking to your daughter, Joe, when you're speaking to your family, Curtis, when you're speaking to your family, if you're putting those more hours in, you're struggling more, you're putting in more hard work, that's good. That's for your benefit. But how is also benefiting them? How is it going to help them in the long run? That's the communication piece. Okay, good. How is it going, by the way? We are almost half an hour into my talk. I have another half an hour to go, right, Curtis? I only see you right now. Good. Okay, so I want to share something more with you, but is this valuable so far? Just a quick checkpoint to give us the life we love and to give more. Yes, indeed. Absolutely. Awesome. Yes. Awesome. Good. So today I have a challenge for you. Okay. Today I have a challenge for you. It is a challenge that if you truly undertake and work at it, it will do magic. It will do magic. Okay. So it will open the gates of income for you. How many of you would like that? Give me in the chat, in the chat, if you would truly like that. It will open the gates of income for you. Yes, I see Curtis saying me here. Okay, so I guess only Curtis is interested. Yes, me, RJ. All right, good. Now I'm getting more yeses and me's. Okay, perfect, excellent. So here we go. Now, the first thing that you do, the first thing that you do is only look for the good. Only look for the good. Okay, and this is a very powerful start to everything that you're doing, like right from this minute. Okay, what you're going to do is start using this challenge, start using this particular challenge that I've given you. You look for the good. Your responsibility is to look for the good. Okay, now there are going to be many objections that will come up in your mind. Okay, is that true for you? When you start to look at something originally bad, like something that you think, oh my God, that's horrible. This person, how can she do this? How can he do this? How can the economy be so bad? How can the government decide this? How can this, like you look at all these things and you think, how can I look at the good in this? This is so bad, right? Is that true for you? So it's not always easy to do what I'm telling you to do. Okay, this is a very high gradient that I'm taking you to. Okay, but if you get it, you are going to major income. Okay, I don't think so. Okay, good. So here you go. And that is the proof that you are on the right track. So when you start to look for the good and these bad things start popping up, this is actually the proof that you are on the right track. Okay, now why is that? Why is that is really fascinating, because that is the role of your mind. That is the role. That is what your mind's supposed to do. Okay, the role of your mind is actually to limit you. Did you know that? That's what your mind is supposed to do. It's always limiting you. So any beliefs that you want to do and you want to help and you want to communicate, your mind will always stop you. Okay, this is fascinating. Like if you really get this information, what I'm sharing with you, yeah, this will be a major win for you. More problem, more money, more problems, biggie smalls. Yes, RJ, I like your comments, RJ. Yes, I'm very good, Cindy. I'm very, very happy that you're aware of that. Okay. So you need to take the first step by start taking a look at the good. You need to start looking at the good. Now, it's not about pretending or faking that everything is rosy and nice. That's not what I'm asking you to do. That's not the challenge. Okay. So from now on, you're not going to say, oh, no, everything is rosy. Everything is nice. Everything is good. That will not work. Okay. Because then you're pretending. You're not really being genuine. Okay. Does that make sense? That pretending will not help. So what you're doing is you're choosing to look at the good in yourself, in others, and things. It's a choice. It's not that you're saying that thing is just good. You know that there is bad in that thing, but you choose to look at the good. Okay, does that make sense? You look at the person and say, oh my God, she did such a horrible thing. But yes, has she done any good thing in the past? Oh, yeah. She has a great family. Okay, good. That's the good thing. Okay, and it is a choice. It is 100% your choice to look at the good. Now, why is application of this not so easy? Why is the application not so easy? Because every time you do that, your challenges of money come into play. Okay, you say, oh, no, I'm in a great financial health, blah, blah. No, but you know what? You still have to pay the bills, the mortgage, the rent. Those things come up, right? So this whole idea of that you started off with now dies down because, again, your mind comes into play. Okay? So in fact, sometimes they are more stronger and they become even stronger. That's the reality. Okay, so let's actually confront the challenges. That's the challenge. You need to really confront these challenges again and again and again. Okay, let's start to look at the reality and start facing what hides from you, because these are the things that hide. It's very, very easy to slip into this idea that, oh my God, that's so horrible. And to blame someone, to blame the economy, to blame the government, to blame the boss. Okay, it's very, very easy to do that. But the challenge really is for you is this first challenge that I gave you. Okay. Now, these are the challenges that will keep money away from you. If you just give up, then you're going to make sure that these challenges will keep on coming all the time. They'll get bigger and bigger and bigger, and this will keep money away from you. Okay. Now, today, here are some of the challenges of making money today. Okay, here are some actual challenges I'm going to share with you. Number one is you don't track where money goes today. Where your money goes, okay, you don't track it by the dollar. Okay. The second thing is you don't have a system to track your money. Okay, so I'm talking about the in and the out. So this is the dollar that came in and this is how it went out. This is where it went out. This is the category that I spend it in. Okay, that system is in there. Okay, is that true for you? Yes, 100 billion%. Okay, and this what I'm teaching you right now, what I'm sharing with you is a part of control. Because if you can control everything that comes in and what you can start to control everything that goes out, you are going to make more money. Okay, this is why we're not making money. Yes, this is absolutely one of the major reason, because once you start to do that, you're going to gain control. And I told you that control is the prerequisite for you to create the money. Okay, is that making sense? Control is a prerequisite. What do I mean by prerequisite? It comes before money. Okay, so if you don't have the initial part, which is the control, you will not make money. Okay, monitoring money is equal to control. Yes, exactly. It's one piece of the control that you need. Okay, the third thing is you don't have money goals that are real to you. You don't have money goals. You might come up with some number, but you don't have any basis of coming up with that number. Like, why that number? Why 3,000? Why 6,000? Why 200? Okay, you just come up with a random number when somebody asks you, hey, what's your goal? Well, you didn't set it up really with some mechanics behind it. Okay, because there is an actual science how you set up goals. Okay? The fourth thing is you're not 100% clear on the action steps that you should take. You kind of have an idea, you sort of can dabble your way there, but you don't have it right set in stone. Okay, that's the fourth challenge. The next challenge is you don't have a strategy to what you say you want to make. So you might say, you know what, my goal is, okay, now that you asked me, Amit, my goal is to do this. Okay, good. But where is that money going to come from? How many clients, how many products you're going to sell? How are you going to sell them? Like all those strategies are not in place. Is that true? Good. Now you don't know about the vehicle that will bring out that money. Okay, you don't know really the vehicle. And you might say, Amit, that vehicle is my business. You think, okay, that's your service. It's a product that you deliver. Okay, and I'm going to ask you again, challenge you to really look at that, because is that really the vehicle that is going to bring in the money? Because there is more to it. There is definitely more to it. Now, number 7, how are you liking these? Give me 6 in the chat if you're liking this. Give me 6 in the chat if you are liking this list. RJ, Cindy, yes, yes, yes. Awesome, awesome. Very, very good. The next thing, you don't have the confidence that you can make it. Hey, Joe, I like that. Good. You don't have the confidence that you can make it. And of course, this confidence comes from the earlier steps, right? If you don't know where the money is, if you don't know what's coming, what's going, if you don't have the plan for it, if you don't have a strategy, then of course, you're not going to have the confidence. Can you see that? Like this is still the basic that I'm sharing with you. Very, very basics. Okay. Now, do you think that if you know all of this, there is value in it? If you know these 7 things, how to do them, not just the kind of thing, the absolute thing, do you think there is value? Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Thank you for taking a picture of mine. Should we smile? Tell me when you're taking a picture next time. I'm going to smile. All righty. Good, good, good. So where do you start? Okay, where should you start? That's the question. So I've shared with you some amazing challenges if you start working at that, but really from a viewpoint of you can just handle them, not kind of deal with them, but totally handle them. Okay, so where can you find answers to all these challenges? Okay, here we go. The Truth About Money course. Okay, the Truth About Money course, how to create wealth and get out of debt. Okay, that's the course that will help you to answer everything that I've posed to you as questions right now. Okay, so what do you get? What do you actually get as a part of the course? Okay, the first thing that you're going to get a lifetime access to 21 modules about money. Okay, 21 modules, and they basically give you the answers to these questions, but way more than that. Okay, what you do get is you get the Truth About Money online course, which has 21 modules that are full of concepts about money that you must know. Because if you don't understand this basic about money, you will see that you will have challenges in making enough. Okay, now without these concepts, you will struggle making money, and it will continue. That struggle will be on and on and on. Like you'll try trial and error methods, you'll try this and this and this, and then you say, oh, this didn't work, so I'm going to try something new now. Okay, has that happened before with you? That you tried 7 different things, didn't work, now you're on the 8th thing. Okay, now the value of this is $3,224. Okay, now what you also get in this course, is you get my $949.99 income formula. Okay, there is an actual formula that you need to use to make money. There is an actual formula, and that formula is $949.99. This is the income formula that you are going to learn in this course. So this is a formula that I have designed with my years of experience in the field of coaching and teaching hundreds and thousands of entrepreneurs how to make money in their business. And I'm going to share that formula with you in this course. Do you think this formula will have value for you? If you have a formula to make income, do you think that will be valuable for you? What do you think? Is that valuable? Give me yes in the chat if that's valuable for you. Thank you, Joe. I like your sunglasses. Yes, it is. It is awesome, awesome, awesome. Very, very good. Very good. Yes. Okay, good. So now the value of that is $1,000. Okay, the value of this formula is $1,000. Now, what you also get is you get a monthly income and expense tracking template. Okay, so this is a done for you kind of a template. The formulas and everything that you need to do the calculations are already inbuilt. Okay, I've already inbuilt these formulas for you. And this template is a done for you template. You just need to plug in your own numbers. And the formulas that I've fed in, the system will calculate all the calculations for you. Okay, are you with me? Do you understand how this works? It's a template. So you don't have to fill the whole thing out. You just plug in your numbers wherever they are needed, and the system will tell you the outcome. It is just amazing. Like once you start using it, it will not happen that you won't use it. Okay. And this will be great. This will be just perfect for you. Okay. So this template is, by the way, of 50. I don't think it's $50. I think it's way more than that. But I've put in the value of $50 for it for now. Okay. But do you see the value in all what I'm offering? Do you see the value of this course? How many of you actually see the value of this course? Give me 5 in the chat if you see the value of this course. The value of this course. Awesome. Awesome. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good. Good. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Curtis. Thank you, Cindy, RJ. Amazing. Amazing. Good. So let me recap everything that you get, because you get much, much more. Okay. Much, much more. So let me give you the list. Okay. Here's the list. Number one thing that you're going to get is you're going to get the most startling truth about money that keeps money away. Okay. And this truth, the value of this truth is $376. Okay. You're also going to get a specific money confidence booster module. Okay. This particular module is designed to actually boost your confidence about money. Okay. Here's the list. Number one. Okay. The next thing is you're going to get the 4 biggest myths about money. There are myths about money that you should totally get rid of. And that's what it will show you in this. Okay. Yes. So Curtis, you're sharing the wrong link. Can you share the link that is on the screen? Okay. Also, what you're going to get is you're going to get the setup money goals in a way that you cannot lose. How would you like that? Set up the money goals, and this will be the way that you set up goals that you just cannot lose. You will have to win. You have to win if you set it up this way. Okay. The value of that is $200. Okay. Discover 7 major financial priority action steps. There are 7 steps that you need to take in order to position yourself in a very good financial position. Okay. The value of this is $577. The next thing that I'm going to share with you has it has more value than you can put on it. That I can tell you for sure, which is the 949.99 income formula. There is this actual formula that I'm going to teach you in this course. Okay. And the formula itself is valued at $1,000, just the formula. Okay. Now, there is also a bonus where I'm going to share with you this tracking template. It's an income and expense tracking template that you're going to get. The value of that is $50. It's actually way more, but let's go with $50 for now. Also, there is a bonus module that I've created where you will know about a vehicle to make money and how you can actually get into this vehicle. Okay, so not just kind of look at this and see if it's good. No, you actually can get into this vehicle. Okay, I'm going to share that with you. The value of that is $477. Okay. So the total value is $3,224, but I am not going to charge you that amount. Is that okay for you? Is that okay if I don't charge you $3,224? How many of you are okay with this? Give me okay in the chat if you are okay with not paying that price. Yes, Cindy is okay with not paying that price. She wants a discount. Very good. Joe with his amazing glasses. Very good. Love that. Okay, good. So lots of people want some amazing pricing. Good. So the regular price is $497 for this, and that's US price, $497, because this is an international course. But today, I'm not even going to charge you $497. I'm going to give you a further discount on it. Okay, how many of you would like a further discount on that? Like, don't even want to pay that $497. I want it lower than that. Anyone here? Or would you just like to pay $497? If that's the case, that's fine too. Yeah, Joe doesn't want to pay $497. All right, good. So tell me if you want a further discount. Give me yes in the chat if you want a further discount. Yeah, oh, now I see the happy face. Okay, now that's nice. That is definitely nice. Okay, good. Further discount. Okay. Yes, is that the best I can do? Yes, exactly. You definitely want better than that. Good. So here's what I'm going to do for you. For people that have said yes. Okay, so you need to say yes to get the further discount, by the way. Okay, you definitely need to say, if I don't see a yes in this chat, then that means you're not interested in reducing the price. Okay, so let me see more yeses. Yeses. Good. Okay, good. So here's the discount for you. What you will do is you will get this. If you get this today, you're going to get this for only $197. Okay, only for $197. That's the price. Okay, and this is just an unbelievable price. The regular price, the reason why this is so offered at this $197 is because we are in the pre-launch phase. Okay, this course is going to be much higher than what I'm offering right now, but because we are in the pre-launch phase, I'm giving you this for $197. Okay, now one more thing I want to tell you: if you want to get this on an installment basis, okay, how many of you cannot pay the full amount and would like it in installments? Anyone here? You want to spread out the payments and you want to make some arrangements, some alternative arrangements. Yes. Okay, good. So some of you, not all of you. Yes. So what I can do for you, and this is just something that I came up with this morning, actually. Okay. What I came up with is you can pay for this course in installments. Okay, and the installments, once you go to the link, you will see the crazy offer I have for you. It will be where you can pay me in installments. Okay, and it will be spread out over a period of, you'll pay a little bit more because you're paying an installment. But it will be less than, I think it comes to less than $2 a day or something, which is a ridiculous price. Okay, that's a ridiculous price. So here's the thing you should know. Okay. Can you post the link on YouTube? Yes. So is that for Curtis? I guess it is for Curtis. Okay. So here's what it is. You can buy this for $197 today and get this amazing value. If you want to pay in installments, you go to the same link and you select the installment option. And it is around $59 a month that you pay for 4 months. Okay. So $59 is actually less than even $2 a day. Okay, less than $2 a day, which is unbelievable. Now, 2 things you should know. One is, if you are looking to make more money, if you want to enhance, if you want to expand, then definitely this course will help you. Now, if you don't have the money, then here's the recommendation for you. You need it more than anyone else, because this course is actually going to teach you how to make income. So if you don't have the money, if you don't have the income right now that you want, this course will actually teach you how to create the income. It's like saying, oh, you know what, I'm going to clean my house first. And once my house is clean, then I'm going to hire a cleaning lady. It just doesn't work. You say, you know what, I want to hire somebody that cleans the weed, but once weeds out of my lawn, but you know what, once I take out all the weeds from my lawn, then I'm going to hire someone. Can you see that? Can you see how unbelievable that is? So if you don't have the money, you need this more. And if you want to enhance, if you want to expand your business, then go for it right now, because this course will never be offered at a lower price than this. That's my guarantee. That's my guarantee. Okay. And it is on record. It's being recorded right now. So you know that this is 100% true. Okay. So again, thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to amazing people here on the call today. I see RJ, Curtis, you're here, Joe is here, Cindy is here, and there are other amazing people here too, which I don't see their names right now. But if you are here right now, I thank you for coming to this particular event. And just look at this. Like, if you don't have these basic truths about money, you're going to struggle. This is a one-time thing that you're going to join me. And once you understand this course, because you have lifetime access, you can listen to this again and again and again, how many ever times you want it, and get to the next level. Okay. So make sure that you use that link right now, yourprofoundsolutions.com/truth-about-money-course. Okay. So Truth About Money course is the link. Okay. So you need to go to that link right now and sign up. Make sure that you do sign up, because this price is just the craziest price that I've ever offered for this course. Okay. So thank you so much for attending, RJ and Curtis. I am so happy and excited for the success that you've created through this event already. Okay.
Thank you very much, Emmett.
I mean, you are just amazingly applying whatever I'm sharing with you, whatever I'm teaching you, and applying your expertise into it. Yeah. Right? Because it's not just about a person being amazing at their own thing, right? They need to look at it from a business viewpoint. How can I really make it a business? How can I reach more people? How can I attract more people? How can I help more people? And you are doing this. So Curtis and RJ, I have amazing respect. I really am very proud of you. I'm very proud to be your coach and helping and mentoring you. And I wish you continued success. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Cindy and Joe, thank you so much for having your cameras on and contributing and putting your emoticons and being engaged with the chat. I'm looking forward to having both of you in the course, and anybody who's on the chat right now, get back to me, and you will see that we'll have some fun together very soon.
Yeah, the link's in the chat, guys. You need to
okay, awesome. Thank you, Curtis. Perfect. Yes, that's the link. Perfect.
I think RJ got kicked out again, so.
Oh, I see.
I don't know what happened. All right, Emmett.
Thank you, Curtis. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Cindy.
All right, cool.
Yeah, it was great to see you, Emmett. I haven't seen your happy face in a long time.
Yes, me too. I'm happy to see you too, Joe.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, next guest will be Dr. Stacy Cooper here. I'm not sure if RJ is going to make it back in, but we do have Beacons of Leadership podcast coming up in May. We'll do an episode every day during May, and then we'll launch it in June. So hope you guys go and check that out. RJ's back. We've already talked to her shortly here. And I see Dr. Stacy's up soon, and she's on. Thank you, Dr. Stacy. And I got your questions ready to ask for our interview. Okay, RJ, do you have anything to say for our next guest coming up?
First of all, thank you to Amit. I'm sorry, I must apologize to everybody. I thought I've taken care of my tech issues. I've had my computer repaired, but still, I guess these broadcasts are just too much for my computer. I've crashed 3 times today, but we've kept this going. We've kept this broadcast out there. Amit, thank you for being patient. Thank you for putting on this presentation today and this tremendous offer that you've put together. We've posted out the links out there. We've got some interest in the program. We're doing some amazing work today, and everybody's just excited to be here and to be a part of it. So thank you for, again, coming out. I know you can't stay with us the rest of the day, but thank you for coming out and being part of it. And again, thank you for putting us here.
You're very welcome. It's well deserved. It's definitely you both, Curtis and RJ, you deserve to be here because you're serving a lot of people and helping a lot of people out.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great to see you. Dr. Stacy, great to see you. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And so Amit also is offering something for our VIPs as well. So again, if you can't get involved in that program right now, if you just can't afford that $197, which is a great value, that's US dollars, by the way. If you can't afford that right now, or even that payment plan of $59, that's $77 to become a VIP will get you access to all of the amazing bonuses, including a consultation that Amit is going to offer to people. So again, we're having some amazing offers today. That's just one part of it. the $197 for a MITS program is truly invaluable.
Yeah, they usually go for 500. Usually 497. Usually for
Yeah,
that.
497,
Yeah.
697, 797, 997. We have both paid these prices for his programs. So
They always go up, so make sure you get in early.
that's right. I'm sure this is a limited time offer, as is all his offers. Our next guest, when I thought of body, mind, and soul, she fit well into the category. And she is our resident expert for healthy living, healthy eating. She is our go-to person, and I could have no one else but her to join us. Did you already read her bio, Curtis?
Not yet. We were just getting into that right now.
Tell us
Wait
a
for you to
little
get
bit
back.
more about Stacey Cooper.
Dr. Stacey Cooper is a holistic wellness authority, an inspirational speaker, educator, founder of Lifestyle Balance Solutions, and her clinical practice spans over 26 years. She's also a chiropractor, which I love chiropractor stuff. I do it all the time. I never done anything with her, but I do like it. So Dr. Stacey's newest release, Heal Your Health Naturally, which is endorsed by Bob Proctor from the hit movie The Secret, and Jack Canfield, co-creator of The Chicken Soup for the Soul. There's her book. Awesome. Who else has it? I know I have her book and her cookbook. They're great. You should get it. As a speaker, Dr. Stacey inspires audience by sharing her story, her discoveries, and the strategies that continue to help her optimize her health and well-being. Dr. Stacey's mission is to eliminate diabetic epidemic globally and to help enable you to enjoy your years with enhanced vitality and better body function. All right, Dr. Stacey, you ready to come on?
Absolutely, always ready. Thank you so much
Awesome.
for the introduction and for sharing this platform that is so valuable to your entire audience. Nourishing your mind, body, and spirit, improving all areas of health and wealth and life is essential to living a life that you love.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today and being part of this. I know you've got an exciting presentation. In fact, I think Curtis is going to do an interactive session with you. So I hand it over to you two for the next, pretty much for the next hour.
Thank you, RJ.
Great. Do you want to just go right into the questions, Dr. Stacey?
Absolutely.
Okay. Can you share with our listeners a little about yourself and your business?
I would love to.
Awesome.
Giving some background just enables others to connect and understand the experience that I've gone through and why it is that I do what I do right now. So I am a fourth generation doctor of chiropractic. My great-grandfather did start the practice in 1912. So it's been over 110 years that we've been practicing in Brantford, locally here in Ontario, Canada. That's where I'm based out of. And I've been in clinical practice for over 26 years now. And it just brings me so much joy to be able to share with others how they can remove interference to their nervous system, because the brain and spinal cord is the computer of the body. And when it's not functioning well, then nothing gets the information that it needs to. And then you get signs and symptoms and dysfunction of disease processes. So it's really essential to keep your body functioning well.
Yeah, fantastic. All right. Do you recall a specific aha moment that led to the launch of your business that you're currently doing with the books and everything?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is a part of my story where, you know, even as an educated healthcare professional, even I didn't have the tools to avoid the health crisis that I experienced. Just one moment, please.
Yeah. Just muted.
For a second.
There you go.
People in the house.
Yep. Get it.
They've been forewarned.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
Carry on.
So when I was just 33 years old, it was a time in my life where I was living a life for everyone else. And I know that many of your audience, listeners and viewers can relate to this scenario, because we're people of service. We want to do for friends, for family. We want to help. We want to contribute. And what happens is oftentimes the self-care isn't there. Putting you at the top of your priority list isn't a thing. And so you end up doing for everyone else. That's what I did, because I had 3 young children, a brand new baby. The girls were 2 and 4 years old. My dad was ill and wasn't able to practice anymore in the office. And so I was running the practice, had a locum come in to look after our patients for my 8-week maternity leave, not a year, but 8 weeks,
Wow.
because you got to get back to work. My dad was ill in Hamilton, so that was an hour away from home every time that I would go to see him. He ended up passing away in the hospital. The baby was just 10 weeks old at the time. We were also moving, and our moving day was the weekend that my dad passed.
Oh my
And there were no arrangements made, even though he had had a chronic condition for about 4 years. There was no thought to, what if? And, that's another thing that I would recommend for anybody these days, making preparations for the inevitable, which happens to everyone at some point, is such a gift that you can give to your family for peace of mind. Because in times of that stress and crisis, to make all those decisions, no matter how wonderful the directors are at the funeral home, it still is a terrible time to try to make those decisions. So plan ahead and give that gift to your family. Anyway, so at that time, there were no plans made. So my 2 brothers and my mom, they never once thought that dad wasn't coming home. They assumed that he was on the mend, he was stabilizing, and they were always looking to the positive, which is fantastic. However, that's not how it turned out, which was devastating to them. So here we are in the midst of moving, 3 children, brand new baby, death of my dad, and then having to make all the arrangements.
Yeah.
There was a lot on my plate. And the stress and the weight of the world was all on me because I wasn't taking care of me. I was stretched so thin and so far and so wide that there was nothing left for me in my life. And that is when I came to the realization, the importance of self-care. But it wasn't until I suffered a heart attack at the age of 33 due to all the stress that I was under.
Yeah.
And stress is the biggest culprit in regards to our health and well-being. Stress comes in many different forms and shows up in many different aspects of life. And there's good stress and bad stress. Mm-hmm. Good stress is exercise, using your body. That stresses the bones, which makes them stronger. But when the stress is excessive and in a negative direction, then this is when your body deteriorates, it depletes, it has nothing left in the reserves. And if you don't listen to the tap on the shoulder, you'll get the 2x4 whack over the head. And that's what I got. So that is what has led me to come to where I am today, because I was given a second chance and to come to that understanding. And, I was given that opportunity. And even as an educated healthcare professional, I didn't have the tools to avoid it, but now I do. And it's my mission to share it with the world.
That's fantastic. Well, I'm glad you're still here. I love what you do. So what makes you motivated to jump out of the bed in the morning? Can you explain that to our listeners?
Absolutely. Life is for living. And every day is a gift. It is called the present, being in the moment of each day, not worrying about the past and what has been. You can't change that. You can learn from that experience and move forward. But worrying about the future is completely wasted energy because it's things that haven't even shown up yet. So being in the present, the gift that it is, and showing up every single day, because you don't know if the next one is really, truly coming. We never know when our number is up, as they say. And so living that to the best of your ability with the most joy, pleasure, love, excitement, if that's what you crave, but with warmth in your heart, joy in your spirit, and a bounce in your step. And having great health only enables you to enjoy it to a greater degree, to greater depths, and with your family. As your family grows, with your kids, your grandkids. Without your health, you really don't have anything. And if you're in a mission here as a community to build a business, to leave a legacy, to create whatever it is your vision for your life, without your health, you can't do any of that.
For sure. Cool. And what is your mission as your new thing you're doing?
As you mentioned in my bio, my mission is to eliminate the diabetic epidemic globally, simply because the as you see in today's day and age, this is the first generation of children who will not outlive their parents. And to me, this is completely criminal. And it's due to the diabetic epidemic.
Yeah.
When you look around and just notice the ability or lack of ability in regards to endurance, physical stamina, mobility, right? Just joint function of the body, and participating in life rather than just sitting through life. You know, that these devices, they've taken over so much and actually deplete not only physical activity,
Yep.
but mental acuity, you know, cognitive thinking. All these things are so connected and vital for healthy living, and it's all being drained away. So my mission is to eliminate the diabetic epidemic by helping people understand what your body does with what you give it. Because the media is great. The advertisers are fantastic at selling you stuff that isn't good for you. It has nothing to do with your health or well-being, even though they might say so, but it has nothing to do with that. And that just leads to your body doing the best that it can with what's being provided. But when you're putting diesel fuel in a gasoline engine, I love that analogy because people can really relate to that. You know the engine's not going to work well, certainly not for very long, and it will eventually blow up.
Yep.
Well, that's what you can see happening with our bodies physically. When you're not putting the right fuel in the body, it does the best that it can because your body wants to survive. That's the whole goal, is survival of the being, right? And it does the best that it can. But if you're putting that diesel fuel in a gas engine, it does the best that it can with what's being provided.
Sure.
But that's when signs and symptoms of disease start to show up, dysfunction. And then you get cues that start to show up in your life in regards to your body not functioning well. And then that leads you down the road to increased medical costs, visits to the medical doctor. Yeah. Then there's more increased testing and procedures and all of these things, which have exorbitant amounts of money attached to it. Yeah. And then there's medications and then surgeries and procedures, and it never seems to end. But when you take care of your health and fuel your body well, change the environment that you're providing for your system, you can prevent all of that and no longer be a burden, not only on the healthcare system, but no longer be a burden in your own life, because your vitality will be improved. You will have optimal function. You can reverse all of those disease processes, which so many people don't even know that that's possible. Mm-hmm. And I'll talk about that a little bit later.
Perfect. That's very good. I like your mission. Get more out there. So what are some of the health myths that you would just like to dispel today for our listeners and viewers? So what's some of the myths? Yeah.
There are so many. The list is so long, but the first one I want to dive into is like getting healthy is hard. Mindset is such a huge component of your outcomes. Whatever you think to be true, you will make true. If you think getting healthy is going to be hard, it will be, because you already decided and you chose to make it hard.
That's right.
But when you have come to a position in your life through a situation or a diagnosis or someone else who's gone through a health crisis, and you know that you don't want to go down that path, you know that it's your time to take charge, that you want to reverse things before they get too far out of line, mm-hmm. and you make that commitment and you make that decision. As soon as you decide and you have that desire within you, that's what then motivates you forward. So when you have that energy, that desire within, that now changes the thoughts that you will have, because now you're coming from a different perspective. You are now choosing to make a change. Yeah. You have a desire to make a new path because you don't want to go down the same road. You've already had some warning signs. You know that it's time, that if you don't change now, it's going to be much harder to change later and reel it back in. So having made that decision is a key component to moving forward, because now with that desire, Now you're going to seek out new information. You're going to be committed to having, first of all, different thoughts about where you are in your life, about the changes that you want to make, about the outcomes that you want to see. That will already start to percolate and come forward. Mm-hmm. With those different thoughts leads to different actions. Because now you're committed. There's a difference between just being interested and kind of kicking the tires and just poking around and thinking, oh, this might be a good idea. That's interested. But being committed is digging in, deciding, knowing that you're on a particular path, choosing what the goals are that you want to create in your life, and then setting targets. And this is what I help all of my clients and patients do, is set targets which are attainable, they are measurable, and they're attainable. I said that already, but that's one of the key things, because goals, you want a great big goal. You want to strive towards something that really burns inside you that you desire to have. But on the same point, a great big goal can sometimes be daunting or overwhelming, or could stop you in your tracks because you think, sure, I'd love to, but there's no way that I can do that.
That's right. Yeah.
But setting targets is how every single day you can make progress every day, closer and closer and closer towards your great big goal. Yeah. And that's the difference. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Truly. And accountability is another key component to that, because you'll quit on yourself faster than you will anybody else. But when someone else is holding your hand and working you through the process and supporting you as you move through, mm-hmm. then you won't quit on them, because you made a commitment. You said the thing out loud that you want to achieve. Yeah. You shared it with somebody else. So not only is it out in the universe, but you said it with somebody else, your accountability partner. Mm-hmm. And you know they're going to check in on you to see how you made out over the course of the week or the day or whatever timeline you agreed upon with your accountability partner. Yeah. And that's why accountability is so successful in achieving any goal, because you will come up with a list as long as your arm as to why not to do the thing that you wanted to do for you if it was only left up to you. Yeah. If you wanted to start walking for 10 minutes a day and, oh, it's too cold. Oh, it's too wet. Oh, it's too sunny. Oh, it's too bright. Oh, it's too late. Oh, I don't have enough time. Like the list will just expand. Yeah, sure. Exactly. And so when you have that accountability partner, now you're committed. Yeah. So again, are you just interested or committed? Having those new thoughts because of the goal you want that you have decided and you want to achieve, having those new thoughts leads to new actions, leads to deeper commitment to the path that you're on. And that is when you will have different results. That is when change will start to happen. But you need all of those factors in a row, in place, in order to get from the idea and the desire to achieving the results that you really want. Yeah. So you can't skip a step. You can't just go from one to the end, because it doesn't work that way. Without the emotion and the desire burning within you, if you're not tied to the outcome, if you don't envision it and see it and really know that that's something that you're committed to, it will never come to fruition, because it's just a fleeting thought that just evaporates in an instant.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's one of the myths, that getting healthy is hard. If you think it's hard, it will be hard. Yeah, change the thought process and you change everything.
Cool. So what are some of the, sometimes people talk about desserts, sugar, and salt and stuff. How does that get with some people's diet? Some of the insights do you have about that?
Absolutely. It's just hilarious to me. The words that we use are really important. And it's funny, in our North American culture, dessert is always a thing, right? Yeah. Parties, and every celebration is around food. Now you can change what you're putting in your body, but when we talk about treats, right? Oh, I'm going to treat myself. Let's break that down a little bit, because normally for the majority of people that I come in contact with who seek my help, when we talk about treats, it's that chocolate chip cookie, it's that decadent sundae, it's that cake and whipped cream and all of this kind of stuff. Yet, none of that is treating your body well. Nope. None of that is good for you. None of that will help you achieve your health goals if you're making a change and wanting different outcomes.
For sure.
And so as people start to go down the path of understanding how their body functions on the inside and changing the environment that they're providing for their body, and, you know, they may implement these steps and strategies over the course of a week, a month, whatever. And then they decide, you know, I've really enjoyed doing what I'm doing. My body's functioning so much better. I feel so much cleaner. All of my systems are improving in their functions, elimination system, digestive system, my sleep, joint pain, all of these things can be affected with how you feel your body. And then they say, you know, I'm going to go and have that favorite thing, that treat.
Yeah.
And I let them know your body is adapting 24/7, 365 to the environment you provide. What that also means is when you make change to what you're providing for your body, it adapts to that too. So as you begin to fuel your body with things that are not refined, that aren't processed, that aren't spiked so high in sugar and salt and all those chemicals and preservatives, when you start to eliminate that garbage, but then you go back and you treat yourself with a sundae or whatever, first of all, it won't taste as good because your taste buds have already adapted to what you've been providing and you're enjoying that so much better. It's natural whole food. So first of all, it won't taste as good. You won't get that satisfaction, that dopamine hit and those neurochemical transmitters in your brain. You won't get that spike either because you've changed your brain chemistry, because you've changed how you've been fueling your entire body. So everything is connected. And also, your body won't like it. You will not feel as well. Your guts will actually reject it. And you will not have the satisfaction that you initially did prior to changing the environment you were providing for your system.
That's right.
It's remarkable. And it's such another underlying positive factor to keep you on track to what you are doing with your new environment. Because now the understanding of how the body functions on the inside and knowing that putting the garbage in leads to garbage out, leads to dysfunction, leads to, you know, just rotten guts. And it's a backward step. And then that just cements even more the idea of, yeah, you know what? That isn't a treat. I'm not doing myself any favors. My body's actually rejecting it. And I'm not going to do it anymore. Because what I'm doing now, I know that my body appreciates. It feels so much better and I enjoy it better. And you do get that loveliness. Yeah.
Perfect. Yes. It's funny to say that. I remember one time we're at a seminar and it had chocolate cakes. Like, hey, this is excellent. And it's not real chocolate cake. And then I bought your book and I made that several times on my own. It's super easy recipe. Love it. It's delicious. It tastes better than regular cake now. It's like, huh? You have regular cake. It's like, ugh, in this, it's like garbage. What's taste like anyway? Because the other cake's so good and you know it's good for you. And it's amazing that it's like after you feel like energetic, you feel like, ooh, I feel good inside, right? So your diet is definitely key to your body's health. Because if you don't have the energy, you get sluggish and all that sort of negative aspects of that food they're eating, right?
Absolutely. The fuel you put in determines how everything runs.
Absolutely. One other thing is, what do you think about a sandwich for lunch is not a good idea? Why would you say that?
Okay, so I had an amazing experience. I am a chiropractor, but as regulated healthcare professionals, we do have to maintain continuing education and all this sort of thing. So I decided to take my training into a more of a holistic nutrition aspect. And as chiropractors, we have tremendous education in nutrition because we deal with all body functions and we are primary healthcare professionals. And that is a tremendous difference in regards to how medical doctors are trained because they don't receive only 8 hours of nutritional education.
Oh, wow.
So as I was in my program studying holistic nutrition, and of course, in the classroom, there was a number of participants, and there was another woman present who is a type 2 diabetic. And she had been through the medical system. She had been through the dietitian at the hospital. She had been through the process, and she was learning more about her body and how to fuel it better and how to manage her diabetes with this holistic nutritionist that we were working with. And she said, when I do what they tell me at the hospital and with the dietitian, they tell me to have a sandwich for lunch.
Wow.
She said, when I do what you, the holistic nutritionist, tell me, I feel so much better.
Oh, that's
My
awesome.
blood sugar levels are managed. My body functions better. I'm not crashing. I'm not spiking. And when you have an even keel with blood sugar levels, now your pancreas is functioning the way that it's supposed to. Your insulin levels are stabilized. You're not running into insulin resistance and the wheat belly, like they call it, Dr. William Davis of the Wheat Belly book, and all of those inflammatory connections. The point being, people don't understand that highly processed, packaged, and manufactured food. Yeah, bread is manufactured. It's not what it used to be. It's highly processed and it's a pulverized starch. And wheat flour spikes blood sugar levels higher and faster than white table sugar.
Oh, wow.
Exactly, right? Oh, wow. When I just give that one statistic alone, it blows people's minds because it's something, you think, oh, diabetes, sugar, white sugar, that's it.
That's what we're trained to hear, right?
Exactly. And so the glycemic index of wheat is 72. And the glycemic index of white table sugar is only 51.
That's not too
It's
much.
unbelievable. So here, having a sandwich for lunch, because wheat is highly pulverized and processed, it's highly refined. You know that when you go through the drive-thru and have that muffin and coffee, you can take a bite and a swig of coffee and it practically dissolves itself in your mouth and you just swallow it. You hardly have to chew it because there's no fiber, there's no texture to it or anything. And the same thing happens as it gets into your system, as it goes into your stomach and the digestive enzymes break down what's left. There's hardly anything to break down. So it immediately floods your bloodstream because wheat instantly converts to glucose, which is sugar. And it's the glucose flood into the bloodstream that spikes the blood sugar levels and leads to insulin resistance and then pancreatic failure and diabetes and all of that, not to mention the inflammation that it creates too, and all the other digestive issues that are tied to wheat too. But that's a whole nother topic.
That's the whole thing. Yeah, it's a whole another day of talking about that for sure.
Exactly. And so when you have a sandwich for lunch, it's not a good thing. When you switch over to whole foods, unprocessed, natural, easy, and I've got a ton of recipes that you can utilize to swap out your sandwiches and fuel your body better. Now you're maintaining blood sugar levels at an even keel. And another example is, drinking processed, it's manufactured, it's concentrated. So now they've removed all the pulp, all the fiber, and basically it's just sugar water. So again, you drink that and it floods your bloodstream. You're
colored sugar water,
right. You're much better off to eat the orange. Eat the orange itself. Eat the apple, because you take a bite of the apple, you have to chew it. It takes time for it to get into your stomach. The whole apple doesn't get into your stomach instantly. You have to bite it. Then as you digest the apple, and again, those digestive enzymes whittle away at those big chunks to break it down into its simplest building blocks. The fiber, everything that's connected with the apple slows down that digestive process. So now it's a much slower release into the bloodstream. This is how you manage blood sugar levels. Whole natural foods with the fiber and all of that contains the healthy nutrients, vitamins, minerals. All of the benefits are there too. Keeps it intact and protects your body. And that's how our bodies were designed, to eat foods of the earth.
Yep, for sure. Let's go to the next question here. I know that you talk about diets in your podcast. Diets don't work in your podcast. It's on Apple as well as Google, right? Can you explain to the audience why diets don't work? Like, why do people start diets? They don't go very long. And some other information about why diets don't work.
For sure.
Awesome.
This is another myth I love to bust, because everybody thinks getting healthy is about dieting. And it's not. So diets, first of all, you have a mechanism in your brain called the reward cascade. So let's start with the diet. Here, it's very regimented. You have to cut out all your favorites and give up all the treats, right?
Yeah.
So that's strike number 2. Number 3 is the reward cascade in the brain. So let's just say that, it's a greens diet. So you're eating the stupid salads all week. You're bored out of your mind. You've given up all of the things that you really think that you love for
You
your
probably
body.
feel like a rabbit, maybe.
Exactly, eating rabbit food and bird
Yeah.
seed. And you get to the end of the week and you think, you know what? I sacrificed everything. That's the first problem. Secondly, I worked really hard. That's the second problem.
Yeah.
Third, I deserve a reward. The reward cascade is hardwired. It is a primitive mechanism. As we were hunters and gatherers, you would not be rewarded for seeking out iceberg lettuce because there was very little nutritional return on that.
Mhm.
You were rewarded for plump berries, things of great nutritional value, things that gave you sustenance for your body, that enabled you to survive. This is a survival instinct, a survival mechanism, and it's hardwired. So you can't not participate in it.
Right.
And so when you sacrifice all that through the week, you get to the weekend and you deserve a reward. So your brain tells you. That's when you binge and splurge. That's when you fall off the rails. That's when you have the cheat day. The cheat day is built right into the diet.
Yeah.
It sabotages everything that you're trying to do.
Yeah.
And
For sure.
so then you have to start again on Monday, right?
Yeah, I've seen diets like that. Yeah, it's like, what the hell are you doing? They keep up, maintain it all the time, right? It's better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so diets don't work. And that's the name of my podcast. I do multiple episodes per week. So be sure to check that out. Just search it.
Okay.
You'll find it. Diets Don't Work. Look for Dr. Stacy Cooper. And
Yep.
there's lots of healthy living tips I give there. The other thing I want to share about, go ahead.
Other than Apple and Google, do you have like Spotify and whatnot
Yes.
as well? Okay.
Yep,
So on all the
Spotify.
platforms. Perfect.
Yes. Yep. A YouTube channel, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram.
Nice.
Yep. It's
All right.
all
Diets
over the
don't work.
place.
Perfect. Thank you. Let's carry on.
And the other thing with diets is the scale. The
Yeah.
scale doesn't work. It's unbelievable. The weight of a person does not determine the health of the body. You
True.
can see really fit and trim looking people, but their body's not functioning well at all.
Mm-hmm. It's like
So-
a skinny fat person.
Right.
Yeah, they look skinny, but yet they have a cardiovascular problem or some other what do they call it? Cholesterol issues sometimes. And you don't even
Absolutely.
know. Yeah,
Exactly.
perfect.
And stepping on the scale when you're doing this diet, the scale sabotages everything. So listen to this. You eat the stupid salads all week. You do your weigh in at the end of the week. And oh my goodness, you're jumping for joy because a pound or 2 came off the number that showed on the scale.
Yeah.
Guess what? You worked really hard. You stuck to the regime. You gave up all your favorites and the number went down and you deserve a reward. So there you go and treat yourself and sabotage everything that you were doing.
Yeah.
Let's go the other way because it works in both directions. You stuck to the diet. You worked really hard. You know that you were committed to it.
Yeah.
But your body gets smart. Remember how before I said your body adapts to the environment you provide? When you're not providing great nutrition for your body, it then understands it has no idea when the next meal is coming. And it starts to hold on to every single thing that you give it.
It's like
and
you're
now-
starving. Yeah.
Exactly. And now you get to the point where your body is holding on to everything. Your metabolism is going this way instead. And even though you were regimented, you were committed, and you did everything that you did prior to, the number certainly didn't go down. It may not even have stayed the same. You may have actually gained some weight over the course of the week.
Yeah.
And now you think, why am I even bothering? This is stupid. I give up, I quit. And then you go and treat yourself in your misery because of the reward cascade in the brain. And Linda says there's definitely a better way. Make it a lifestyle and don't place limits that sap your excitement. Exactly,
Awesome.
Linda. And that's why I teach diets don't work. And it is a lifestyle change. And I share with people how to fuel their body better naturally for better body function, to improve metabolism, reduce brain fog, improve joint function, reduce pain and inflammation in the body, and so many other things.
Fantastic. All right. You also created a Healthy Fuels cookbook, which we mentioned earlier. You want to show that? And we talked about the cake. What other recipes do you like in the book that maybe people would like to hear about?
Oh, there are so many tremendous recipes, and I will tell you, here's the best ever chocolate cake.
Yes.
Every
delicious.
recipe has
Yep.
a picture with it, full color
Awesome.
as well.
Yep.
So there's smoothies, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and dessert. And it's kid tested and family approved. So we are a family of 6. And if it doesn't work in my
I believe your son was able to make that cake where at the seminar one time. He ran home, make it, came back for the next day. It's
He
funny.
certainly did. We
Yeah.
had made 6 batches of the cake and ran out. And
Yeah,
so
it was that good, yeah.
Derek,
Mhm.
he's 21. He ran home. Derek and Lindsay were our 2 oldest kids. They were home, made 3 more batches of cake. Derek ran it back to Toronto, where Kayla and Jake and Dean and I were for the seminar, and
Yeah.
rushed in 3 more orders of cake for the next
Wow.
day.
That's awesome.
But it only takes 7 minutes to make.
Yeah.
It takes half an hour to bake, 7 minutes to make. It's incredible. So if it
Perfect.
doesn't work in my household, it doesn't end up in the cookbook. So all my kids can make all the recipes, and they enjoy eating them too. So
Perfect.
the cake is something, a hit that I take everywhere because it's diabetic friendly.
Yep.
It is a complete protein because it's made with a secret ingredient that I won't
Yes.
tell you right now. We'll leave you guessing.
It's in the cookbook.
It's in the cookbook,
Right. That's awesome.
which contains all essential 9 amino acids, which are
Perfect.
important for protein source for your body.
Mhm.
And it is amazing and delicious. And as I said, diabetic friendly as well, because we use complex fuels, which takes time to break down in your
Yep.
digestive system, which ease into how your body functions and without spiking blood sugar levels. But one of my favorites is the quinoa sweet potato casserole.
Yep.
There's chilies, there's lasagna. Oh my goodness,
Perfect.
lasagna. You can have a complete wheat-free Italian dinner, delicious, easy, and cheesy without
cheesy.
wheat, dairy, sugar, or soy.
Yep. Perfect.
Amazing. Yeah.
Yep. Check the cookbook. It tells you all the secrets you need to know to help your diet out for sure. So since we're talking about diabetes here a little bit, how can you reverse type 2 diabetes?
Again, it's about the environment you provide for your body. So your body is in survival mode always. If your body wasn't, you would be dead. So all the mechanisms that happen physiologically within your body are to keep you alive, to keep you well, and keep you functioning as best as you can. And your body adapts to your environment. So in Southwestern Ontario, in the wintertime, it's freezing cold out. If you step out without a jacket on, your body will shiver.
Oh yeah.
Because it's adapting to the environment. Shivering creates energy, helps to keep you warm. In the midst of summer, 80, 90 degrees outside, you step outside and your body will begin to sweat because that's the cooling mechanism.
Yeah.
So your body is adapting all the time. If you continue to provide the same environment for your body, again, it will do the best that it can with what you're providing. But if you're not appreciating the results that you're receiving, all you have to do is change the environment. Every disease process, every single disease process in the body starts with inflammation. And then it progresses from there. So when you reduce the inflammation, change how you're fueling your body, this is how you can reverse every disease process, because every disease process is about degeneration. So when we talk about sugar and bombarding it with all this glucose and flooding the bloodstream, which leads to insulin resistance, which means that your body has to produce more insulin to take care of the sugar load that's in the blood. But your insulin that's being produced isn't as effective anymore, which then makes your pancreas create yet more insulin.
Yeah.
And it all gets stored in the abdominal belly fat. Now your pancreas is running like the hamster on the wheel. It can't keep up. Well, those parts of the engine start to wear out. And this is where you jump into the cycle, this diabetic cycle.
Right.
When you change how you're fueling your body and you step into whole natural foods, complex fuels, I call them, rather than simple fuels, the complex fuels that take time for your digestive system to break down, which provides a much more slower release into the bloodstream, which allows the pancreas to work at the rate it's supposed to.
Right.
And now there's no spiking of the blood sugar levels, which means that the insulin can just hum along through the bloodstream, hook on to that glucose as it comes from the digestive system, deliver it to all the cells in your body where energy production happens at the cellular level. And your body can function the way it was designed. And this is how you can change the outcome of your body function.
So your
Now-
body functions more smoothly with the complex fuels. Perfect.
Absolutely. And inflammation is where it all begins. So think everything happens at the cellular level, as I just said. So think of a cell like a water balloon. You take the balloon to the sink, you put water in the balloon, and the balloon stretches. If there's too much water that it stretches too far, the membrane of the balloon will burst. Well, in your body, if you're putting inflammatory foods into your system, the main culprits are wheat, dairy, and sugar. When you consume that type of diet in North America and other places around the world, that creates inflammation, which means the cell swells.
Yep.
Now, as I said, energy production has to happen inside the cell. Well, the cell membrane has gates and channels and portals to allow things to get into the cell where it can then be utilized. Energy production doesn't happen in your stomach. Energy production doesn't happen in your bloodstream. It has to get into the cell. And insulin is the carrier to get the glucose into the cell. It's the transporter. Now, if the cell membrane is swollen, those gates and channels and transporters, they're stretched. They're no longer in their normal functioning state, which means stuff can't get into and out of the cell, which means now you have dysfunctional cells. They are not doing the job that they were designed to. Now, if the cells of a particular organ are not functioning right, now you get signs and symptoms of disease of that particular organ.
For sure.
So reducing inflammation promotes normal cellular function, which enables your organs and systems and your body to reverse that disease process and to begin to heal, because your body is healing 24/7. And if you're not getting great sleep, your body is really struggling through the healing time as well, because restoration happens during rest.
That's
And if you're not getting great sleep, then your body can't repair, rejuvenate, and regenerate. So healing is going on all the time. Your body's doing the best that it can with what you're providing. But if that environment is leading you down the wrong path, it's time to change the environment. And it's not as hard as you think.
Right on. What would you recommend as the first step when wanting to have a healthier lifestyle?
Water.
Water? How much
Water.
water do you recommend?
2 liters a day.
Perfect.
So in regards to hydration and how the body functions, it's really important because every single cell, brain, every single cell of your body needs water to function properly. Depending on different tissues in your body, you're anywhere from 80 to 95% water. It's so critical. So consuming coffee, that doesn't count. Consuming alcohol, that doesn't count. Those are actually called diuretics. They actually take water out of your body and deplete it.
That's right.
And the population is so chronically dehydrated. That's why there's so much, well, there's so many reasons why there's so much bowel cancer, but bowel cancer, bladder cancer, all of these things are affected by dehydration. So when you begin to hydrate your body better, your circulation will function much better because now your blood will not be thick and sluggish. Your elimination organs will function much better because your bladder does have a mucosal lining to protect it, because uric acid is kept in the bladder until your bladder's full and then you void it. Uric acid is acidic. If your urine is so concentrated that the acidity is increased that much more, now it's corrosive to the bladder wall. So when you drink water and hydrate your body well, your urine is more diluted. And there's a very simple test that you can do at home in your own private bathroom.
Cool.
Your urine should be clear, colorless, and odorless. That is the marker to tell you that your body is well hydrated.
Yeah.
Because when you're dehydrated, it will be very dark. It will be very concentrated. It will be very odoriferous as well. And that does not bode well for bladder function. Also, UTIs, bladder infections, urinary tract infections, all those kinds of things, bacteria, sugar really fuels those things. So drinking great water to flush out the system and eliminating sugar is key to managing those issues.
Oh, cool.
Also, with your bowels, if you are dehydrated, which the majority of the population is, the last place your body can get water from is the intestines. And it will take as much water out of the stool as it can, leading to constipation. So not only are you putting toxic water back into the body because it's coming from your septic tank, but you're also constipated. And so moving your body by walking and increasing your water intake by moving your body and moving your muscles will also get the muscles of your digestive system and your elimination system functioning better too.
Perfect.
So taking time to walk 10 minutes a day, if that's where you're starting from, fantastic, get moving. And by drinking 2 liters of water a day, and no, you won't be in the bathroom all the time, but by hydrating your body well, that will help to loosen the stool, the muscles will function much better, and your elimination organs will function better as well.
Perfect. Do you recommend like regular water, like tap water, or like filtered water better for you?
Well, actually, alkaline water is what I consume. Alkaline water is really important. Number one, because of the acidity of our food intake. So the North American diet is very acidic. Every food that you eat leaves behind alkaline or an acidic residue. Your body's a chemistry lab. And it needs to maintain that balance point of homeostasis and pH neutrality. And what's amazing is people think, oh, you know, drinking milk should be alkaline and that should decrease the acidity of my body, when in essence, it leaves behind an acidic residue, which means that, again, your body has to maintain neutrality. So when you're putting an acidic load into your body, what your body then does is it actually removes mineral from your bone to buffer the acid in your blood created by the dairy.
Wow.
Dairy.
I always thought it was supposed to help, but it's not.
I know. This dairy is one of the biggest marketing, I don't even know what to call it, that has happened through the course of my lifetime. Oh, milk does the body good. No, it doesn't. North America is the highest consumer of dairy, has the highest incidence of osteoporosis because your body takes mineral out of your bone to buffer the acid in the blood due to the dairy. The Asian population doesn't consume dairy products and they don't have osteoporosis. You can get calcium for bone building from many different plant sources.
Yeah, for sure.
Dairy actually hinders your bone strength.
Nice.
And there's many other reasons why you shouldn't consume dairy. First of all, mother's milk is the best for the infant, but we are not cows.
No.
Why are we drinking another mother's milk? Our bodies weren't made to become a cow in 1 year's time. So our bodies don't require that either.
Cool. And then how would you get alkaline water? Like, what's the simple solution to get your water alkaline if you're just like a regular person that doesn't have like...
I utilize Kangen water. It's the unit that I have on my kitchen counter, which alkalizes the water. And another thing I want to point out about alkalinity, cancer loves acid. Cancer thrives in an acidic environment. Greens, consuming a natural greens drink, alkalizing your body with greens and with alkaline water is a key component in helping your body prevent cancer from developing in the first place. Cancer cannot live in an alkaline environment. So I use Kangen water, definitely.
Fantastic.
And also hydrating your body well eliminates wrinkles because your skin will be so plump and refreshed and glowing So you want to
That's how
look
you
younger,
keep your
drink
youthful,
water.
okay? Is that
I
your
do.
secret?
I'm 54. Yeah.
Yeah, keep young looking. That's awesome. So how can people get receive your free 10 down in 10 days guide to implement one step at a time?
Yes. So getting healthy, you don't have to do it all at once. And so I've created my 10 down in 10 days guide. It's a
Okay.
simple tool that you can utilize just 10 minutes at a time. It covers 10 different areas of life, not just the foods that you eat. And on the back page is a simple cheat sheet that you can
Right.
print off and put on the fridge or the bathroom mirror or wherever
Yep.
you are to remind you of the
reminders.
10 simple
Do I put
steps.
that link up for you? You want to take a
Sure.
look at it? Okay. There we go. 10 down, 10days.com.
That's right.
Perfect.
Thank you so much for that. Yep. So
Welcome.
everyone can just go to 10down10days.com. Just enter your email address and you'll be able to download it immediately.
Cool.
And that will be available for you.
Excellent. Another question. What would you recommend to the average person to start doing in their life to get going with the 10 days, 10 down program? What would be the easiest way for them to start, even though they might read the book? What would you recommend for them to actually put it into action?
Take one step. Get an
Yep.
accountability partner. Choose
Mhm.
one thing that you want to do. Take
Yep.
one step, implement that for a number of days or a week, and then move on to step two, whatever next thing. If you want a
Awesome.
really easy way to participate in that, I have a challenge coming up, which starts on Monday. It's free.
Awesome.
You can go to 5poundsin5dayschallenge.com, register there. It's live training on Zoom, and therefore you can join in community, start taking one step at a time to heal your health naturally.
Cool. And that's in your Facebook group, is that right?
Yes.
Perfect. Excellent. So we'll check that out, guys. It's pretty cool. I think RJ want to come on and say how you're doing with your 10-10
Yeah,
process?
exactly. So I just wanted to let you know I've downloaded this 10 days or 10 down in 10 days program. For our VIPs, I'll include a direct download link, but for everybody else, I've included the ebook sign up so that they can go and sign up and download this for themselves. And of course, they get on your email list for more to come from you. But I just wanted to let you know that I started this morning. I woke up at 5:30 this morning. Left my devices at home, got a bottle of water, went for a walk around the neighborhood, did some meditation on what the day was going to look like today, because again, I've been very excited for today. And then I did some writing, right after that, after my reflection. So step one, you know what I mean? Like you just said. So I've started this 10 down in 10 days. Look, I'm not just the host here. I'm not just hosting people. I'm part of this program as well. I'm learning things just like everybody else. I'm a type 2 diabetic. I need to change my diet. So I love my sweets. I'm still a victim of the nasty habits out there. Certainly the white poisons I need to eliminate from my life. So I'm changing my life slowly but surely too. And I've started with step one today. So I want to thank you for that and bringing it to us, because again, it's amazing for people out there.
You're welcome. And it's not just about the white stuff. I teach people how to swap out their favorites and just make them a little bit differently. So you still get to have your chocolate cake, your loaves, your muffins. We just make them differently so that you're fueling your body well. So we have replacements for your wheat, dairy, and sugar. We have those things available and in place so that you're not giving up, you're not sacrificing, you're not living a life that you hate with the foods that you're not enjoying. You get to enjoy everything, and your body functions so much better for it.
And so I've posted out the links, both for your ebook and for your 5 pounds in 5 days challenge
They're
on
also on
YouTube.
YouTube. Yep.
So people can get access to that and follow you there more. If I can change tacks a little bit, you slipped into this spot because we were supposed to have Jim Hetheringon here today, much a very personal friend and coach of yours. You guys work together and challenge each other. That's another great thing. So Jim Hetheringon was supposed to be here today. Unfortunately, he's under the weather and can't join us. And we've had to pivot, but I wanted to honor Jim and the fact that he was going to be here. So tell us a little bit about Jim and your relationship with him.
I've known Jim now for a number of years at this point, and we are marathon running buddies. So he is my accountability partner, and I am his. We hold each other accountable. Every Sunday we run, and we've completed an ultra marathon in November. So we started out with 1 kilometer, and that's what I can share with you too. Start with where you're starting from, and just move forward from there. We started with 1 kilometer, and now we've run 2 full marathons and an ultra marathon in just 2 years' time, and many half marathons in between there. But anyway, so in regards to Jim, he is an amazing relationship coach. He's a mentor. He's a youth pastor, an advisor. He's also a happily married. They're celebrating their 40th anniversary this year, he and Mary. Such a loving, giving soul. And he helps entrepreneurs and people work together in their business, hash out the direction that they want to take their business. Some people have a brilliant idea, but don't know which direction to take. So he helps with business relationships and you finding your path in regards to what you want to create for your business and get you on track and hold you accountable to the steps that you will then take. He is a magnificent wealth of knowledge and experience, and is just such a fabulous person to connect with.
And so I wanted to honor him today because he was committed to coming here. But, you know, he contacted me yesterday. I could hear it in his voice. You know what? I'm not up to it. I'm just not feeling well all of a sudden. So I wanted to honor him. So he doesn't know it yet, but I'm going to put forth 2 things from Jim. Jim is, again, he's going to be in our VIP package, and we'll get you in a consultation with Jim for, you know, as part of our VIP package. So I want you guys, again, another one of those VIP gifts. But then if you contact Jim, Jim at jimhetherington.com, I know this. I don't even have to ask him. He will put together a special package just for you because that's how he works. He customizes the training that you need more to you. Yes, he focuses on entrepreneurs and building those relationships, but it might also be personal relationships. I've recently had to have some hard conversations with my partner that, you know, I'm brave enough to do, but I'm also have the support of people like Jim to help me through and think these through and maybe say the right things to get the message across. This is all part of dealing well in relationships. So I know if you contact Jim at jimhetherington.com, he will put together a special package for you. And don't forget, whether you're going with Stacy's package or with Jim's package or any of the other presenters today, when you speak to them, let them know you've come from the Better Life, Better Body, Mind, and Soul event. We have a promo code this weekend for these packages, BETTER22. So use these and quote these, and they will treat you like a VIP. You won't get access to the VIP bonuses unless you sign up for a VIP. But trust me, these are people I know very well, and they will treat you like a VIP if you use that BETTER22 code. Stacy, thank you very much for your time and bringing this to us today. It's been an awesome presentation. Thank you, Curtis, for helping walk through that.
Thank you, Stacy, for
Thank you, RJ.
being here today.
And Curtis, I
Thank you.
appreciate that. And
Awesome.
also know that for the VIPs, absolutely take Jim up on his offer. And you also have the ability to connect with me personally on my calendar too for the VIPs. So
That's correct.
I'd love to hear from you. Let's connect and help you heal your health naturally. And thank you, Linda, for the wonderful comment as well. I appreciate that. Linda said, thank you for sharing. I thank you, Linda, for being here. And thank you, Darren. Nice to meet you here.
And Darren is one of our VIPs. He's signed up for our VIP. I want our VIPs to stick around because I'd like to introduce them. That won't be till a little later this afternoon. So please, and I know we're going to have 1 or 2 other people join us in the VIP program to introduce themselves this afternoon, because I want to learn who are those VIPs, who are the next leaders, who are those people out there helping you to become a better leader in your life or in those lives that you have influence over. Our next guest I got the chance to interview her almost a year ago in another platform I belong to, Voice of Men 360. I promote them. I still work with them. I'm still very much a part of their community. But I was the host of their interview show for a long while, Open Up, and I got to interview this lady. I love what she has to say. Her and I are very much in synergy with what we teach and what we talk about with others. So, Curtis, if you can tell us a little bit more about Linda Tilson.
Yep, no problem. Linda guides individuals in learning into and honoring their core belief that they already have everything inside of them to start achieving success. In her transformational presence, individuals receive the positive energy required to create confidence that empowers them to take actions that powerfully move them forward. The result individuals ultimately achieve become unlimited when they commit to investing in themselves. In her work, Linda has refined boundaries while bringing awareness to why setting and communicating them is essential in achieving fulfillment in all relationships. All right, Linda Tilson, you ready to get on your presentation?
I'm absolutely ready to share with everyone today.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
I love the energy from the speakers that I've had an opportunity of seeing so far. And RJ is correct. We do share a synergy like everyone that's here. And I'm just so grateful to be a part of this today. And so I'm going to go ahead and share my presentation with everyone. And so where I really want to start is a story of why I believe that boundaries are essential to living your best life. Like many people, I think that there's some misconceptions around boundary setting. I always thought that setting boundaries were something that you do when you are feeling like you are in danger, and that could be emotional, physical, or whatnot. Or it could be that you need to communicate what you need from another person, but it's because there's conflict. And because I also value working with coaches, I have peer coaches, I have several at any one time. It never occurred to me until I had that aha moment that boundaries can be set when you first enter a relationship. And the reason why you would want to do that is because you want to express to another person the things that you find are your rights and that are your core values and how you want to move throughout the relationship. And as somebody that is doing a lot of service-oriented giving, I never thought about asking. It never occurred to me until that one day when my peer coach mentioned that to me. He says, Linda, you need to go into this relationship and you need to ask for what you would like to see as something that you would like to have happen. I thought, oh my gosh. And the moment I started doing this, all of my relationships changed and for the better. And so that's why I'm so passionate, excited to be able to share this, because sometimes it's the simple things that we don't always think of, and they're the easiest to implement. And so today, I want to share with you where we're headed. And so I define the three elements as three levels of mastery, and each one by themselves doesn't do the system justice. It's when you combine the three together powerfully that you get the results where your relationships take on a whole new dynamic. And so the first one is knowing your values and rights and how to set, communicate, and maintain boundaries using my 5-step honor system. I'm going to be taking you through that journey. Then the next level that you're going to build is how do you master your emotions? And so I will be sharing several different modalities that I have found have worked for me. Now, I know that each person is motivated, inspired, and certain techniques work better than others. And so I'm not expecting anyone to adopt all of these things. They're just suggestions of things that you could look into to see what they can mean to you. And then the last one, it's got to be one of my absolute favorites to speak to, and that is being able to go into crucial conversations to do levels 1 and 2 and you do it in such a way that you can talk to anyone about anything, and it takes the scariness out of it. So the learning objectives that I want to give to all of you today is empowering you to speak your needs, wants, and desires in all of your relationships. You will notice that I will pass back and forth between individual relationships and then the ones that you might have on a team or in a business setting. I want you to have that confidence to have those difficult conversations. How often do you not speak to something because you don't want to hurt someone's feelings? You don't want to push the envelope. You don't want to be too much. You just feel a little scared about coming into something where your voice might waver. And so it's embarrassing, maybe, all these different reasons of why you wouldn't go into conversation. That's going to change today for you. I want you to be able to ground yourself quickly when you're triggered into a fight or flight situation. And I want this for you because I don't want you to be in a place of worry and anxiety. I want you to become effective communicators. I want you to be able to go into a conversation and easily tell someone what you want and don't want to happen. And I also want you to do this other thing that I think is essential. When somebody is not honoring your boundaries, I want you to feel equipped with the skill to be able to speak to that, to be able to say to somebody that they've crossed your boundaries and that's not okay, and this is what I need instead. And I've got a powerful way we're going to do that. And then the last one is to decide whether to stay or leave a relationship. And when I say this, a lot of us try to stay in places and spaces, and really the best thing to do after unsuccessfully getting to a place that feels good and honors you authentically, sometimes the best thing you can do is just decide to go ahead and leave, because this will leave an opening for those stronger, more fulfilling relationships that will serve you. And the thing that I guess I want to say that I think is really valuable is it's not because either person is a bad person. It just might mean their behaviors aren't in check with your values. That's it. The other thing is we all go into life and sometimes things change. We evolve and grow. And so situations and people, we will outgrow them. And that's okay to leave. There's nothing wrong in that. It's just in the way that you do it. So here we are discussing what they are and your ability to maintain healthy relationships. So boundaries are essential for your good health and well-being. And I love sharing this part. It's because they help you open up. That is crucial. If you feel that you can open up and express what you need, want, and desire, life gets easier. Life gets easier. When you learn how to use the skill, then you're also able to, like I mentioned before, you go into relationships and you set the boundaries right away about what you'd like to have happen. Well, if you do it during good times and you get all of the things that you want and you extend that same offer to another individual, then if things get compromised, things get hard, things get difficult, you can easily have those conversations. If you don't do that to start out with, it becomes much harder. And the importance of communicating boundaries, again, is commonly undervalued because of the misconception of why and how you would apply them. We are going to step through the model now. And so I call it my 5-step honor system. And this is because if you do all of these things, not only are you getting a better relationship with yourself, but you're extending the other person in the relationship to also be them best selves. And so the very first one is to know your rights. So think of it this way. A lot of times in life, we are either moving towards or away from things. And so just knowing that is a huge indicator. And when you write something down, you're more likely to remember them. You're more likely to see them right in front of you. There's that acknowledgement. And so one of the examples that I have right here is that just knowing that you have the right to ask for and have your needs be met. Remember, when I opened, I talked to this. It never occurred to me until that one aha moment that I could ask for what I want and what I need and have it happen effectively. And it's so empowering. It's changed my life. And the speakers that are also in this panel here, they spoke to something that I very much embody, and that's this. All of these things that I'm sharing, I've experienced them myself or with the clients that I'm working with. And they're things that I embody and I learn along the way. And by no means am I ever a finished product. I am not. I am not. There are times when I might not communicate in the way that I need to. And a lot of times it's that being silent. And so I'm really working hard to do that. And the more that I'm here at such events like these, and where I'm sharing my journey and giving you valuable tips, the easier it becomes for me to really step into and honor myself. I want you to think about, what are your 3 most important rights in your relationships? And if you wouldn't mind sharing those in the chat, I would love to see them. What I'd like to do is, as you're sharing throughout our discussion, that when we get to the end, I'd like to go back and look at those and have some conversation around that. So one of mine that I've elaborated on is that I know that I can ask for my needs to be met, and I don't feel guilty or selfish for doing that anymore. I feel empowered and excited when I get to do that. One quick example I'll give here. I am one of those individuals that loves to be a daily communicator. And another thing that I need and want is, when I'm in a business or a team environment, it's not enough for me to stay in business Linda mode. I actually like to develop friendships, camaraderie, and all of that. And so I tell people that want to work with me, if you're not interested in being at that friend or that deeper level, then I'm not for you. Imagine saying that to another person. I'm not for you if you can't meet me here. But you know what? I don't find myself in places that don't go into depth, that we don't have camaraderie. And so by doing that, I'm not putting myself in places that don't satisfy and honor me. And so think about that. And then, what is one right that you want to have? So let's say we're thinking about this, and you know what's important to you, and you may have something that you haven't been communicating, or maybe you have, but you haven't gotten it, and you need to get a little more clear on communicating it. What would that be? Again, share these thoughts. So the next step that builds on this is defining your core values. We talk a lot about that in the business environment, but you know what? It's important down the individual level, because individuals make up organizations. They make up communities of people. They make up families. And so what is the most important to you? This is your means to your ends, to what you value. And again, I'm a big believer in writing things down, having those intentions, having them visible in front of you. And so be thinking about those top 3 to 5. And I'm going to tell you right now, those top 3 to 5 that you have right now, they might change a little bit. And that's okay. You don't have to pick your 5 and forever keep them. They can change as you grow and evolve. And so I give an example of some of the ones that come to mind when I speak with people. Freedom. Freedom to make choices. Freedom to ask what you want. Growth. I need intellectual stimulation. Adventure. I want to go out and experience the world in a way that I haven't before. Passion. Being able to be authentically who you are and follow your passion. And do all these things with integrity. Integrity is huge. One of the ones that I share with all of you today is reciprocity. And that's on the individual, team, business, it doesn't matter. Reciprocity is really important. And the one thing that I share with people is that I don't expect it to be a 1-for-1 volley, because that's not right. And you shouldn't be looking for, I did something for you, you do something for me. No, that's not it. What the deeper root to the reciprocity is, that I want people to show up because they want to, because they value the relationship, and they show that through their actions. And so that's really important to me. Otherwise, we have a one-sided relationship, and that serves nobody. And so I state that to people. I want you to be in it as much as I am, in some shape or form. Show me through your actions. Don't just tell me. What is one core value that you want your relationship to possess? Be thinking about something that you have right now, let's say, and it's one of those values that really lights you up and in your relationships, and it provides you fulfillment. Think about that and see if you can't make sure you're finding other ways to replicate that. So we've taken you through, or I've taken you through knowing your rights, defining your core values. Now we get to the meat of what we're going to do here. It's setting your boundaries. It's defining your core values. And you do this by asking yourself these 3 questions. What will I allow? What will I not allow? What will I tolerate? That in-between stage. And so I give an example here about I will allow individuals to share what they're willing and not willing to do. Yes, that's important. I will not allow someone to make excuses for not following through. Again, there's that commitment and integrity, be all in. I will tolerate someone asking for an extension when they realize they cannot follow through. Again, when you can't honor something, communicate it. If you communicate, there are no assumptions of why you didn't do something. It's when you don't communicate, all kinds of stories start to happen. And believe me, that's where things go wrong very quickly, when the assumptions take over. One of the things I wanted to share is that through all of this, in my relationships, I am mindful of what I will accept. This is new for me. This is new for me. I used to be one of those people that wanted to be liked. I wanted to be seen as smart. I wanted to be seen as the team player that would do any and all of these things. And so in doing that, I actually lost myself along the way a couple times. And so I have to be thoughtful about why I'm entering relationships, and am I communicating what I want, need, and desire? If I'm not doing that, I'm not being mindful of what I will accept and not accept. So here's a fun question for you, and it's one that I think all of us can relate to. How do you respond to someone who takes advantage of you? This is a loaded question, and I meant it to be this way on purpose. And the reason why is because a lot of times when you think that you're taken advantage of, you know what probably happened? You probably didn't communicate your boundaries effectively to another person. And so if you don't speak up when you want certain things, you don't speak up when things are not going in a way that feels comfortable to you, then another person, they may not even be trying to take something from you, let's say, or to pull one over. They might not just have that awareness because you haven't communicated what you wanted, and their value system might be different than yours. It could be as simple as that. How do you guys take that in? Miscommunication can also go down. And so again, that's so powerful. Right here, I speak to how you must clearly communicate your boundaries in a space where everyone can be at their best for themselves and everyone around them. Notice I didn't say I'm communicating so I can have everything that I want, and who cares about the other person? No, it's a two-way street. I'm communicating what I want, and I'm giving the person to have the opportunity to have that same experience. We do this powerfully with I statements. Now listen to this. I want our working relationship to be successful. Since integrity is one of my core values, I need you to follow through on the tasks you say you will do. When you don't follow through, I feel you don't care about meeting our goal. How can we set deadlines that give you enough time to complete them? Notice the language that I'm using here. I'm saying that I want us to have success, meaning we. I'm letting a person know that my core value is follow through. And when that isn't done, then it gives me an indicator that I feel they don't care about meeting our goal. But here's the one that I think is the most important here is how can we work together to make this work effectively? And the invitation has to be powerful enough for a person to want to do it. Otherwise, you're just asking for what you want without care or consideration for the other person. And that will come across when you don't put it in this particular sandwich, as I would call it. And again, I invite you to put in the chat one of the needs you'd like to communicate at the start of a relationship. It's one of the best times to jump in and do it. However, there is no expiration. You can do it at any time. And what you might be wondering is, do you need to like tell somebody that you want to go into a conversation so you can use your 5-step system to communicate all these things? No, you don't need to let them know that we're going to go through a formal conversation. You can actually do bits and pieces of these particular steps and do it in a progression that isn't even all one sitting. What I have found is that when you consistently do this, the other person will have clarity from the beginning, what you need, want, and desire. And I'm going to keep saying these 3 words because they're hard words for us sometimes. To tell someone what you need, that's strengthening. What you want, that becomes altogether personal. You should be doing that. There's no shame around that. What you desire, there's always outcomes. There's always outcomes that you're looking for, or elements of what good looks like to you. But you won't ever know, or the other person won't know what good looks like if you haven't defined it for them. They won't know when things run into trouble sometimes. The biggest thing that I find in my coaching, when people have communication breakdowns, I'll ask them, have you communicated these things? Do they know what you value and why? Do they know what upsets you or makes you feel bad if they should do it? And it's not about the other person bowing down to honor you in a way that dishonors them. No, when you do this as an exchange, there is this energy that happens, this trust. It builds a lot of trust. It releases any anxiety or any of these other things of why people don't do these things. I used to be that person that wouldn't speak to things. I would just be quiet, not say what needs to be said. And as a result, my relationship suffered. That's a lot to take in. And I know that. I went back and looked at some of the relationships where things didn't work out. And it's because I did not communicate with conviction in a way that a person could actually understand what was going on in my mind. I might have touched upon some things, but I really didn't try to push the envelope too hard. I really didn't. I tend to stay back because one of my core values, if you're taking those Strength Finder assessments, is really about having harmony. And my number 1 is relationship builder. So imagine relationship builder and harmony. However, by using this, and I use it myself all the time now, I'm much more equipped and much better at this skill. And so it makes me feel confident that I can go into any situation and talk to anybody and not have to have that stress or worry anymore. If anything, the not speaking to something is worse because it will come up and things will go south. And wouldn't you rather have a little bit of control over it? Here's the last one here. What do you do when your boundary has been crossed? In this one, you ask to have a conversation and you remember to refer to your core values during your discussion. I will say that timing is important. So you don't want to let so much time go by that people forget about what the problems or issues were, but you don't want to do it at that point where you are hot and reptilian mode. And we've all been there, including me. I may seem like a nice, grounded individual, but I have my moments just like anybody else. So there's times where you need to have a cool off period and wait if something were escalating like that. And again, I use the example of the work situation of trying to find out, why didn't a person deliver on time? Because you know what? If you don't ask that, you can just assume they're lazy, they don't care, they have no consideration for anybody else. But you might find out that maybe they had somebody that passed away in their family. They had a fight with their spouse that morning. They had a technical glitch and they were embarrassed to bring it forward. It could be any of these things. So here's another fun one. And I think, again, you guys can relate to this one. What if a friend was in your area to visit and they didn't contact you? How would you communicate your disappointment to this friend? And the reason why I use this is because when you don't communicate these things, then resentment and disappointment can build. And it would have been easier to tell that friend, perhaps, that you were visiting family and that the schedule that you had, that because you set a time with them, wasn't going to have enough time to visit your friend. That is so much kinder and nicer to say than to go in and then to visit, come back home, and then they find out because they're looking at your Facebook and Instagram. They see this wonderful trip and you didn't stop in and say hello or anything to them. They feel a little bit slighted. And we all know that people have to pick their time and their priorities, and we can't always be there in the way we want to. But if the person's really important to you and you know that quality time is important in their relationship with them, it would be better if you had that conversation, so at least they know that you cared and there was some reciprocity. In summary, I want you to know that you should be mindful and clear with your relationships, and then always invite the other person to do the same. This is when this is most effective. I've included a list here, and I'll be happy to share my slide deck, but I speak to what healthy and unhealthy relationships are. And these are the things, if you look at the chart, you can see you're pretty much opposites: peace, stress; calm, anxiety; ability to speak up, inability to speak up. And so it's a nice little list here that I like to refer to every once in a while, just to make sure that I'm staying in the healthy quadrant and not moving towards the unhealthy. It's a little hard to always stay 100% in the top half. However, this tool will help you do that. So here's one that's a little bit hard for a lot of people. When is it time to let go and move on? And so I put what I thought were the things present to me, those flags. When you have communicated your boundaries and they are not honored. And I don't mean one time, just often. You've done it in several different ways. You went through your checklist to make sure that you were using the model, and it just wasn't happening. That is an indicator. When you don't feel safe. When actions of others don't align with your values and they are a non-negotiable. We're always going to have differences with people, and some we're willing to accept, other ones not so much. You have to be honest with yourself about what that is, because the moment you're not coming in and being your authentic self. This one's really strong here to me, when you can no longer show up and be who you are. So that person that isn't speaking to things, that person that bows down and puts your needs aside for somebody else's to shine through. If you notice yourself doing that, you need to address it with yourself, and you might need to address it with the other person, because maybe you can work through this one, because you need to go back to square one. What do I need, want, and desire? These are my core values. What are yours? Let's go through this. And then the last one, when there is no mutual purpose for why the relationship should exist. We always evolve, grow, change. And so sometimes we're around for a season. It isn't always a lifetime. And that's okay. And again, I said earlier, it's not because either person's a bad person. It could be the behaviors don't align. The place in your life could be different. You want different things. And so the only way that the two people or more can be honored is when they go through this and really think about why they would stay in a relationship that wasn't serving them anymore. Because if when you do that, then you can't be in the places and spaces that do. And so you lose out and other people lose out. Imagine that other person's been waiting to work with you, learn from you, coach from you, and you haven't met them yet. Well, when you stay in places that don't serve you or don't make you feel good, you don't get to experience that. So it's a good thing. Okay, we have made it to level 2, mastering your emotions. As you can tell, I'm a very animated, emotional type being, and I choose to live that way. However, there are some times where I even need to get things into check. That could be positive or negative emotions. And so when you master your emotions, to get that grounding, you need to acknowledge and name them when they're present. When the ones that are on the negative side, you need to stay connected to the body and feel, not ignore them. It's so easy to stuff down your emotions, to bury them, not let them come out, and just do all that. And that will cause other things in your physical body when you choose to do that. You want to move through them. So you want to process them You don't want to avoid them. You don't want to numb them out. You actually want to move through them. So there are times where it's okay to cry. It's okay to yell. It's okay to do these different things. And we forget that we have the choice behind whether or not we choose to do that. And why wouldn't you want to choose to make yourself feel better in the process? And so I have a fun slide here. There's a great Pixar movie. And so when you're checking in with your emotions, you're simply asking, what am I feeling? How might I adjust my mindset? And this is the one that I wrestle with. How can I align my intellectual self with my emotional self? I have this wrestling thing that goes through sometimes, and I'll sit and think about a strong emotion that I'm experiencing. And I'm like, oh, well, I'm experiencing it because of this. And when this person does this, this happens. And oh, maybe I could go and do better. And you could do all these things in your wrestling. And it could be that, hey, I'm feeling a little resentful right now. I can change my mindset by thinking about what would it take to move through this so I don't feel the resentment. Oh, maybe I could actually talk to my friend that failed to do some things or did some things that made me feel resentful, and just talk to him about it. Okay, I can do that. Why wouldn't I? If the relationship matters to you, you need to be able to do these things. This is another model that I worked with one of my colleagues, and we came up with actually two models built into one. So we have the combo model. And so we decided that we would take all of these emotions here. And so on the left side, you have the more negative ones. On the right side, you have the more positive ones. And so with each of these, you either are hindering that emotion from happening or you're helping. So if overwhelm, it happens to be your emotion, well, what might help is getting grounded by doing some meditation. But what might get in the way is family life and you not being able to carve out some time to go do that meditation because you haven't asked your family to support you in that. I'm going away for an hour. You guys can grab dinner. I'll be back in an hour. See you later. That's just my quickest example of that one. And again, it still starts with the 4: acknowledge, validate, express, and act. So simple 4 steps. And what I've done, you can print this out, you can put it on a Post-it. When you find yourself being triggered by an emotion, simply saying, I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that I felt resentment. I can validate this because I feel a little bit bitter and angry. I can express this by actually mentioning it to the person that I need to have a conversation with. The action that I can take is actually following through and asking my friend if we could have a heart-to-heart. See how easy that is when you do that? It's not hard, but we make it hard sometimes. We get in our head and we don't do these things for a number of reasons that I've shared earlier. One of the things that I wanted to point out here is that there is a cognitive emotive loop. And so defined, a cognitive emotive loop is a repeating pattern where thoughts and beliefs produce feelings that fuel our rightness about our stories while intensifying our feelings. In the end, when that happens, they drain our energy and get in the way of progress, and we feel stuck. So very similar to the other model, you need to notice and have self-awareness and call out the patterns of behavior when they show up. Here's a good one here. Accept yourself for being in a loop and avoid adding self-criticism or judgment to the pattern. We're our own worst critics when it comes to this sometimes. And we got to stop doing that. We got to say, this is where I'm at. I need to choose to interrupt the pattern, and I'm going to own the responsibility to change it. So one of the easiest ways to have a conversation, that is one way. And those feelings and sensations that arise in the body, they stay connected with you and they keep repeating over and over and over until you learn how to identify those physical attributes and do an interrupt in the pattern. That's why that's so important to be able to make a change. I'm not going to go into great detail on all of these slides because I have another area to get into, but I will say that breath work can be so powerful. Just taking that time to take those deep breaths in and letting them out. You can do this anywhere. You can add pictures, words, phrases to help you feel more relaxed. A lot of the meditations do this. They have you thinking about the person that you love. They have you thinking about listening and hearing your breath and the outside sounds. They sometimes have you repeating or taking in phrases. All of these things can be used. Another one that I like is energy work. Now, this one's a little bit new for me. It's a different modality. And I had a friend introduce this to me, and it's Tai Chi. And it has some really valuable things, that benefits. And so you can increase your flexibility. Oh, hands down, totally. You can strengthen your muscles and tendons. You can have endurance. It lowers blood pressure. And it helps out with depression and anxiety. It can be cancer healing and whatnot. So all of these different things, and some of them are so simple. And the one that I love, that I learned, and I don't know why, but I'm just drawn to it, but just as simple, if you guys want to do it with me, you can, but you put your hands up like this, and then you push away, and you can kind of let out a, and so that just loosens up everything in your chest, and you can just, I can just feel it when I'm even doing it now. I'm just pushing it out and away from me. That's only one move. If any of you have seen me out on Facebook or Instagram, I promote planking, another wonderful, beautiful modality. I don't know how I became Superwoman, but I can do like 13-minute planks when I've been doing it consistently. And if you want to know more about that, I encourage you to reach out to me, because what I can do, I can teach you how to do it. And whether or not you do the 30-second set of 3, or you can do the 13 minutes, the value doesn't go up by doing it. I just enjoyed the challenge of doing it, and it felt great. Guided meditation, there's a lot of different ones. Oh my gosh, they have business-oriented ones. They had one about communication. I thought, wow, how can you have a communication meditation? But it was one of the most powerful I'd ever listened to. Gratitude meditation, another wonderful one. You can find that you have men, women, you have some with music, different modalities. And so here's one that I enjoyed listening to. I have a whole toolkit that I put on my YouTube that I go through, my playlist. Another great modality is the visualization combined with setting intentions. Oh my goodness. Setting the intention for the day. I recommend so many people to do this, and we have a great time actually doing this through a texting activity where we give 2 things that we want to do as intentions for the day. And at the end of the day, we trade. We say what our big win or gift for the day was. So fun. And so they're just simple ones. I mean, I am enough as I am. I am at peace. I will confidently move throughout my day. I mean, how cool is that? Okay, so this is the one that brings it home. Level 3, master your communication. Relationships and the quality of them cannot be present without mastering communication. So I want to dispel a myth that silence ends violence. What happens when you don't speak to things? It builds walls, it creates anger, and it allows untrue stories to be told. That one there is my reason, or thing that I share, is about, do you really want people to assume things that you are thinking? Do you really want other people telling the story in the way that you aren't intending? I think not. So the best way to address that is to have that conversation. Dispelling the myth that conflict is a silent killer. Oh my goodness, I don't want to go into conflict. I don't want to go at war and battle. However, it doesn't mean you have to go in and battle and be at war. You can do it in an effective way. And what it does is it opens the communication line. It creates a space to get curious and get different perspectives and points of view about another person. It allows facts to create an understanding. It takes away the ambiguity of and all these stories that are being told. They will tell you in leadership classes. I think that's where I got the statistic, but they say that 90% of things that are untold and become stories, they're not even true. They're not even true. So why would you want that? Just speak to it. There might be a little pain around it sometimes, but by being an effective communicator, you can actually feel better. That thing that you don't want to talk about, chances are when you talk about it, a weight is lifted, an understanding is born, and the relationship builds more trust. And everyone just feels better. You spend more time agonizing about not talking than if you just do it. And I only can say this because I've been in that space. I've been afraid to say what I need to say for fear of blowing the relationship out of the water. Who wants to do that? Nobody. But you don't want to live in that place of loss either. And so that's really important. And so how we do this is there's a crucial conversations. And so that is something that's out in the educational field, the leadership space. And so there is a book called Crucial Conversations, and it's authored by about 4 different authors. And so I am sharing this from there. It's an abbreviated piece of their tool. It's the highlights. And so I want to give credit to those authors for creating something that has changed my life and my communication. So rule number 1, do not be drunk on adrenaline when you go into conversation. Think about that timing. Do you need some space before you go into it? The very first thing that happens is that you need to state your path. Share your facts, leaving emotions out. Now, this can be hard at first because we're emotionally driven sometimes. And so when you put your emotions into it, that anger, resentment, fear, it changes the dynamics of the conversation. When you speak to facts, a little harder to charge the other person and trigger them back. You want to tell your story in a way that sets context. So it's facts, not assumptions, not beliefs, the way that you saw something, your perception of that view in time at that particular moment. And you want to do this with confidence. You want to be clear. And this is the one I keep sharing because I honestly feel and believe if you're not asking for other people to share their path, then that is a missing link. That's a missing piece. You have to ask the other person for their path. Otherwise, there is no connection. Are you listening and taking that in? There's no connection when you don't ask somebody else. You want to demonstrate your humility. Why wouldn't you want to find out from somebody else how they're seeing the situation? You have everything to gain. I see it as a way to gain, not to lose. You lose when you don't do that. And how you do this? You talk tentatively. And I'll teach you something that I was given, a tool. Whenever you say the word, I am curious, use the word curious and any of these things that you want to know anything about. It keeps a person away from being defensive. I'm curious why. It's so simple and I do it all the time. And I don't even care if somebody knows that that's my tool, but honestly, it opens up a person that you're willing to see an alternate perspective, a viewpoint, gain an understanding. So why wouldn't you want to do that, right? And the last one, encouraging testing, making it safe, inviting others to share their different perspectives, even their opposing ones. You could be on 2 opposite sides of the playing field and not come to eye. But you know what? At least you heard somebody out. You heard why they felt the way they did, and that builds understanding. When that builds understanding and you can allow them to have that view or that belief, you don't have to jump on it and honor it and be with them in total agreement. No. In life, if everyone was agreeable to everybody else's ideas and suggestions and we just jumped on board and blindly followed them, we wouldn't have the diversity that we do today. Okay. And for some reason, oh, there we go. Let's say my slide wasn't advancing. It is now, just delayed for just a moment. And so what I wanted to share here, and we'll talk about it again, you can find me at youlearnfromlinda.tilson.com, and I am your beacon and guide to transformation. And that fun little picture that I have there was me going through a physical fitness transformation, where I lost over 46 pounds back in 2020, before the pandemic was really full swing. And I had no idea that I could do that. I had no idea. I thought that my metabolism would not get me there. And that's only one transformation. I've done a transformation on being resilient. Was in a toxic workplace, learned how to navigate through that. Now I'm here showing everybody, teaching everybody, sharing with everybody why boundaries are so important in your life. That's where I'm at now. And so with that, I want to turn it back over to our hosts, and we can talk to and ask questions of each other. I'd welcome and invite you to do that.
Hey, Linda, thank you. I just put your
Oh, pardon me, Curtis, you're muted.
yeah. I'm just doing. Oh, I'm still muted. Okay, no, I'm just trying to put your link in here so people can see it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep, and we've shared them up on YouTube. I've shared both your website and your
Okay.
email address. So I will ask you some questions, but I wanted to point out that yes, we've shared your email address out there. The code for you have a program that you're offering today, or?
Yes, I do. I actually offer what we did today through a one-on-one where we go deeper into those things. And so 2 hours of one-on-one with me, where a person could pick any areas of the 5-step honor system, or even the conversational piece if they wanted to. And we could really take apart a piece in their life where they would like to have that improvement, that transformation, and powerfully work through that. Yes.
Awesome. So yeah, like I said, we've shared your website out there so people can learn more about you. That email address is for people to connect with you and purchase this one-on-one session with you. And again, please use BETTER22 as the code. Quoting that will let Linda know that you've come from the Better Body, Mind, and Soul event. And again, she'll treat you like that VIP. Make sure you get a special price. And again, we want people to know that this has been a valuable event. The VIPs, you've committed for a gift for the VIPs for a consultation session. There will be a different code for that. So I'm going to send that out to our VIPs. I'll let you know what that code is when I contact you after the event here. So let's go back a little bit, because the thing that stood out to me, it's the most important thing as far as I'm concerned, knowing when and why to walk away from a situation, a relationship, a conflict. Please reiterate for that a little bit more for people out there.
Absolutely. So what comes to mind is sometimes you are in a space where you could be on a work team, so you could be with people that you don't report to, or you could be an organization where you do report to someone, let's say, or it could be in that personal relationship with a friend that you have. And what comes up to me that I've learned along the way is that the moment you don't feel like you can show up and express who you are, say what needs to be said, and you feel like you go into that space where you feel anxiety, you feel scared to go into this space because you feel like you're not listened to, you're not heard, your goals don't align with where things are headed, and you're like playing it small, or you're not communicating what it is that you need. It can be as simple as that, where you might walk away. Because the way I look at it, and the way I work with my clients, a lot of times it's a interpersonal relationship. So you're dating somebody, you're married to somebody, and you are not getting your needs met. And when you communicate them, they don't take any actions that actually move the needle in a different way. Well, the longer you stay in that interpersonal relationship, or you've tried to communicate without any noticeable action and commitment from the other person, then when you stay with that person, you're not honoring yourself anymore. You're suppressing and numbing down your needs, And when you do that, you can't be your best self. And so again, that's both in that interpersonal relationship, and it could also be in a work environment as well. You know, you spend a lot of time on in the workplace or on teams, and if you're not like in the space where your contributions matter and are valued, and you don't get to do the things that you are passionate and enjoy doing, you're not doing yourself a favor. So it doesn't even have to be necessarily this catastrophic thing. It can be just a difference in the space that you're in at that moment. They keep saying out in the real world, it's when your needs are no longer, or the thing that you're doing is no longer serving you. And so if your needs aren't being met, and you're not feeling good and great to be in the space doing the thing that you're doing, the moment you don't leave, then nothing else can happen. You can't meet any great, wonderful people. You can't go out and learn some new things about yourself, or actually even give of yourself in the gifts that you have for the world. We all have gifts. And imagine if you aren't giving your gifts, all those people aren't benefiting from you being in their life when you stay in a place that doesn't serve you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And so pretty much you exhaust the options first. You know what I mean? You try to make this civil, get some agreement, and come to certain terms with the person you're dealing with. But if that respect is not there, or the consideration, or you're just not feeling that commitment or that enthusiasm, you're just not, you know that being involved with this person is going to harm you further at this point. Really, it's time to walk away. It's time to consider something else, right?
Yes, and you can do it respectfully. That's always okay. And I prefer that people be thoughtful about how they do it. They don't necessarily have to give every single detail about it, but at least they can say, I voiced that I wanted you to meet me here. Are you willing to meet me here? And if they say, no, I can't really do that in my life right now, I can't meet you there, then you got the answer. I can't, the other person is honest with you, said, I can't meet you here. I can't give you what you're looking for. I don't have these opportunities for you, whatever that happens to be. Having that conversation will actually feel better for the other person too, because chances are when you're feeling these things at some level, they could be feeling it too. And it might be a relief for both people to kindly separate and go their own way, and they can go off and rebuild, rediscover. And you know what, if you do it in a nice way, there is that opportunity that they could come back and reconnect at a different time and space. I've seen that happen so often in my life, where people went off and did their own thing, and later it came back and the relationship was stronger and more exciting and grounded and just all together fulfilling, because two people went and did their own thing and came back and realized that where they could come in differently and more powerfully, and they do it. I've seen it several times. And so it's only taken me almost half a decade to learn all these things.
Wow. So, and so it's a lot easier in a more business or associate relationship than it is in a personal relationship. But again, I've gotten personal with my wife recently. I've had to have a deep conversation where, look, we weren't communicating well. We weren't on agreeable terms. And if we didn't do something, who knows where our relationship was going to go. So we had to set our boundaries, like you say. We had to tell each other what we expect from each other, and knowing when one's crossing the line. You know what I mean? How do we hold each other in check and be accountable to each other and maintain that dignity in our lives, so that we can, again, maintain not only a civil but a loving relationship. I would hate to see that I abandoned my partner or vice versa. But we were probably in that position where we had to consider what our options are. And thankfully, because I was open enough to start the conversation and set us off that, look, here's what's going on. Here's what is not serving me. Here's what I have to expect from you moving forward. And then she very much did the same in return. We're on a much better plane. We're in a better place of understanding. So personal relationships more difficult, but there you may need to consider all of these options. It is difficult, but it may be necessary in some cases.
I want to acknowledge you for having the courage to step forward and do that. because a lot of times people see us as coaches and they think that we're at this higher place of being, and actually we coach on the things that happen to us, that we experience, and we are the best people to be able to step into that space and speak to those things. And you know what? When you're married to someone for a very long time, things change. Two people evolve. I actually had something like that. I evolved into a different being and my interest changed. And all of a sudden it's like my husband couldn't relate to who is Linda? What is she doing? Why is she interested in all these things? And I've had to have that conversation that this is what brings me alive when I do it. And yes, I went to school and became an accountant, but that is not where my passion lies. My passion lies in the coaching, the teaching, leading teams, strategizing. And so I can do the role that I have today as an accountant. It's evolved and changed too. I lead people that do the technical work, and I actually get to coach them. I get to mentor them. I get to take them through how to run a project and communicate the things in a way that keeps it rolling. And so we don't have these communication breakdowns. So you know what? It isn't that I have to quit doing one thing or being excited about something. I can still do that, but it's an and.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that again. And I applaud you for again, having those difficult conversations. Like you said, we do not get it perfect, right? We still have to figure things out. We still have to continue to grow. Just because we're coaches and leaders, that's really what our community is about, beacon of leadership, because being a leader can be a lonely road. It can be dark and dismal on occasions. And you find yourself, left alone and struggling, just like anybody else out there. So our community is focused on bringing that back to the light, bringing you back to a place of understanding and being able to deliver your message, your vision, your coaching to those out there that you serve in an effective way. So that's what we exist to do here now. And that's our brand moving forward. So I want to remind people that you're offering people this boundary bootcamp intensive, a 2-hour intensive with people to go over the program and work on ways to eliminate that or help them through that. Do you have a price on that?
I'm offering it today, $350. I'm going to take $50 off what I normally charge for the VIP special.
Well, not for the VIP, but for anybody attending
For
here
anybody,
today. Yes, $350 is a very generous price to dig into boundaries. You see, just by our conversation, some of the value of setting boundaries and being able to communicate those boundaries in an effective manner. So I think that's a very generous offer. And don't forget, you can contact her, youlearnfromlinda@gmail.com. Don't forget to quote better 22. So you have two other things. You're offering our VIPs the PDF of that 5-step honor system. So that chart that you went through, they can get that. The other thing you mentioned, and I don't know if we have access to, is the printout of the trigger wheel that you were talking about, where you said they can print them out, put Post-it notes on. Is that something that people can get access to?
Oh, absolutely. I'd be happy to share that.
So again, so if they contact you by email, you'd be happy to send them that trigger wheel as well.
Yes.
So again, for the VIPs, again, if you can't afford this program right now, you can't jump on Linda's program. And I don't know why. Again, we're offering lots of valuable products and valuable trainings moving forward from here. So if you can't afford that $350, get our VIP. Get connected with Linda, because she's going to have a consultation session with you. She's going to walk you through this. I think it's 30 minutes that she's offering to our VIPs, along with this 5-step honor system discount. And like I said, there will be a different code for that. So, but you have to sign up as a VIP. It's a $77 value. We've posted the link out there for people to get access to. So again, I want people to take advantage, first of all, of the VIP, but we've offered tremendous programs today. Linda, thank you for being here, for being a part of it and bringing this boundaries discussion to us.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Awesome.
So now it's our turn, Curtis.
Right on, RJ.
And we've had someone very patient. I wanted to introduce VIPs at the end of the day today. First of all, he's been very patient. He's been very active. He's been very involved with us today. And I don't know if he's going to stick around till the end. I hope so. But I wanted to just acknowledge Darren Murphy. Darren, do you want to come in and tell us a little bit about yourself? We'd like to learn a little bit about our VIPs. You don't have a mic?
You have to unlock them, maybe. Unmute.
Of course I have a mic.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Just wanted to put it on my lapel.
Gotcha.
Well, thank you very much, RJ and Curtis and Linda. I am here today because Linda personally invited me to participate or to attend, and I really appreciate that. And I've been here for the last couple of hours or so, and thank you for the reminder call this morning. It was on my calendar, and the alarm went off about a half hour after your call.
Right.
So
wonderful. No, and I'm glad you joined us. Again, I want to highlight the VIPs. So I'm glad you joined us live. I think one or two other people might be joining us. And we're going to end this session early today because we don't have that many VIPs to introduce today. We've also had a little shuffle in our program. And Curtis has to leave us at 4:30 p.m. So I'm trying to be done by that time today. But again, so who is Darren? Tell us a little bit more. In fact, you know what? You know Linda. I'd like Linda to maybe give it a little introduction on Darren.
Well, I'd be happy to. So Darren, I met through South Puget Sound Community College because I was taking his project management course towards my 150-hour project management certification. And so we had an opportunity for me to learn a valuable skill. And by the way, Darren, right after I went to your session, I started putting in all of those things that we had learned about into one of my entrepreneurial ventures, a real life business. And the people that I'm working with on the team, the international remote individuals, they were blown away by the simplicity, but yet we had the clarity around the objectives to accomplish. And so I want to thank you for being a part of my journey towards that certification that I'm working on. And Darren did one other thing. He felt that it was necessary or desired to be able to stay connected outside of the course. So it wasn't just I go into the class, learn the thing, never to see him again. He wanted to build a interpersonal colleague relationship. And I valued that. And he said, Linda, I want to see you teaching. I want to see how you do it. And so I really appreciate you taking time out of your day to come to see how I do it. And I'm really honored that you were able to do that and that I was able to get you that little reminder real quick so that you didn't miss it.
Perfect.
Thank you. Those are wonderful things to hear, Linda. And I'm glad you got a lot out of that experience. So as Linda said, I teach, and nobody learns more than the teacher. So hence my lifelong learner. But I've been doing adult training and education and whatnot for quite a while. I began with the South Puget Sound in 1986. But it's something I have a passion for. Whether it's PowerPoint or project management or how to become a better communicator. So these are all good things. So I really enjoyed listening to what you had to say, Linda, and I enjoyed listening to the doctor. My memory isn't as strong.
Stacy Cooper.
But I think it was Carol, Stacy, or whatever. Yes, and so that was all very good, and I look forward to more conversations in the future too.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. Again, I look forward to learning more about you. Project management is something I need a little more experience at. I'm also looking to take an adult learning or adult training program myself. I very much imagine myself as a teacher. This is just my launch basically into doing that full time. So I would love to learn more about you. Another opportunity we have for our VIPs. So the price of the VIP is going up. In fact, it's $77 right now until Sunday at midnight. So if you haven't gotten a VIP ticket, we need you to get there. You need to be a VIP, because one of the bonuses we have, first of all, I've told you, a VIP is now a founding member of Beacon of Leadership. That means you're going to be VIP for the entire 2022. Any event we have, you're going to be involved as a VIP. Any swag, you're going to get that as a VIP for all of our events coming up, automatically included because you become a founding member. But the other bonus that we have is that you now get to contribute to that swag package. You now get to contribute some free offer to our VIPs so that they can connect back with you. And whether that be a consultation call or a free gift or something to download where they can get back to you and get involved with you. That's something you'll have, Darren. And of course, anybody who takes us up on the VIP offer between now and this promotion. But again, the price is going up after Sunday, but this promotion of founding members is only going to go on until May 27th. We are going to launch this on June 3rd at our launch podcast. By the way, please join us for that. I invite you both to mark it in your calendars. June 3rd, 7 to 9 p.m., where we want to invite our presenters here today to come and be a part of that launch here with us. So please mark that in your calendar. Come and join us. And again, everybody who has the VIP will get to contribute to that VIP package, the swag gift package, and have an opportunity for people in our VIPs to connect back with you and learn more about you and get involved with you.
Thank you very much for that generous offer, RJ.
Again, that's why I wanted people to be here, VIP. I've done whatever I could to make sure, like you, that people got the free VIP gift, because I wanted people here VIP. But I had to, like Amit taught us, we have to put limits. We have to put that act now type of deal. So everybody who's gotten that in for free, bless you. Thank you for being a part of it. You're going to enjoy some amazing things. Again, today is just our first day of all this excitement to come. So again, if you've gotten that for free, bless you. Thank you for being a part of it. But if you haven't, as of 8 a.m. this morning, it went up to $77 Canadian plus fees, Eventbrite charges fees. And, it comes to like $80 and a quarter or something like that Canadian. I don't think that's too big of a price to ask to become involved in the VIP. You saw the bonuses that we are offering. Every one of our presenters, plus now our VIPs, are getting to contribute to that VIP gift package. And that I value that at thousands of dollars. We're talking consultation calls, which are coaching calls with you in the area that these coaches focus on. That's why I've wanted you to get back to all of these different coaches so you can find the coach for you, who's the person who's going to help you discover your journey. So again, $80 and a quarter is not a lot to ask. So thank you, and be a part of that. Get in on that before Sunday at midnight when it's going to go up again. So take advantage of it while the price is still low. So again, Curtis, we are Beacon of Leadership.
Yes, we are.
We have created this brand. We've worked on this brand. First of all, let's talk about what led us to Beacon of Leadership. We have, for the last 2 years, been running under a banner called Live and Love Life.
That's right.
And I shared that vision with you. That's what this all boils down to, is these people are sharing their vision. They're sharing their ideas and their thoughts of how they can change the world, how they can make the world a better place. So we started with these 3 little words: live and love life.
Yep.
I shared the vision with you.
Yep.
You bought into it pretty quickly. And we've been doing great work ever since. So tell us a little bit more about these 3 words, what they mean to you, and how we've evolved from that.
Well, basically, live and love life to me meant that we're going to try to do better for ourselves and those around us. and that you basically had this passion to get this going, and it sort of enticed me, saying, "Hey, we can do this," type attitude, get it done. And yeah, we've got it going. It was kind of rough going at the beginning because just learning different new skills, each of us, right? But I think we helped each other out, encourage each other, keep us going at different times, different days. Some days, like, yeah, I don't want to be doing this, but hey, I need this done. It's like, okay, I'll go get this done. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Sometimes, like, yeah, you just like, oh, this is not working, but I've told you, yeah, we can make it work. Just keep at or be consistent. We'll get through it, right? And then we evolved. We wanted to do something different because I think, what was the thing you said? I forget what you said. You wanted to get more into helping leadership stuff, right? From that?
Yep. I wanted to be
There.
there to help develop the leaders of tomorrow. Look, there are so many people right now who, they've lost their job because of COVID, right? So they found themselves out of work, or they're considering a new role, a new position in life because disillusioned, or they want to be able to help other people out there. So entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, authors, coaches, speakers, these people want to build a better life. They want to become leaders, and maybe they're not sure how to do it, or they're not confident that they can do it. And so there's where, and by the way, I want to talk about that synergy once again, because did you notice that Linda called herself a beacon of transformation?
Yes.
I told you there was a lot of synergy between her and I. And we are beacon of leadership because we are bringing that leadership out to light. We're shining that light on who you are as a leader and helping you find that path, that safe harbor to deliver your leadership and come in and be there for those who are following you and those you serve.
Cool.
And so can you, actually, I'll share it again.
Beaconofleadership.com. I got something else.
Yeah, can you share that website out there so people can find us? Beaconofleadership.com. That is our website. That's going to be our home. We're hosting our podcast there. As I mentioned, our podcast is going to run, our episodes are going to start May 6th, 7 p.m. Friday. So that's going to be our episodes all throughout May, every Friday at 7 p.m. And you can find more about us here at beaconofleadership.com. And then our launch date. You've already seen, we're going to invite our speakers out to have a better a panel session and discuss their product and why they help. And you're going to get they gave you a presentation today. We're going to get to know them a little deeper and a little more about why they want to help. So you post that, our website, you post our podcast website. And we're looking for speakers too. We're looking for your interviews, your stories. We want to hear how you've overcome, how you have developed your leadership process, some of the lessons you've learned while becoming a leader. We want to share that. And there's the email address, contact us or contact@beaconofleadership.com. If you want to be a guest or you want to you want to give us an interview for Beacon of Leadership podcast. So we've told you about all of that. Don't forget Better Life events. You've just participated today in Better Body, Mind, and Soul. This is our third event now, Curtis, right?
Yep, that's right.
And I'd like to think by this third, that's right. That's what I was just getting at.
Yeah.
Is that by the third one, we've gotten quite good at it. We haven't perfected it yet. We still got some kinks to work out, but we're gonna go live events one day. Maybe even in 2022, we'll do some live events.
You never know, yeah.
And we plan to be quite good at this. So we want you to remember that if you get the VIP, you will be a VIP for all of 2022. And that means every event we host, you're going to attend as a VIP and be entitled to those VIP swag packages. But you also get to contribute to those packages. You get to have your product out there in front of everybody. That's what it means to be a VIP, is to have your voice heard, to be in front of those people who matter, and maybe collaborate with them, connect with them, and work on how you can build a better future together, working together. That's actually my mission. My personal mission is working together for a better tomorrow. All of us combining and working together, because that better tomorrow exists, and no better time to pay attention to it than right now, with all the struggle, the strife, and the concern that's going on in our world today. I think it's all the more important that we connect, collaborate, and help each other become a beacon of leadership.
Cool.
And again, don't forget, because you're a VIP, those who have signed up, we have, like I said, some 45 people who are now considered VIPs in our community. You're founding members. Now, membership has its privileges, and we'll discuss what those are moving forward. We really haven't figured that all out. Except, like I said, you're now a VIP for 2022.
Yeah.
So we're also going to do a draw on, first of all, let me talk about what VIP includes. In case you haven't bought VIP, it will cost you $77, but you're going to get all the recordings from today, all of the individual sessions you're going to get sent to you so you can watch them at your leisure. You get free VIP tickets to all of our events coming up in 2022. You get to receive that swag bag. So all the free gifts from our VIPs, our presenters, and our VIPs.
How are we delivering that? Just email to them? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
We will contact people by email and deliver the VIP product, and we'll do our best to ensure that everybody gets their hands on that.
Well, just as long as you.
Not only so do you receive that, but you get to contribute to it. So other people will have your products if you want to contribute to the VIP swag pack.
Yeah.
As a VIP, I want you to invite people out to our next event. I want you to invite people out to our podcast. So you're going to get a general ticket that you can offer as a gift to somebody you know out there.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah. So you can, all 2022, you'll get to have a free gift for every event, or a free ticket, general admission for every person who for all of our events in 2022. Yeah. With the VIP, you're also going to get a consultation from me. That's part of the VIP swag pack. You're going to get a consultation from me, and you'll get the code and the email address in your swag pack. Curtis has also offered one-on-one consultation on positivity and anger and frustration, and how to relieve all of those nasty elements from your life. You're also going to get one free course. We haven't created our courses as of yet, but we're working on them, right, Curtis? We're putting things together. So you will get one free course this year by Beacon of Leadership. So that it'd probably be a course by you or me, but they'll have access to, maybe. Yeah. They'll have one free course hosted by us. Then the special bonus. VIP. Awesome. Founding members. BOGO. How many people are familiar with this word? Curtis, what does BOGO mean?
Buy one, get one.
That's right. Buy one, get one. So all of our VIPs, you're going to be able to gift a VIP to somebody else. So again, you may think that $77 is expensive. You've seen all the gifts we're giving away. And I'll go into our gifts in a minute to talk
more
about
value than 77, for sure.
Yeah, far more value. And we've just cut that in half. So let's say you get it to it with a partner or a loved one or an associate. $77 divided by 2 is, I think, $36. Yeah. Plus, well, let's call it $40 and change, because, like I said, with the fees, it's $80 and a quarter.
Okay.
So, for just about $40 each, you can get that VIP for 2. And again, that's founding members, which means you're a VIP for all of 2022. So that's what's included in the VIP. I will run very quickly through the VIP gifts we already have. Again, Curtis and RJ have both offered one-on-one consultation. Yep. Then we have William and David. She's going to offer a cleansing session, an aura cleansing. So you want to get involved with that. Again, she's going to clean that filter. I told you, I've experienced this before. Until I had this cleansing, I was always struggling. I was always having a hard time, and I couldn't believe that I would achieve much in life.
How long ago would you do the clearing again?
It
Couple
was
weeks?
about it was about a year ago when I first
Oh,
did
okay.
it. And until that point, I couldn't, I was trying to be that leader. I was trying to
Yeah.
step up and show myself as a confident, capable person. But as Wilma told me, I was still blocked. I was still having doubts. I still had those
Yep.
holes or blockages in the holes of my filter, right?
That's right.
And then Joe Grow is also going to give a consultation call, so a one-on-one coaching session. Amiram Begankar, our business teacher. You've heard from him about the truth about money. He gives a consultation call, so please take him up on that. Linda Tilson, she's given us a consultation call, but she's also given that PDF free. It's a direct download for that 5-step honor system guide. Stacy Cooper, also giving a consultation call. We have her calendar for that. We'll send you to that. And again, use our codes and you'll get these VIP products. She's also given a direct download of her 10 down in 10 days guide. And then Jim Hetherington, he's going to give a consultation session. Jim at jimhetherington.com. Don't forget that. Reach out to him. The people you're going to meet next, Mark and LaTroy, they're giving a 90-minute Q&A
It's just going to be Mark, he just said.
That's fine. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand what's happening there. But Mark and LaTroy, I want to talk to them about them both. Mark Maynard and LaTroy Woods. They're going to host, and you'll learn more about them. Unfortunately, you're only going to meet Mark today, but I'm sure we'll talk about LaTroy because the two of them combined, they're powerful coaches. And so they're going to give a 90-minute Q&A session where you get to ask them all your deep dive questions on the spirit of action and what is their learning to surrender is their program that they're going to pitch to you today. So you're going to get a deep dive and ask questions about that. And then Gary Gradley, you're going to hear from him in a little while. He's going to offer you a coach or a consultation coaching call. So these are just the VIP gifts we've had already. Most of those are consultations in one way or another. And you have to consider our time for this half an hour is at least valued at $150 or more, depending on the person you talk to and the deep dive program that you're going to get into. We have 9, 10, 11 people offering a program. 11, let's call it 11 at $150 average. Let's just go there. You're looking at, $1,200, $1,100, $1,300. Just for those bonuses that we already have. But now we're getting all the VIPs to contribute something else. So there's going to be a lot more gifts for this. Remember what I said? That's all for the price of $80 Canadian.
That's good.
I think that's a tremendous value. And then the one further thing we're going to do on June 3rd, we're going to have a draw for 3 memberships, and that's for people who are not VIPs already. 3 memberships and 3 coaching programs with me, with life coach RJ. By the way, did you see my name there, Curtis?
Yeah.
You see how it says Guia de Vida?
What does that mean?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. See, my wife's Portuguese.
Okay.
So that's a Portuguese term. See, I'm a life coach, but I'm not exactly a coach and mentor. I'm a guide. I guide you on your path. I walk with you, making sure that you get the steps right, making sure that your journey is safe and competent and capable. I'm a guide. Guia is guide in Portuguese.
Mm-hmm.
And then vida is life in Portuguese. So I am Guia da Vida, RJ Horner. Life guide, RJ Horner. Other people call themselves Sherpas. Our friend Matthew calls himself a shaman, gurus, whatever term you want to call it. I am Guia de Vida. That's what I'm here to do, is help walk you through your life. So then, like I said, we're doing a draw for 3 people. We're going to give away the leadership empowerment coaching. That includes 6 monthly coaching sessions with me, a group mastermind called Leaders in Life. And then there's going to be 2 training sessions, one on life in leadership and another one on my 4P system for leaders. Those you'll get explained if you decide to join me. In fact, I'll unveil it actually at the launch on June 3rd. So don't forget. And Mark, I'm inviting you as well. You and LaTroy, I'd like you to keep the date open, June 3rd, 7 to 9 p.m., because I'm inviting all of our better body, mind, and soul speakers to join us for our launch Friday, June 3rd, from 7 to 9 p.m. So please mark that in your calendar if you could. And I'd love for you guys to come and join us, because we're going to unveil everything that beacon of leadership has already started, and everything that we are to become. So I want you to join us for that June 3rd, Friday.
June 3rd, yep.
June 3rd. So that's our official unveiling. So that's all the exciting things that I've had to announce and I've had to present. I think that's all. You know, one of the things I hope I've done today, and again, this is the lesson that Amit taught us, is over deliver. I think we've given you tremendous value. Yes, we've asked for that exchange that he's told you about. Only $80 at this point, Canadian. We've asked for that exchange because, look, put money on the table. Look at the value you're getting for $80 Canadian. I can't stress that enough. And if you can't afford to take people up on their programs that they're offering today, get the VIP. Become a founding member. For $80 Canadian, you get all of the access and all of these bonuses and all of this value for only $80 Canadian. That's only till Sunday at midnight when the price goes up. And don't forget, that's buy one, get one.
Yep.
Right? So let's say you talk to another person and say, I can't afford that $80, but I can afford 40, but it's for 2. So why don't you commit 40 and I'll commit 40 and we'll buy this package together. All the value. I'm like stunned today. I've been looking forward to this day so much because I just knew it was going to be offering value. It was going to be delivering all of these goodies to people. Right. And I know a couple of people have joined us live. Some people have popped in and out. Yeah. But anybody with VIP is going to have those recordings as well. So, and we're going to post this up on YouTube for people to watch. It's already there. You're watching it live on YouTube. But we're going to start promoting this out all week or all month because, again, even though a raise goes up Sunday at midnight, it's still going to be offered until the 27th at another price that will let you know on May 6th. So you can still get in on the VIP and you can still join us. So next, we only have one of our next 2 speakers. Kind of unfortunate because the 2 of them combined, they make beyond one powerful coach. They just work well together. They're so in tune. One comes from the science and the mind and the intellect. The other comes from the heart and the intuition and the intense being, the deep inside person that you can become when you ask yourself intimate and deep questions. So you're going to meet the science guy, the intelligence guy, the intellect, the guy who thinks it through. Mark Maynard. Tell us a little bit about Mark Maynard before we invite him on. And please tell us about LaTroy as well, even though he isn't available to join us.
Sure. Mark Maynard, as a life mastery consultant certified by the Brave Thinking Institute, Mark Maynard can help you design and manifest a life that's in harmony with your soul's purpose. Mark inspires and empowers all those who are drawn to him to live their highest vision in the context and have love and joy. His passion is teaching clients to unlock their true potential, achieve outrageous success, and live a life they love living. Very nice, nice. Live, love, life. Mark is an inspiring speaker, passionate educator, and a highly sought after transformational coach. His biography: for over 8 years, Mark has worked with individuals like yourself, RJ, helping them build their dreams, accelerate the results, and create a richer life and fulfilling lives. He has created an informational Facebook page called Expansion in Awareness, which combines the power of spirit with the laws of science. Mark has accomplished this by studying and applying the life-enhancing content from the books like Think and Grow Rich, The Power of Awareness, U Squared, The Hidden Power, You Are, and there's something else there I cannot read.
That's You Were Born Rich.
Oh,
Another Bob Proctor book.
no, but like in here, it's like some hydrographic.
Yeah, it's got some squares. It didn't come through on the biography
strange.
page.
Okay.
So no worries.
Oh, it's all good. So anyway, let's
talk a little bit about LaTroy before we meet Mark.
Yeah. So LaTroy Woods is a personal growth expert, an experienced coach, teacher, speaker, and podcaster. People seek LaTroy Woods for his ability to free people from themselves. One cannot be sold on which they already possess. He will show you what it takes to access the power within you, understanding what human being is, and capable of opening doors for the person looking for it. And that's LaTroy.
So that is LaTroy Woods, who isn't here with us, but his partner is here with us. They together have created Internal Awakening. Very much proud to be a part of that. These two have helped to guide me. Mark Maynard, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for bringing me into that program, and for everything you've done for me and for Curtis, and for being a part of our community and belonging with us and helping us along on the journey.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, RJ and Curtis. Thank you very much for that introduction. And I'm very excited to be here. I'm very happy to be part of this amazing event that you've set up. I love the whole idea, better body, mind, and soul. And that trilogy is so important in what we've done in Internal Awakening. And I do want to take just a few minutes here to talk a little bit about me and my partner, LaTroy, who unfortunately could not make it. But just to give a little more context and background in how we got together. So myself, I had quite a tumultuous background, as you'll probably find a lot of coaches have had a lot of lessons, a lot of life lessons. Something we say often in our company is, my experiences have been just messy enough that I now have developed the awareness and ability to help others with what they're dealing with. So that I'm grateful for those experiences, because they helped me grow as I got further along in my career. But like RJ was saying, early on in my life, I was a very powerful emotional creature that I felt a bit out of control. And I don't know if any of you have ever been in that space where you just feel like you're channeling a lot of emotions, but the emotions, you're high, you're low, you're sort of all over the map. And that was my introduction to what I would later find out is just an ability to channel a lot of energy and a lot of emotion. And that would require a logistical control on my part. So interestingly enough, the first subject I'd say that I connected to would be science and math. Math first and then science later. And that was, as you pointed out, RJ, kind of the beginning for me of learning what everything's going on around me. What is this whole world going on? And really, that's that long search. I think all of us are on that long search to find ourselves, right? What is it about me? What is it I love? What is it I don't love? Why am I the way I am, right? So for me, I ended up taking that scientific logistical approach. Later on, as I got educated to be a coach and mentor, I found the spirit side of things. As you mentioned, LaTroy came from the spirit side and started to find the science side. So isn't that interesting how we found each other by searching for the opposite of what our strengths were? And then we located each other. And as you pointed out, we discovered this magic of how our energies work together and supported each other's concept. As we're heading in the same direction, we would fill in, if you want to look at it this way, the weaker side of each other, creating more of a whole, or a yin yang, if you will. So that's kind of the birth of internal awakening. And what we're all about is something that I want to coin a phrase from Robin Sharma. If anyone has heard of or follows Robin Sharma as a mentor, he has other terms that he has expansion in. He doesn't just do mindset. You hear a lot about mindset training. And what we've done in Internal Awakening is we've focused our talent and ability on the heart set training, as Robin calls it. So starting right out of the gate here, talking about heart set training, and there's a lot of great value, a lot of great information out there, but we are definitely on the heart-centered understanding of our dual nature as human beings. So gonna have some value to give away today, tools and techniques to offer you to try and practice with if you're struggling with things. I know that you're gonna enjoy that, but I wanna start off by asking a question. So how many people out there have done something reactionary and then almost immediately, I have no idea why I did that? Anybody have that experience, right? Where you're like, wow, that just happened. I have no idea why I would do something like that or say something like that, or why did I do that? Well, my first mentor actually shared that whole concept with me, and our answer to that more often than not is, I don't know. I don't know why I do the things I do. And that's why we centered our focus on the heart set, because it's the programmed responses we have in our heart that actually control most of our behavior. So how many times have you had an impulse buy that you pick up an item you have in your home and you're like, I have no idea why I bought this. Like at the time, I just wanted to have this, and now I feel like I don't need it. We are very emotional creatures. And I myself have learned that about myself so much, about really structuring what my intention is and what direction I'm going in. So if you have any familiarity with the emotional side of the spectrum, that's something that we love to focus our attention on, is helping people paradigm shift, to actually start to become aware of those emotional aspects of themselves. What causes certain reactions, certain responses, certain behavior patterns? What's going on in there that I can structure myself logistically and get off track? I know I have a lot of clients that struggle with what they call time paradigms, that I just don't seem to have enough time to do everything. And when we go into that aspect of what it is we want to focus on and what will serve that end, and to help to really funnel down how much of our time is being spent on erroneous things that aren't serving the ultimate goal that we have in our life. So first thing I want to offer everybody today is I want to offer you a very simple technique. If you're in a situation, and I'm sure we've all been there and will be there again, where we're challenged emotionally for some reason, that maybe we got in an argument with our spouse, or there's a money problem that arose that I wasn't expecting that. And you feel the clench of that nervous system pick up, right? So the psychological part of us is now starting to work against us. Oh my God, what am I going to do? I'm in, and this now I'm in this argument, and you feel the emotions, right? There's this surge up of emotions. One of the best things I've heard recently is that the body is the subconscious mind. Now, it's interesting to think of it that way, because I've never heard it worded quite that way, but I love that image. So our neurological system, the programs that run our reactions, are in the neurological system. And that's why having a structure of practicing emotional control is so relevant for all of us, so that we don't have those reactions. So we don't jump and say something or do something that we'll regret later. And I know that I'm very grateful that I've had this practice. So I'm going to share with you one technique, a very simple technique. It's a breathing technique that can help to relax us from the sympathetic nervous system and bring us back into the parasympathetic nervous system. So the sympathetic nervous system is the fight, flight, or freeze response, part of our reptilian complex. It is generational, it's ancestral, so it can be quite automatic. And that's okay. We don't have to present ourselves as though we should be hard on ourselves if we have these situations. One of our mantras is, I will punish myself no further. There's been enough judgment, there's been enough pressure in our lives. The last thing we want to do is add to that by being hard on ourselves if we catch ourselves doing something we don't like. So this pause technique I want to offer you today is very widely used throughout the globe, especially these days. It's becoming more and more. There are a lot of different breathing techniques. I'm going to share one that my latest mentor shared with me. And this is something that if we can notice what we're noticing, that we're in a situation that I feel an emotional response coming, and we can just hit pause on that situation before we enter it emotionally, we can then put this tool to work. And this helps to get us back into a more logistical mindset so we can make a better decision at that time. So it's a very simple breathing technique. I'm going to ask you if you want to practice it with me right now. And it's we're going to inhale fully, a nice full inhale through the nose. And then when we exhale out through pursed lips, as though you're breathing through a straw. Nice and slow. And we could do about 5 of those. Big inhale and then slow exhale. In any given time that you may need to use this if you feel an emotional response coming. That can help to relax that overexcited nervous system from getting away with us, where we have to raise our hand again and say, I have no idea why I did that. So this is a very simple and effective tool to relax. At that point, the next thing I would suggest when we get relaxed is to think on the higher or better vibrational spectrum of what we'd like the outcome to occur. And what would it be? What's the outcome you would like to have in front of you? And then feel the presence of that rather than the pressure of what the automatic emotion was about. So those 2 steps put together can really get us centered and back into what we would like to have and how we would want to handle a situation rather than looking back on it and being regretful. So that's kind of a simple technique to introduce and practice with. I would definitely encourage you to practice with that technique a little bit as you have situations like that, and find out how that feels to calm down. And as simple as breathing. I have a client who said, I don't think I've done so much breathing in my life for the past 6 months of breathing. And that makes perfect sense. If this is something new that we haven't done, and we're in that automatic response pattern of reacting rather than responding, then it's gonna take some practice. We're gonna have to practice with this to get better at it. So that's just one tool that I want to share with all of you today moving forward. And like RJ and Curtis said, Troy and I creating Internal Awakening, focusing on the heart aspect of our duality. We are very intellectual creatures. The second tool that I really want to give everyone today is an awareness tool of how to become aware of a very common process that happens with just about all of us. Those that are expanded awareness to a high level and have practiced these tools of self-mastery have overcome this process. But a lot of us maybe not even aware that this process is taking place. So again, going back to what one of my first mentors said to me, he was talking about how quite often the subconscious mind, or our emotional scope for that matter, actually decides what our thoughts will be. So I want to say that again, because I think that's such a relevant piece of information for us all. Our feelings, a lot of times, choose what our thoughts are going to be. Isn't that interesting? And that's why this mentor is like talking about thoughts become things. To control what we're thinking is so vital in creating a life we would love to live, because there is a process where our emotions get control, our thoughts change because of it. And those thoughts, if you pay attention to them, quite often will not be in harmony with the life you would love to have in front of you. So those thoughts, of course, become things. And the more the emotions control those thoughts, the more that our thoughts are in a place where they're not benefiting us. And it's such a powerful thing to understand. There's that, breathing technique. I need to calm down so that I don't have and we put it this way, my intellect hijacked by my lower feelings. And that is something that happens to a lot of us, is if someone's upset at us, we then start thinking ahead of the game. Oh, well, if they're upset at us, this is going to happen. I'm supposed to hook up with them tomorrow. They'll probably bail on me. We start inventing more ghosts based on the vibration of how we feel an event went. And that's, you'll see this a lot. Consider this happens. You would really love something to happen in your life. You would really love this situation to exist in your life. Someone comes along and offers you an opportunity for that to exist. However, it requires you step out of your comfort zone and do something different. What does the intellect do? Immediately start coming up with the reasons why you can't have it. Exactly. And that is the hijacking I refer to right here. The thoughts we have based on those feelings aren't actually truth. They're just programmed in there. It is information. It is there. It's real, but it's not true. It's just what's present. And that's what's really powerful about self-mastery, about personal development, is when you commit to the fact that I am getting better. I am always working on myself. I'm always becoming more aware. I'm always expanding. I'm always learning and growing. As you continue to do that, you overcome that hijacking effect. And that's what's really impressive about the most competent, successful people in the world, is they're in charge of their thoughts and their emotions. And they keep that, what their goal is, what their intention is, they're laser focused on it, and their actions are in harmony with that. Now, that's something we can all do. And that's what I really want to encourage everyone. Everybody can do that. We just need to practice it. Just like anything else, we can get better at something if we practice it. So consider, if you will, moving forward, this hijacking effect that takes place. Maybe just pay attention a little bit. Is that happening to you in some context? Do you feel like this would be great, and then your heart shifts a little and your mind shifts and your thoughts change? Just like that. And now our thoughts are unraveling the result we want to have in place. I've done that my whole life, and I'm really grateful and happy that all my mentors have shown me the ways, the tools to change these things and control myself so that I can go forward and get the result I'm looking for. So that's definitely something to pay attention to. And we call that notice what you're noticing. An amazing tool you can use all the time in so many situations. What am I noticing? Am I feeling bad about this? And if I am, do I need to be? Can I put on a different vibration? Can I feel differently just by changing my thought of it? That, well, this person got upset at me. Maybe it's not so much me. Maybe they're just having a bad day. Maybe, their perception is based out of some restriction they're dealing with. Can I shift that? I know for myself a while back, if somebody had an issue with me, I would immediately get in that space where, what I do wrong, self-judgment, and that would pick up. There'd be this neurological wave of vibration that would go through me. And I don't like that. Now I feel like I'm a bad person. I did something. all those thoughts would start pinwheeling out of control. But with practice, to understand that nothing that can occur has anything to do with how I feel unless I let it. It's up to me to allow this to infiltrate how I am, what I'm doing, what I'm thinking, and I can stop that. I can hit pause and say, if this is not the result that I would love, what can I do to change that? If it's someone I really care about and they're upset at me and I feel that there's something I can do to change it, then I can relax myself and approach this situation in compassion and say, I can do something to improve this situation. Is there something I did that we need to talk about? Are you upset about other things and you need to talk about those as well? Quite often you'll find if you approach with compassion and love, it'll shift the whole situation and you'll see your power just show up just like that. Wow, I had the ability to really diffuse this whole situation just by not engaging in it and making it worse. It's very, very powerful things that occur. So I'm going to kind of give a little bit of insight here moving forward. As RJ had mentioned, we have a program called Learning to Surrender. Now, again, the heart set concept of this accesses something, pulling a page out of Greg Braden. If anyone's a Greg Braden fan, he talks quite a bit about the divine matrix. There is a divine matrix. There is an energy field that powers us all. Early on, when I was introduced to that, being of a scientific and analytical background, I had to look into this. I had mentors that would say, there's a power that comes to you. And I remember thinking, well, that's great. I trust my mentor, but I don't know what that power is. So of course I went to work and I went to go look for what that is. And very interestingly enough, the scientists now are mapping the flow of this field. And they've referred to it as dark energy or dark matter. And that's what's responsible for expanding the universe at such a great rate that this is basically the primary function of it is to always grow, always become better, always expand, always growing. Now, you may think, well, there's disintegration too. A plant will grow and it'll get to a certain part and it'll disintegrate. But even the cycle of it is designed to be repurposed. So the whole process of it is to constantly go, constantly expand. There's more trees now than there ever was. There's more people now than there ever was. And the universe just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So this science functionality of this power coming to us, that is where we encourage people to develop their relationship with their higher power, whatever your higher power is. And if for any reason you don't currently have a higher power, there's an interesting story about that. One of my trainers had that behavior with a client that did not accept a higher power whatsoever. So he said, let's try something then. Try this on and we'll see what happens. So he's standing in an office looking out a window and there was a pretty good view. And he says, just pick a higher power. It doesn't even matter what it is. Just pick something. And the guy looked out the window and he saw a mountain in the distance. He goes, okay, mountain. Mountain's my higher power. And so the trainer says, all right, so the next time you have a question because you feel stuck for some reason, ask the mountain. He's shaking his head. Are you serious? He's absolutely, just ask the mountain and then just be quiet. Sure enough, he is in the middle of a meeting, a big meeting. There's about 20 people in a boardroom and they're having this meeting and it's not going well. And they're looking to get a contract and it's not going well. They end up breaking for lunch. He steps out of the room and he says, all right, I'm going to try this. So he asked the mountain, all right, this isn't going well. What can I do that can make this better? And of course, silence. So he goes to lunch. And while he's at lunch, this idea pops into his head that he never thought of. And he's like, oh my, yes, I should do that. Comes back, talks to his team. They go in, they shift the concept of the whole meeting, get the contract. And he comes back to the trainer and says, what, what is that? And he said, well, you don't have to believe in something that's there for it to still be there. All right, this higher power is there. Whether or not you know that, whether or not you believe in it or lean into it, we are fueled. We are connected electrically. And scientifically, this is proven now. So with that energy, that's something we do here in Internal Awakening as well. We help people get a better relationship with the flow of energy that's coming to them. And this helps you expand your capacity to do things you never thought possible. I never thought I would ever be the one in this space or making this kind of money or running these businesses. Another mentor that I followed in my time also talks a lot about that, about seeing himself at the next level and at the next level and at the next level, all the while not knowing it was possible for him until he stepped into the space and had that faith. And I think that's where faith really is a part of this process in the heart set training process, is having faith that this energy is always for our benefit. Now, I'll tell you what, how many of you actually can find tons of things that you would say were not for you? That, geez, this happened or that happened. How can you tell me that was for me? Interestingly enough, it's perception. Our perception of things is that it's a bad thing. It's a horrible thing. This is something that I wish never happened to me. But what's very intriguing, and I've gone through quite a bit of stuff in my history. So I'm 51 years old and I have to tell my life story in 4 different sections because it's just been so much in different avenues of my life that to tell the whole story, I think that's just a book at that point, that I should just write it. But what my perception has shifted to in all my understanding is that each and every event I went through was actually getting me prepped for the career I'm in right now, and was actually empowering me to become the coach and mentor that I am right now, so that I can show other people what I experienced, what I went through. And now I am purposely seeking those challenging situations to get myself adrenalized, and there's going to be pressure and I'm going to need to pivot. And me and RJ have talked about this. Pivot's the name of the game, and that pressure is your friend, because with that pressure on you, you grow into competency. I can handle this. Go ahead, throw something at me. I'll take it and I'll do something good with it, something advantageous. And to me, that's perception. So that's another thing I'd like to offer everyone today, is that notion of perception. That we can choose to see something as horrendous, or we can choose to see it as neutral, or we can choose to see the opportunity that's buried in the things that come for us and at us. And it did take me a long time to realize everything that happens is a way for me to get better or a way for me to get benefit. And that is why I say, good or bad, everything in life is a lesson. Everything in life is a lesson. So moving forward with this, the higher power concept, when we lean in to the fact that this power is coming to us every day, when we really understand that, then we can start harmonizing ourselves, knowing we're not alone. We're not alone when we're going through this process. We're not just waking up and wishing we had someone to help us, or we need, too much support that we feel is not present. We actually have everything we need. And by sending out a vibration of, if there's something I desire, I can send that vibration out and it'll show up. Again, though, I would encourage everyone, use the notice what you're noticing. Are things showing up that can get you what you want, but I'll have to do something for it to be there? Am I going to have to commit at some level? And am I backing away from those? And that's something I would encourage you to consider. This is all about you, what you want, where you're going, and whether you're getting it. And if you're not receiving the things that you would like to have in your life or love to have in your life, consider whether or not you feel that it's meant for you. It's meant for you. By sending that vibration out, you and your higher power together, when you know that you are a brilliant spiritual being and you're here to experience life, When you fall in love with that concept and send that vibration out, here's what I would love. Then watch, because what'll show up for you are the opportunities for you to take steps. And I'm going to give you a 4-part starting system here shortly, but I just want to ask a few questions about the higher power concept. If for any reason you feel that there is no power as such, then I challenge you to stop digesting right now. And I know that sounds silly, but our functions are not our own. We can't breathe one breath of life into us. That is done for us. We can't beat our heart. We can't filter our blood. That happens automatically, or so we say. But nothing I've ever seen does not have a power to it, does not have a power source. So consider that, just in case there's some question about it. Now, it's not necessarily that you have to believe in God or Allah or Buddha. You can have whatever you resonate with, whatever your chosen higher power is. The only thing I would encourage you to know is that it's definitely there. This power is definitely there, giving you all the tools and abilities, your talents, your greatness that's in you already is there. And each and every one of us have it. Each and every one of us have been given these gifts. And I love RJ and Curtis are leaning into theirs, and they're here and they're doing what they're brought to do. And I love how you guys look doing it, because I can see the magic coming through you. I can see you guys harmonizing with what you're meant for. And that feels amazing, because that's what all of us are here for. To find our gifts, to explore those gifts, to share them with the world, and the world rewards us for that. And then we get to have what we want in return. And it can be a beautiful system if we're willing to see it that way. So, questions about the higher power. What would happen if I really let my heart open to everything that I would love? Everything I would love. What would I love? Ask yourself that. What would I love in my life? And have I considered that? I've talked to so many people that, in a very moral sense, will do anything for other people. And their families matter to them, their spouses matter, their kids, and they love these people so much that they'll sacrifice what they would love on a daily basis for the thought that that's helping the other person more. But what if, and this is a really big question, what if you loving more of your life would shine your light so bright it would actually help everyone around you more? And that is such an interesting thing to consider. Are we filling our hearts with love, or is our programming hijacking that and not letting us see it? There's problems here, there's problems there. I mean, we can look out in the news at any given time and go, the world's in chaos. But again, what we choose to focus on is going to have a huge effect on how we feel on a daily basis. So even though that there are things unwanted in front of us, if we focus our heart on that, then we literally diminish ourselves. And that's something to consider as well. So what would happen if you just opened your heart and fell in love with whatever it is that you love? And there could be anything. That could be hobbies, that could be your career, that could be other people. If you really love other people, I only encourage if you're not loving yourself. That's something that I really want to make a point to let everyone know. Love yourself as well as. You know, that we do not have to retract how much we love our families and our spouses and even our jobs and careers. We don't have to diminish that to increase how much we care about ourselves. And if you start to open your heart up to this power and love yourself more as you go along, you'll start to see things really show up around you. Your life starts to change, your opportunities get better, and the way you affect other people increases. And that's a magical thing too. So that being said, consider that about the higher power conversation. to increase our connection with our higher power is to increase our perception and capacity we have. It's already here with us, but sometimes we're not letting it in if we don't even realize. We don't even realize we can increase our connection in this field. And by doing that, things start to expand for us that we never knew possible. So here's this 4-step system I'm going to offer you here today. If you haven't gotten going on a goal or a vision for your future, I encourage 4 things to consider as you start the process. So naturally, the first one is to have a goal or vision. Have a target location. As one of my mentors always said, you could go ahead and leave the driveway, but you wouldn't even know whether to take a left or right if you didn't know where you were going, right? So definitely having a place to go is a huge thing to start with. Let's have an intention, and that can be really simple. I know a client who's on a weight release program and setting step goals. My target is just to lose a small amount, or release a small amount by a certain time. And that's it. I'm going to target that and I'm going to focus on that. Something that simple is a goal. Now I have it in front of me. Increase your love for it and then head towards that goal. Now, the first thing, of course, having that goal. The second step is to find somebody. And if you have a huge goal, I encourage that. If you have an astronomical goal, I encourage that. I also encourage that we have all kinds of interim goals in between, or what I call step goals, because that's encouraging because we hit those landmarks and it motivates us and it gets momentum. But having a huge goal, find someone who's done it already. Someone who's already there that's priceless. To have someone you can reach out to, contact. If you can't do that, maybe study what they've done. If you can get materials on it, definitely learn as much as you can about people that have accomplished that goal. Now, if you have a big goal that no one on the planet has accomplished, that's where we increase even more the higher power energy, because you can have it. You can, and that's what all of the inventors of our time, that you can't put tons of steel in the sky. You can't talk to someone on the other side of the world. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Like you can't pull out your phone and that we have now. You can't have this little device that can connect to the entire planet. I mean, that's just crazy, right? That's that limited thinking. But if you have a huge goal that's never been accomplished, that's amazing. That's pioneering. That can happen. That's why Edison went through so many failures with that bulb, because he knew there is a way and I will find it. That's such a powerful thing to understand. So yeah, definitely have someone that's done it if they've already done it. Now, a lot of times we have goals that other people have accomplished. So definitely find someone who has accomplished that. That is absolutely priceless in the scope of this. One of the most underrated things that I would encourage is, this is another step, have a support system. Have a support system of some kind, whether it's your family, whether it's a mastermind group, or if you want to hire a coach and mentor to help keep you focused and online. That's priceless. It pays back massive dividends about having that energy boost, that support, that strength or focus or perception when you need it. That is probably one of the most powerful things I've found in my journey. I love this koan that I was introduced to, and this is a perfect example of it. You got to do it by yourself, and you can't do it alone. And it's a very interesting thing to consider. It sounds antagonistic, but if you think about it, there's that wisdom buried underneath that. You have to do it by yourself. So it feels initially like you're alone when you really connect with this higher power, and then you start finding your tribe as it were, the people that are in harmony with you as you're going along towards it, then you end up connected in the energy flow that your heart is looking for. So you don't end up alone. But initially, when you start, we don't want to get caught in that space where we're looking outside of us for solutions. And that's really one of the biggest things that I love to get people focused on as well. We don't want to be looking outside of ourselves. We are the energy fuel of everything we're going to experience. So if we put the intention, we're going to go get that and then see what shows up. It's kind of a little bit of a reverse effort law, that if you just intend this happens deep in the heart, I just intend it happens, and then release it. Don't focus too much attention on it. It's sort of like you don't call somebody once, and if they don't answer, you call them 25 more times, right? Because you know at some point you're just going to be irritating, the individual. So when it comes to the support system, it's just knowing there's support there, having that focus on the goal of what you intend, and then putting that intention out there and releasing it. Just release it and don't focus on it after that. Just say, I know that's coming, and then keep doing anything else that's in harmony with where you're going. And research as much as you can about what it is that your passion is, or your drive, or your goal. Research, find anything you can find on it already, and there's plenty else out there. There is, again, as my early mentor said, all the knowledge that ever was or ever will be is equally present in all places at the same time. So along with this higher power, this energy the scientists are measuring, is all the information ever is in that field. And there are ways to access that. The divine matrix, as Greg Braden put it. There's ways to access the divine matrix and retrieve information when you need it. However, if there's information already there, why reinvent the wheel? That's such a very important thing to understand. If it's already there, seek it out, gather it, and learn as much as you can about what it is that you're endeavoring to accomplish. And that will fill you up with as much as we have now. You'll be able to unlock more as you keep moving forward. But having all that in an intention, in a structure as you get started, fuel that with passion. I'm going to simply state the basic conflict that a lot of us deal with, in my opinion, is that our programming has offered a certain amount of resistance based on information that we didn't choose. Those programs were put in place by our genetics, and they were put in place by our environment, and we weren't given a choice. Now, we can just accept that and say, I can change it. And that's one of the more brilliant things about it. We can shift this anytime we decide, I'm going to shift this. Here's restriction. Fuel what you would love with more love. Fuel it with passion. Drown out the other noise. And it's the old adage, which wolf wins? The one you feed. The one you feed. And if you can just love more, knowing that those restrictive feelings are going to show up. They're going to happen because we're programmed for them to happen. But the more you love the results over what you feel the block is, the more you're going to take the actions, the more you're going to take what we would call risks and go after what it is you would love to have. And the more you can love that, the more you're willing to do that, those programs shift and they slip from one to the other. It takes some time, and I'm going to encourage patience. If you're doing it because you're going to have those bad days, the law of rhythm states you will be up and down, but not to let that define the goal or your effort. And say, if I'm in a down trough, if I'm in a lower day, sometimes I'll just disconnect on the day and say, oh well, bad day, no big deal. Going right back after it tomorrow, maybe even right then, depending on how much passion level I have at that time. But to know that I can just keep returning to it, just like the athlete returns to the exercise, just like the the artist paints another painting, just like the dancer practices more. It's just, I'm going back, I'm going back, I'm going back. And that consistency is going to drown out that old program in the long run. All right. So I also want to cover what RJ said about the free gift we're offering. Since heart set training is not all that widespread, people have a lot of questions around it. So we decided we'd offer this Q&A, this 90-minute Q&A. And there's two ways you can take advantage of this. The first way is, if you're present, there is a Zoom link for next Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you're available, all the VIPs can use that link, click into the Zoom. We'll be there answering questions for 90 minutes. Anything you want to ask about self-mastery, personal development, the higher power concept, what my trainer calls the law of indirect, and how we can use that dual connection to really bring our greatness to the world, and how seamless and amazing that is when we really lean into it. So we have that Q&A session, and if you can't make that time frame, feel free to, I guess, if you're not connected with us on Facebook, LaTroy Woods, Mark Maynard, find us on Facebook, messenger us if you wish, or you can check out Internal Awakening on Facebook. Go ahead and check out our page. And if you want, you can connect with us there as well, but you can send a question. We're going to record it, the Q&A session, and if you can't make it and you post your question, we will answer it on the Q&A and send you the recording, so you'll get all the questions and all the answers for that. So that's pretty much the Q&A, and that's a free gift we're offering you here. And I want to talk just briefly about the program that RJ talked about, which was Learning to Surrender. So the Learning to Surrender program it's an intensive, heart shifting, paradigm shifting. It's at the VIP level, but it's not at the VIP cost. And that's a very interesting thing, because it's short, it's intensive, there's not a ton of materials. So we've cut down on what we need to spend time on, and that makes it more affordable. And this is all about the intensive shifting of the heart vibration that we're bringing to the table. So there's a toolbox that one of my mentors gave me, and I have incorporated this into the spirit aspect of what we do. And this toolbox is about that intensive shifting of our perception. So we do brief intensive shifts in the beginning part of the call, and then we access the infinite and all that information I was talking about by generating states. So we get you to the right frequency, the vibration. And briefly, just to not go into too much depth about it, is that each vibrational level, each level of vibration we're in, or if you know about the Schumann resonance scale, this is all about vibration and the height of vibration or lower vibration. When we're in a higher vibration, we have access to better ideas, better information. So what we've done is really shift the vibration of the situation we're encountering. Generating state means to get our vibration up high. Once we do that, we then show you how to ask quality questions of the divine matrix. And over the next period of 2 days, 3 days, the ideas that come to you are phenomenal. And they're ideas you've never had before. Like, wow, where did that come from? This is all part of the divine matrix. So by doing this process, and that's the heart of the Learning to Surrender program, is based in that system, the toolbox system. And there's a structure for even sourcing the right ones. You'll come up with a list of ideas, how to sift through them, how to put them in the right order, which ones to choose and go after. We've had amazing success in our own lives with this, and now we've put it into this program, Learning to Surrender. And that's just one thing we offer. I'll tell you a little bit more of the details of that, but I also want to appeal to anyone who's feeling like they want access to something that, maybe their finances aren't in a great space, but they still want access to other things. We have a free mastermind on Monday nights that we run, and it's off of a platform that I would love everyone to know about called Noble Goldman. And I built a team and ran a mastermind around that, Noble Goldman. And that is a global mastermind community that it's invite only. So that's something that we can help you with. There's several people here in RJ's community that are involved in that. So you have access to over 7,000 amazing people around the globe that are masterminding together. Now that is a free to join, but invite only global mastermind community. If that's something you're interested in, let us know, reach out, and we can give you the key to go in and take a look at it. There's masterminds, there's master classes, if in higher levels you can get a higher level program. It's not so much a program, but you can level up in it. There's different levels you can go to in Noble Goldman if you desire. And then you'll have access to even more things like a whole library of programs and podcasts. So lots of value in there. There's lots of training in that website as well that you can go through, hundreds and hundreds of videos that you can take yourself through. They're self-paced. So that's something else. So we got the mastermind, there's the free Noble Goldman, and we also have a very affordable Friday mastermind. That's a coaching mastermind where we go in and we do action steps. We support each other at a high level. We do exercises and break down barriers. And that's our Friday mastermind. So in that, there is only $47 a month. Anyone who's in a program with us, that is a free benefit. That is an extra benefit. You're automatically in the Friday mastermind if you're enrolled in one of our programs. So that's something else to know as well. So yeah, moving on with that, we have so many things to offer. We have a lot of different things today. We're focusing on learning to surrender. And that's definitely geared towards people who already have the goal, vision, structure in mind, because this is an intention, a very intensive action step program. It's focused on taking big steps, getting out of your comfort zone and experiencing things. The biggest thing that we offer in Internal Awakening is inviting people out of that comfortable space where they, that's scary. That's, maybe it's intensive. It's definitely intensive. If you're looking for a little bit of a push, a little bit of an encouragement to go for it, this offers you the support. And that's something we have different levels of as well. LaTroy and I have created different levels of that specific program so that people can access it based on their financial reach, as it were. That way, it appeals to a lot of different people. So we can do it in a once a month setup. We can do it every week, like standard programs tend to be. There's even a level where you get both of us and access. You can text, we can audio back and forth. We've had clients access us daily for a whole week because they're in a very difficult space. And then we can text back and forth. So that kind of support, that kind of timing and availability is pretty powerful. And that would be, of course, one of the highest levels you could access for that. So that being said, these levels go anywhere from $497 to $1997 for a month. And then you decide which one you feel you're ready for. And we can give you you'll get the toolbox of everything you're going to be able to access, and you get us at the level that you've committed to. So you get that support. So LaTroy, if LaTroy was here, he'd be able to put his side of things on. But as it is now, this is, God bless him. He is strong. His self-mastery work is powerful, and he is moving through something right now, which unfortunately couldn't be here today. But he's an inspiration to me at the level of self-mastery as he's committed to and his responsibility that he's taken on for himself, that he faces things down. He does not have that judgment of outside. It's all here. It's all his responsibility. And he takes charge of that and does what he needs to do to make things work. So I just want to say that about my partner. And I'm really happy you guys have been here today. I hope you got some value out of these tools and techniques that we've offered here today. And definitely, if you're interested, if any of this resonates with you, let RJ know, reach out to us, check out Internal Awakening, but definitely contact us. We have so many different things to offer. We have close to 13 different programs that we have for so many different things that we're working on. But thank you guys very much for all of this. And thank you, RJ and Curtis. You guys are doing an amazing job. And I'm very grateful that you invited me on today.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Mark, thank you so much. Again, I love everything you do. I'm very involved with you and LaTroy. Now, like you say, LaTroy couldn't be here to represent today. I wish people could have got a chance to meet him because, not to say, I said you are the intellectual type. That's really where you come from. Not to say that LaTroy has no intellect, but because he scares me. He does, because he'll say, "Do you mind if I ask you a question?" And of course he's seeking permission. But I always tell him, I want to hear what you have to ask. But those questions are often so deep and ask me something that requires so much of me to answer to that, it makes me nervous. But at the same time, I love answering to him because I know it's just so deep and it's going to help me on such an intuitive level. We've posted out your Facebook link. We've posted out LaTroy's Facebook link so they can get back to you that way. We posted out the master class so people who are here who can get access to that. And of course, that's for our VIPs. That's another thing. First of all, you guys have offered programs on every level, from free to, like you say, $19.97 a month, anything within that range. And it's all custom suited. In other words, everybody's different. Everybody has different requirements. Everybody has different levels that they're operating at. You cater to that. You get to understand them, what they're working on, and work with them through that, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, you nailed that right on the head, RJ. Our goal was to make sure we could reach as many people as possible to assist them in any way we can, because it's all about people. And it really, really is. One of the greatest things that I shifted in and learned in my process and growth as a coach was to just keep sending out as much as I can. Now, there is that give and take, right? Because at some level, if you were to just take gold and throw it in the ground, well, it's not a whole lot value there if you just throw it in the ground. So obviously there are these different levels and it's all about value. But just to offer things that everybody can reach, like you said, just to have that process. I have plenty of my own programs as a consultant for BTI. Troy's created his individual programs before we got together. Then we got together and created programs together in Internal Awakening. So we ended up gathering up all this available resource for everybody at, like you said, so many different price points. You're bound to find something that you can use and benefit from. It's something that you can afford.
And in this one you've brought to us this week, the feature that you've brought to us, this Learning to Surrender program, I want to point out to people that it is a 2-for-1. In other words, you're getting access to Mark as a coach. You're getting access to LaTroy as a coach. And it's a deep dive intensive into you and what you're working on. And I don't know how long the program, I think you said it was 3 months.
Well, I want to, if I can, I want to just state that what we've done, and I love what we've done with this, is not only tiered it so that people can come in at different levels, but we're only asking a 3-month commitment for you to try it out. And if you really love it at the end of 3 months, you can go month to month, cancel anytime from that point on, which I really enjoy, because now if it's serving you, great, keep up with it. If at any time it's not, you can just say, okay, I'm done. And you're not under the gun to go a year or something to that extent, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. And then, so the last thing I want to mention is that let Mark and LaTroy know that you've come from the Better Body, Mind, and Soul event. When you connect with them, don't forget, they'll treat you like a VIP. Trust me on that one. I know that better than anybody. Look, when you were here last time in January, you offered a program with us, and I don't think we did it justice. I also said it's because I didn't think I knew how to sell you back then, but I wasn't a paying member. I wasn't as involved with your community. I hadn't learned a lot about you guys at that point. I've learned a lot about you since, especially because you've helped me on my journey. Again, I'm now a paying member inside your community. I get access to you guys like nobody's business, but you've gone above and beyond that with me. You've met with me several times on your own time, at your own insistence, to help me through a rough spot or through a patch of my life that really I needed you guys at the time. So you guys have done me far beyond the value that I've ever paid to you at this point, and I certainly hoping to recompensate that moving forward. So again, so like I said, that 1,097, just a drop in the bucket to the value you will get by access to Mark and LaTroy. So again, let them know you come from the Better Body, Mind, and Soul. Use code BETTER22 when communicating with them. So
Awesome.
Mark, thank you for everything. Thank you for being here. Ted is here, and I'm hoping he's going to be able to come on camera. Is that something you'd like to do, Ted? Would you like to introduce yourself to people? I'm trying to introduce our VIPs, and if you can come on and have a few minutes with us, then I will tell everybody what the VIP is available and what's it doing, what access they have as a VIP, because you are one of my VIPs. Ted, are you available?
If he's listening or not. Did you get a hold of Gary?
We don't have to get a hold of Gary. Gary is a recorded session.
Oh, right.
I've already,
Right.
Gary's
I
gone
forgot.
on holidays. Gary's gone off to enjoy his holidays, much like I enjoyed mine last week. And much like Wilma is gone off to Mexico. Everybody's got to have their vacation, but I wanted to make sure I bring people out. It's unfortunate we don't get to meet Ted at this time. I'll try again a little later. But again, VIPs, it's important, folks, that you become a VIP, because again, maybe you can't afford Mark and LaTroy's package, but you know what? They have a free program that you can get involved in. So it's not a matter of whether you can afford to get involved with them. It's a matter of, do you want to? Are you willing to? Because if you're willing to get involved in them, and trust me, I'm utilizing them to the best of my ability. So take them up on their offer. But if you can't afford their programming, get the VIP. Become a VIP. Not only are you a VIP, but you become a founding member of Beacon of Leadership. That means you're a VIP for all of 2022. And we'll go into more of what those bonuses are after our presentation that's coming up. The next one, I will tell you, our speaker that I'm going to present next has become, again, he's another student of Amit Ambagankar. He's learning all he can about business and coaching and leadership and marketing. We believe in everything Amit has to teach, and Gary is one of those people. He's soaking it up, and he's becoming a powerful coach and a powerful businessman all his own. So I'm excited to prevent him today, because his topic is passion or the power of purpose. So tell us a little bit about Gary before, and I'll set up the video while you tell us about Gary.
All right, RJ. Gary Greeley is the author of The Kingdom's Promise: How Leading Canadians Choose Faith to Conquer the Storms of Life. For 23 years, Gary ran a very successful national corporate training business and a personal development coaching business, working with over 20,000 leaders. Wow. Employees and individuals throughout Canada, USA, and Australia. He became a trusted advisor for many national corporations throughout Ontario until the last 2009 recession. Shifting direction, he founded On Purpose People Perform, with a mission to help thousands of people discover their passion and purpose. Their passion and purpose to make a positive difference in the world. His vision is a global movement and network of purpose-driven leaders while equipping 100,000 inspired people to create a meaningful impact by acting upon their purposes. Cool. All right, how's the video there, RJ? You're mute. You're muted.
Thank you, Curtis. Yeah, I'm going to share my screen. Hold on.
Yep.
Something's, there we go.
And
Were you hearing Gary, or were you hearing me there, or?
yep, I am now. No, you didn't set up the sound thing again.
Okay, so let me
Because
go
you
back.
reset your
Yeah,
computer, so you
that's
had to read
okay.
the
Let me
sound.
go
Yep.
back to share. There
Sure
we
thing.
are there.
Yep.
So if I share that, and then I think I have to go and set up his sound again and optimize
Settings.
for video.
Yep. That's right.
And then once I press play, you should be seeing video, Gary's presentation. So let me know if you can hear this clearly.
Will do.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen,
You
to
got it.
Hashtag Share. This is a podcast where we're going to teach the people
Good.
the value of living together, belonging together, and giving to each other for the sake of helping each other become better. Thus, society becomes better. If you become better and share how you become better, it helps others become better. If we teach each other to share with others, they help others become better. We can share together in creating a better world. Gary Gradley is my host who teaches passion and purpose. Gary, thanks for joining me today on Hashtag Share.
It's an honor, RJ. Thanks for having me.
So that is the wrong video. Let's stop the share.
Okay, okay.
That was the wrong
podcast one.
video.
Oops.
Yeah, that was the podcast one I did. So let me go to this one,
That's okay.
open up this one, and this is Gary's presentation for
All right,
today.
perfect. Let's check it out.
Were you hearing him okay? Or me okay? Or do I
Yeah,
have
when you
to-
had it, when you set it up, it was fine.
So if I just go press play, or
Yeah, see what happens. If not, then you just got to do the sound thing again in the settings thing.
let me check the sound settings. Sound settings are okay. So if I
Okay.
press play, we should be hearing everything okay. Better
Good to go.
body,
There you go.
mind,
Yep.
and soul. Today, right now, I have with me Gary Gradley, who talks about passion and purpose and why that's so important to us. So, Gary, thank you for joining us today.
Great to be here. Thank you so much. Looking forward to it.
Absolutely. I'm glad to bring you in on this because I love your topic. It's really important to becoming better. I believe passion is something, look, we develop and become who we are because we follow our passion and it guides us. And there's where the purpose comes in, right? So I'm glad to have you up with us today.
Yeah, and RJ, you're doing great work. I really appreciate your leadership and you stretching the envelope, and just every day you're pushing it, like to expand yourself and the services you can provide. So good on you. That's a good reflection of you following your heart and being on purpose.
Thank you. And, again, I believe my purpose is really to help everybody out there discover and develop their purpose. And there's why I think you and I are very much in tune like that.
Yeah, it's excellent. And we need more people like this.
Absolutely. And that's what we're doing today is we're creating these people. So
absolutely.
So whenever you want to bring up your presentation, Gary, and we'll start this off today.
Yep. Fantastic. So one of the questions really is, what's the connection between our purpose and the topic really for today is of better body, mind, and soul.
Right.
And so it really is a matter of the heart. So it's really the connection really is it's connected to our heart and our soul is connected to spirit. And so I want to cover a couple of premises here for you to consider these premises. They're foundational premises. You might already easily agree with these premises. The first premise is that we live in a physical body. We have a mind, an intellect, a will, and emotions, which is really our mind and soul. And the key part is that we are spiritual beings having a physical and intellectual experience. spiritual beings. Our life force is spirit. So please put in chat if you agree 100% or you disagree or you're not sure in terms of the premises that we are spiritual beings having a physical experience with body, mind, and soul. Okay, good. So the next premise is that there is a supreme being. 90% of the planet labels that as God. So for you use whatever terminology is your preference. But for the sake of this conversation, this is important as a premise, is that let's call it creator. Okay, so a creator. So the creator. So please indicate in chat if you believe that there is a creator. And then the next premise that follows that is that everything in creation has a purpose. Everything the creator God created has a specific purpose. We may not know what it is, but the premise is it has a purpose. So please indicate in chat as well what you're feeling about that is. And as such, everything includes you as well, that you have a purpose on the planet. You may not know what it is, but the premise is that you have a purpose, okay? And we can call a divine calling, a divine assignment. And I love as I share my screen here, Viktor Frankl, who many people know from Man's Search for Meaning, the classic book, and he was a German psychologist who spent the war in the concentration camp, is that he says, as many wise things he says, that everyone has their own specific mission in life to carry out, a concrete assignment which demands fulfillment. You cannot be replaced, nor can your life be repeated. Thus, everyone's task is as unique as their specific opportunity to implement it. So that speaks to you, that you are here for a specific purpose that cannot be repeated. And the world needs you to show up, to make it a better planet, a better world. And the truth also is that there is a seed of greatness and truth and love and perfection in each one of us. In you, there's a seed of greatness that's just waiting to be expressed fuller and fuller. And it's most alive when we are, in fact, living on purpose. So the goal is to expand living on purpose so we can expand our soul and our spirit. RJ.
So honestly, so you say it's about showing up, right? And then not necessarily knowing our purpose, but just again, we have one life to live, right? We're here for a reason, and to find out whatever that reason may be.
Well said. Absolutely. Yep.
So then how does clarifying your purpose benefit our body, mind, and soul?
Yeah, it really looks like this. I'll unpack this as we go, but these are the key areas of benefit when for a purpose-driven individual and business actually as well. And this actually comes from all this research. Jot this down. You can check it out later. And I was overwhelmed with joy and amazement when I saw this is all research done, at a very analytical, reliable level of the impact of purpose on people's lives in all these areas. So I'm going to unpack this as we go, but certainly it affects all of our body, mind, and soul. It affects all those areas. So I'm going to start first with body, really. And I'm going to actually pull the statistic here right now. And so body, the impact of body to our health, really it's about our health. And so the research showed that you'll be healthier, you'll have 32% less doctor's visits, and you'll actually live 7+ years longer. Isn't that amazing? By being on purpose, you're going to live 7 years longer. And there's many other health benefits like mental, emotional health, and decreased depression, and 42% greater contentment, 539% greater resiliency and persistence. We all need more of that, don't we? In essence, yeah. So those are just a few for the moment of some of those key benefits. We'll unpack them more as well. And so for body, it's a health issue. For the mind, it's these mental benefits. It's the power of focus and clarity. When you are on purpose, when you are excited about a project or something, and you're really focused on it, and you're pursuing it and you're loving it, there's actually power there, and there's clarity there. And so clarity to me really is power. You know, it's like we take our magnifying glass here, and we're going to marshal the rays of the sun, right? We're going to marshal the rays of the sun through the magnifying glass coming out here the other side, just like a laser beam. And so there's power there when we are focused, just like a laser beam. We know how powerful that is. Same idea. When we can focus our mind because we're on purpose, and our purpose enables us to do that, then there's actually power there to accomplish much more, to actually go through obstacles, to be persistent, and to actually accomplish more.
So for me, again, I've been focused on this event, right? Putting this event together. This has been my passion and my drive for like the last month and a half. And it fuels me. It gives me energy. It excites me, and it gives me a direction so that moving towards this, it can, again, it creates better being, I guess, right? So therefore I'm fired by that. And there's how that energy can help improve that life or body energy, the physical energy, the spirit itself. There's how all that works.
100%. Yeah, you know, people are going through tough times like pandemic. What I've found over the 2 years of the pandemic is because I've been focused on this mission of helping people discover their God-given purpose for a while. Like, I'm just amazed that because I am focused on this worthwhile goal, purpose, that I'm not even really seeing all the other challenges that are around, because I am so focused. So yeah, we don't want to be oblivious to life. We want to be sensitive to life, but I'm not getting caught up in all the social media or media stuff, because I have a much more important goal and purpose than getting clogged up by all the media stuff and all the stuff going on.
For sure. Less distraction. And there's how it helps our mental aspect, or the mind, at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially when you can catch a vision, right? And we know every business needs a vision. Every business starts with a vision. Jeff Bezos with Amazon, he started with, just selling books online, but his vision was to sell everything online. And so that helps us to, when we can catch a compelling vision for ourselves, then that'll propel us forward as well. So again, it's about the mind's eye, right? It's about what vision are we seeing in our mind's eye in terms of the direction of our life that we're headed. So there's power there. Yep. And certainly when we come to the soul, the whole soul part, and this is where the greatest benefit really is, because the purpose really, our purpose is within our heart and soul. And it's really a matter of the heart, a matter of the soul. So let's define soul. Let's define heart, because this is going to be important. And so our soul is typically defined as our mind, our will, and our emotions. So let me unpack that a little bit. So our soul. And so some people often think, well, no, it's just spirit. Well, it's connected to spirit for sure, and it communicates with spirit and is influenced by spirit. Our soul is influenced by spirit. Yeah. And we're talking about spirit. We're talking about our spirit. Yeah. And then, so defining heart. So let me unpack that just for a moment. So I'm going to reference the Bible once or twice, because it's probably one of the most historical books that we have on the planet. And it says that the heart is the seat of life or strength, and really means mind, soul, and spirit. And one's entire emotional nature and understanding is in the heart. And Proverbs 4:23 says, keep your heart with all diligence, for from your heart flows the springs of life, right? Life flows out of your heart. Okay, so this is why it's important. And so again, it's really our mind, our will, and our affections, our emotions. And just one last definition here. It's the locus of physical and spiritual being, and represents the central wisdom of feeling versus the head wisdom of reason. That's a big difference. So compassion and understanding, life-giving, it's complex. It's a symbol of love, often known as the seat of emotions, and the heart is synonymous with affection. Okay, so there's a power center here, right? The heart is a power center. And the more we understand the heart, the power and wisdom of the heart, and the emotional benefits when we're on purpose, and the more that we can follow our heart. And so I'm going to share a short video here of Steve Jobs, founder of Apple, who talks about, find what you love, find the power of your heart. So let me just play this here. Sorry about this. Here we go.
The dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust in something, your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever. Because believing that the dots will connect down the road will give you the confidence to follow your heart, even when it leads you off the well-worn path. And that will make all the difference. I'm pretty sure none of this would have happened if I hadn't been fired from Apple. It was awful tasting medicine, but I guess the patient needed it. Sometimes life's going to hit you in the head with a brick. Don't lose faith. I'm convinced that the only thing that kept me going was that I loved what I did. You've got to find what you love. And that is as true for work as it is for your lovers. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life. And the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking and don't settle. As with all matters of the heart, you'll know when you find it. And like any great relationship, it just gets better and better as the years roll on. So keep looking, don't settle. Remembering that I'll be dead soon is the most important tool I've ever encountered to help me make the big choices in life. Because almost everything, all external expectations, all pride, all fear of embarrassment or failure, these things just fall away in the face of death, leaving only what is truly important. Remembering that you are going to die is the best way I know to avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. You are already naked. There is no reason not to follow your heart. No one wants to die. Even people who want to go to heaven don't want to die to get there. And yet, death is the destination we all share. No one has ever escaped it. And that is as it should be. And most important, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Everything else is secondary.
Isn't that powerful?
Wow, very powerful. So let's discuss that. First of all, was this already during a time when he was sick? Was he dying at this point, or is that just an ironic statement?
He had was it pancreas?
Pancreatic cancer?
Yeah, so that was the first time, and then they did cure it, and I think it came back. Right.
So he is talking about his own humility and knowing that his death was imminent at a certain point. He thought he cured it or conquered it, but of course we know he's no longer with us. Just wanted to get that out there because you know what? Humility is a certain driving force in itself. You know what I mean? Knowing that, you have limited time on this earth, and what are you going to do with that?
Yeah, and that's for me, that's one key catalyst why I'm in essence driven to fulfill, my purpose, my God-given purpose, because I believe that when I'm on my deathbed, and so not to shock anybody, but one day we're all going to be there. I'm either going to be a place of acceptance and fulfillment because I did do everything I could to fulfill why I thought I was on the planet, or I'm going to be in the opposite end of that scale, a place of regret because I didn't, and I have regrets in my life. I didn't fulfill my purpose. And so the choice is ours, but now in advance, the choice is actually even today and every day, ask yourself, what are you investing your day, investing your life into today?
Mm-hmm. And then so for those people who maybe haven't discovered their purpose, like there may be lots of people who are watching this who already know what they're doing with their lives and they're already heading in that direction. But Steve Jobs mentioned something there for those people who haven't discovered it yet. They don't know why they're here. They don't know this God-given purpose. Follow what you love, right? Doing what you love can help develop that purpose.
Absolutely. So, and the terminology I like to use is follow your heart. And so I'm asking each one of you watching here, have you followed your heart? Who, and please put in chat if you followed your heart. So yes, and maybe what that was just briefly. And then the next part of the question is, what was your experience when you did follow your heart? What was the outcome when you followed your heart?
Wow. So for the people out there, I'll go with mine. Look, I've already said, if I die tomorrow, and I don't want to go there, you know what I mean? I'm not ready yet. It's not my time. But I've lived a life. I've had a lot of experiences. You know what I mean? So if I was taken from this earth, I would go knowing that I've had some times. You know what I mean? So be it. But also now I have a mission. I have something that I'm working for. Building better lives out there is really what fuels me.
Yes.
And knowing that, it gives me a greater sense of joy, a greater sense of satisfaction in knowing what I'm supposed to do.
100%. And we're going to talk into that much more detail in just a moment. And so the following your heart, and I know for myself that I just want to briefly share my story because this was proof for me. And I'm always about gathering evidence. Gathering evidence in my life that's going to lead me and direct me and help build my beliefs and help expand me. And so my experience was, and I had my own corporate training business for the last 22 years, worked with 20,000 plus people, except in the last great recession in 2009, when I'm selling to a couple thousand individuals and corporations, and in a recession, right, there's $0 spent on training usually. So here I am, I have zero income for an entire year. I'm a sole income family earner. I rack up $50,000 in credit card debt.
Wow.
Actually become hopeless. It's a really bad place to be. I wouldn't recommend it at all. But what came out of all of that, and when I kind of got my head back on, I had an epiphany that, Gary, it's just a choice. You can choose to feel hopeless, or you can choose to feel hope. And so in that moment, I decided I would never choose to feel hopeless ever again. And the light bulb went off. And that led me to actually talking to a lot of successful people, business leaders, community leaders, church leaders. And out of all that, what I discovered was that in terms of, I saw all the evidence of God and the universe's favor in their lives. And it raised my faith from 2 out of 10 to like an 8 or 9 out of 10. And then I was inspired to put together, I followed my heart to put together this book called The Kingdom Promise, How Leading Canadians Choose Faith to Conquer the Storms of Life. So everyone who wants to raise their faith, this would be a great read for them. And then what happened a few days after that experience, when I had this epiphany, is my friend says, well, hey, Gary, you should change careers maybe, where there's something happening. Maybe you change industries and go transfer your skill set like to a charity that you would find worthy, and you could fundraise for them. So immediately the idea resonated in my heart. My heart was full of love with this idea, and I didn't even know anything about it. So that's what we call, we call an ideal, an idea you fall in love with. And so I always follow my heart. I don't know how, but I have to follow my heart. And so I did that, and it led to getting a job in fundraising that went very well, very successful, and then just continue to grow into a career. But a point I also want to make here is that when we follow our heart, so what is that? What's the source of that message in our heart? And I like to use the word, it's a calling upon your heart. And I actually believe that it comes from the Creator, that through spirit, through soul, which is we're saying is our heart, that's where that comes from. Ask yourself, where does your calling come from, do you think? And there may be some things in your history, certainly things that you're passionate about, and it's all those things combined, and it's also your giftings, your skills, your talents that are being used, and your past experiences are being used now and for the future to fulfill your purpose. So it's that calling upon your heart, I think, is the key. And I believe, my personal belief, it comes from spirit, right? This is the spirit's direction for you. And for me, I'll just wrap up on this, is that also there's power in vision. And so we said earlier, there's, you catch a vision, and the vision that I caught 15 years ago was me up above the earth, with God, basically looking down upon the Asia, and knowing that I had impacted and transformed 1 million people's lives. And so that is my current goal as well, still transformed lives, 100 million, and also 100,000 lives who are clearly on purpose and impacting the planet being on purpose and making a key difference. So,
Wow. And you're an inspiration, because again, there are lots of people out there right now going through that, maybe 50,000, 75,000, 100,000. Look, we've spent 2 years of struggle and strife in our society completely around the world. So there's got to be people in that situation out there. So you are an inspiration. Look, we can either be hopeless or hopeful, like you said, right? So do something about it. Find that fuel, that fire, and that passion that'll help find that purpose. So thank you for that, Gary.
Yeah. And so let's we want to engage you now, right now, in just a few minutes, just to check in with yourself, with your heart, and in terms of your passion. So I'm going to ask you, everyone, just close your eyes just for a moment. I'm going to close mine as well. And I'm just going to ask you to recall just a time, or even the last time, that you felt inspired and focused, and you were really like loving what you were doing. Maybe you felt like you were on purpose. Maybe it was a project, or a job, a career situation. Maybe it was a group of people, maybe family or friends. Whatever it was for you. I know for me it was when I was one of the times when I was on our mountain land in Fernie, BC, and I was just fully inspired with gratitude that we would actually sell half the land. So the point here is, whatever that experience is for you, relive that experience, tap into and re-experience that emotion, and what did that feel like? So just tap into that, just recall, relive that experience, that emotion. Okay, good. And secondly, stay in that kind of state. What is the calling on your heart? What is you could use the word burden. What is the draw upon your heart? What are you being drawn towards? What do you feel that you want to do and accomplish in your life? What impact do you want to have in your life before you're gone? In essence, what is that form of purpose that you are being drawn towards? These are important questions to reflect upon and to meditate upon going forward. And the more clarity that you have on your purpose, I believe the greater the life you will live. And when you can live your purpose through your business, you'll have the most successful business possible. So even visualize that. What is your business? If you have a business, or you want to have a business, what would that look like? So what kind of images are coming to mind as you focus on that? And the next moment or two, when you're ready, you can open your eyes.
Thank you for that, Gary. Because again, there's something too, is I have a vision of everybody working together for a better tomorrow. Right. And that's what it is. It's about whether you have a business or you've had your eye on a business or not, ways that we can collaborate and work together. You know what I mean? We all have passions, and my passion is very much in synergy with yours and other people out there. You have other people you work with and unite with to help spread this vision and help create something much bigger than ourselves. So that's what my vision is. And I'm sure we can help fuel people out there with their passion to help create purpose for them.
And you made a great point. I think really important. This vision or purpose is actually bigger than what you can accomplish on your own. Okay, as you said, it involves other people, and I use the word God creator. God uses people to have impact on the planet. And so not just, this is bigger than just you, right? This is the creator, and this is other people. And my vision, just briefly in terms of the purpose work, is to have 1,000 facilitators around the world working in every country, helping people to get this clarity on their purpose and act upon it and make that positive impact. And so I want to share a story about Lorna. And Lorna George, she's a lawyer in Hamilton. She went through one of our programs, which we'll talk about just briefly at the end. And so she's a Black woman, and she's had a burden and calling on her heart, and that is to help other Black women get into their own home ownership, have their own home, not be renting their entire life, and to get an education. And so she had this as a burden, but she didn't know how to do it. She was concerned about how to talk about it and all these things. So she wasn't doing anything on it. It was just sitting there as a burden on her heart. And after going through our workshop process, she had clarity, she had confidence, and she set some pretty important goals for 2022 here in terms of how to move that forward. And I've sent her some connections as well, like real estate connectors and so on. So I mention this because I'm convinced that when she acts upon this, she will have impact on families for generations to come. This is not just, so her life is going to positively impact many other people's lives and have them as better lives, right? And you can do the same. And I love what Gandhi says, is that purpose is the most powerful motivator in the world. Who would concur? When you're on purpose, you are fully inspired, just like you're maybe visualizing and focused and high performing and feeling fulfilled, all of these powerful emotions. And so what a great way to live your life, isn't it? It really is to be.
And I just want to throw in there, Wayne Dyer, he says the word inspire really means in spirit. So we're in that zone that we're meant to be in, and that's what fuels us.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other terminology I like to use is when we're on purpose, that we're in the center of God's will. So think about, what's that really mean? If I'm in the center of God's will, and is that important? I mean, if we believe that God is creator and everything is managed in the universe by the creator, then I believe it's pretty important to be in the center of God's will. And I believe that's where we have all kinds of positive impact. I believe that's when we are fulfilled and inspired, that we will experience. So things like,
if I may, just for a second there, Gary, because there may be some people out there, you may be losing them because you're talking of God, right?
Yep.
And because I came from a place where I had to walk away from the church at a certain point. I lost my religion, had total loss of faith, but I've come back to spirituality because I've gotten in touch with learnings of the universe, and we all are one. But the topic that got me back to spirituality was Dr. Michael Beckwith. In The Secret, he says, imagine God as a metaphor for the universe. Well, when I heard those words, I was like, wow, like, okay, yes, maybe God is not this one central being that we're told, God is him, right? Maybe God is us. It's that being, this oneness that we all belong, the universe, the one song. So I just wanted to reconcile that for people, for maybe, the fact that we're talking of God, I don't want to lose people out there because it all is interconnected. Whether you call it the creator, you call it the universe, whatever it is, I'm certain you believe that there is one central purpose or one central spark that drives everybody. So that's what we're referring to when we talk of God.
Absolutely. So thank you. That's good. And that's where the spirit part comes in. That's where the soul part comes in.
Right.
That's the connection, right? It's God is spirit, and we are part of God as we are spirit, our life force, and our soul is connected to that. And so when we are connected and in alignment with the purpose for our spirit, our soul, that's when we have all these incredible, also emotional benefits, peace, joy, love, gratitude. I mean, these are some of the most inspiring emotions that we can experience. Think of those times when you felt these peace and joy and love. I mean, what a great way to live your life. I just want to touch on a couple of these here in terms of the benefits of purpose, in terms of relationships, for example, that when we're on purpose, we have 54% more abundant and fulfilling relationships. We experience a 31% increase in feelings of being in love or in the state of love. And we have We have more peace and we have more joy, 42% greater contentment, reduction of fear and anxiety. I mean, this is all connected to really when we're on purpose. So it has, so I believe that the greatest impact out of the body, mind, and soul when we're on purpose is soul, all the benefits we have for our soul and how we feel emotionally.
And I just want to say, I can see you're reading them there, so you're not making these statistics up on the spot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Totally. Yeah, and that's the website I mentioned earlier. I think it's.
So this is based on actual research. You're not just picking these numbers out of a hat and saying.
Totally. It's all. And I don't know about you. Put it in the chat if you want. But when I first saw this, I was like thrilled. I couldn't believe the power of purpose with proven research documents by all the big research houses or the accounting firms and so on, because when you're on business, there's like this huge impact if you're a purpose-driven business as well.
And so having said that, Gary, though, look, this is something that is really important because look, all of these institutions that you're mentioning have taken the time to do the research, to invest some of their dollars into how having purpose can help improve all of these areas: peace, joy, love, gratitude, right? So what a benefit it is to have a purpose with one's life.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. And the other key, things that I know I experience and many people experience when they're on purpose is, they have the courage and the boldness to speak their truth, which is their purpose. And we need to hear your truth to improve the planet. People are going to be more persistent. That's the willpower part of the soul, right? Our will, our ability to pursue and keep something on the screen of our mind. So being persistent, going through all the challenges. You're going to be, when you're clearly on purpose, you're going to be communicating more from your heart, right? With more passion and conviction. You're going to be much more influential, and especially if you need to sell an idea or sell a product or a service. I also believe that you would have favor in your life, which is really unmerited grace, the grace of God, and guide. And my word for this year is provision, is guidance and provision. That the universe, God is providing, is guiding and providing to fulfill my purpose this year. And when we add all this up, this has huge positive social impact.
Yeah. So can I say something here? Because I love that you said my word for the year, because I do the same thing. Like I don't create a New Year's resolution. I pick a word and that word is going to drive me forward all year long. So my word for the year is power. And that's what's having me move forward. I am stepping forth into this power that, this passion and purpose has created within me. So now I'm showing up all the time with this power that's inside me.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Yeah. And so I want to transition here a little bit because it sounds straightforward in terms of getting clarity on your purpose, but we actually need to overcome 5 key blocks. And these are blocks that our ego puts in place because our ego is designed to protect us. It may not want us doing new things like pursuing our purpose. And also, our programming, our subconscious mind, our brain patterns, right? Do that. And the 5 blocks we need to overcome are busyness. We just say, oh, I'm too busy to pursue this right now. I'm too overloaded. Second one is what other people think of us, especially if they're relatives or we have a relationship with them, and they'll think, well, you can never do that, or they would say that. But what's important is that it's your opinion which is important. Their opinion really is not important. Other key one, number 3, is I'm not blank enough. For many of us, it's not I'm good enough, right? Because of our previous experiences. Many of us have that belief that we're not good enough. And the fourth one is we don't have clarity of what that is because we're not tapping into our intuition, our heart, our soul. And the last one is fear, right? False evidence appearing real. So we need to overcome those 5 blocks. And in order to do that, I want to share with you some key methodologies just very briefly in order to do that. Are we okay for another 5 minutes? And then 5 minutes.
We have more time. Please continue. Absolutely.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to share my screen here once again. Thank you, sir. Is it okay to call you sir?
You can call me almost anything, Gary, as long as it's not rude or ignorant.
Yeah. So again, there's no greater purpose in life than to know your life purpose, Robin Sharma. And really the sum for me is passion and purpose enables your personal power. You get personal power when you're pursuing your greatest passion and your purpose. So let's talk about the source of your purpose. So how do we do this? And in a moment, I'm going to share what's called the Ikigai purpose model, which it actually comes from Japan. And this is in the island of Okinawa, where people live to over 100 years old. And so this is their culture. This is their philosophy, Ikigai, which means discover your life worth, your meaning or your purpose, just like with the French raison d'etre, reason for being. And this model, which I'll share in a moment, covers 4 key areas that helps you get clarity of your purpose. And that is what you love, what you're passionate about, what you're good at, your giftings, your skills, your talents, what the world needs, which is an important thing that we don't always think about, and what you can get paid for. Okay. So this is what it looks like. So here, what you love and what you're good at, and these are Venn diagrams, and the key is, as you probably know, the intersection of these Venn circles is where there's power and there's overlap and there's strength and intensity. And so love and what you're good at, we would call our passion. What you love and what the world needs, we call our mission. What the world needs and what you can be paid for, we call our vocation. What you can be paid for and what you're good at, we call our profession. And then all these love, good, what the world needs and what you can be paid for, when they overlap here in the middle, the greatest concentration of overlap is our Ikigai. And that's your purpose. That's a great indication of your purpose. And so the key is then we need to answer each of these key areas, what you love, what you're good at, what the world needs, and what you can be paid for, in detail, and then find the overlap. And so that's something that we specifically walk you through our masterclass, which I'll touch on later, to help give you that clarity of your purpose to have the impact that you want to have in the world. So these are key areas. I know I've gone through this quickly, but this is a powerful model because it really addresses all the key areas. Okay. And we talked a bit about clarity earlier, but I love this quote from Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich, that there's one quality which one must possess to win, and that is definiteness of purpose, right? The knowledge of what one wants and a burning desire to possess it. So I call that passion. So for me, it's like personal power is that clarity plus that passion, and it's really the clarity, which is the focus, the clarity of your purpose, which is where the power comes from, because then you can take action out of that.
And so I love that you used Napoleon Hill, because as you know, Bob Proctor he just left this plane that we know his existence. But Bob Proctor has left an impact on the world. He has had a singular purpose for the last 30 years. He's taught us all many lessons on leading the life we want to live. But what I love is I just went out and bought my own hard copy version of Think and Grow Rich. Why? Right. Because I remember seeing Bob in a presentation, that hard copy book that he carries around, that he's studied and, lived by. He calls it his Bible. And if you remember, I'm sure you've seen it, Gary, Bob Proctor better than I do. It's held together by elastics because it's so well used. And so, I want my book that I just bought to look like that 20 years from now.
Absolutely. And, and we know that it's transformed many people's lives because of these key principles in it.
Right. Because again, everything we learn from all these gurus out there, chances are most of those principles have come from this book, Think and Grow Rich.
Yeah. It's powerful. And I remember because I worked with Bob for 5 years, like 30 years ago. And he would be the key person that I would think of as the epitome of someone who's fully on purpose. And I recall a time when there was some financial difficulty in the company and we were in a meeting together. And he said this, I'll never forget this. He says, you'd have to take a gun, put it to my head and pull the trigger to stop me from doing this work. So he's willing to literally die because he's so on purpose, and that's the kind of impact he's had in the world.
And you and I have had a discussion on this before, because again, those are powerful words. What does it mean? I'd rather die, somebody, blow my head off than to give up this purpose. And what it made me open my eyes, because with what I'm doing, with what I'm saying, with what I'm trying to teach people, it's not just something I talk about. This is stuff that I totally believe and totally just teach and share with people out there. It's not something I can shut off. And that's what he means by that.
Yeah. You have to do it, right? That's the calling on your heart. You're called, you're drawn, you're pulled in that direction.
Yeah.
Like you sort of have no choice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is what a great way to live your life. Like there's no better way, folks, I believe. And I hope that you, depending upon where you're at, your level of clarity with your purpose. In fact, you might ask yourself, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being low and 10 being high, where do I believe that I am at with my clarity of purpose and on purpose? And so that would be important, right? Because the more on purpose you are, the greater the life and the greater the impact that you will live.
So we're not quite ready to end this. I know you want to talk to people about what you brought them today and what you offer them today, but you've talked about those 5 limitations or the obstacles, and then you brought out this Ikigai formula. How can this Ikigai formula, the 4 areas that we have to focus on, how can it eliminate? So let's go through them. These 5 blocks. Busyness. How can it eliminate the busyness that we feel in our lives?
Yeah, so you think you kind of said it earlier, is that when our purpose is so compelling, the goal is so compelling that we're drawing to it, and so the key is then we need to get the clarity to make it that much more compelling. Because, and so again, the challenge is this. It's like buried treasure in our heart. It's buried in our heart and soul, and so we need to tap into that. And we need to energize that. We need to reveal that. So that creates the power to overcome these 5 obstacles, to overcome the busyness, to overcome, the self-doubt of what other people would think, to overcome.
And there's where the clarity comes in.
Yes. Yeah. So that's where I say clarity is power, because it will, fear, so if the goal and the purpose is bigger than the fear, just imagine you have a teeter-totter here. Here's your teeter-totter with a fulcrum. And so over here, if our purpose over here is heavier, it's more powerful, it's gonna tip us over the fear point, right? So we want to make the purpose and the goal stronger than the fear and all these other obstacles.
Right, because so let's talk about the one that really blocks everybody at the end of the day, is that self-doubt, or I'm not good enough, or I'm not supposed to do this, or I'm not the one to tell people this. How does it get us past that?
Well, and so again, we need to recognize that's just a belief. That's all it is. And so we can do some reprogramming of our beliefs, our brain patterns. But it's really people also speaking into you. So if you have other people who are supportive of you, who are champions of you, and when you collect evidence, right, you want to be focused on collecting the positive evidence. You're looking back at your successes in the past and not looking at any failures, and having people support you and say, well, Gary, you can do this. Having a mentor, having a support system like we actually provide. We provide the support system. And also the key is that when we take people through a guided visualization, various ones, that's where that guided visualizations enables you to see this in your heart, your soul, and to get a vision and to catch a vision of this. And so that is extremely powerful, especially when you receive some profound insights, or I call it a divine download. That is compelling. So all these different inputs that we need to combine and strengthen, so they overcome those 5 obstacles, which are part of our sort of normal nature. And so we need to consciously build up these positive inputs to overcome those 5 obstacles.
Absolutely. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that, because again, those are things that truly do block us, and living on purpose, like is what you're trying to get people to do. This can remove those from your lives, because you're not even considering them as blocks. You're just, like you said, Bob, like we said, Bob has no other choice. That's just what he does. It's what he lives. And that's living on purpose, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he's a great example of that, of what it's our destiny is to live on purpose and to fulfill the reason why we're here. So I'm going to share my screen here once again. And we're gonna keep going here. So this kind of reinforces what I was just to answer your question. So how do we increase that clarity of purpose? So there's a number of reflective exercises, and these are all part of the Power of Purpose masterclass that we provide. And so this is really important. This is like looking back at the common threads that when we were passionate throughout our life and so on. And so going deep in terms of also our values and our beliefs and I've talked about the power of visualization here and the impact that has for people, and to really go through a proven process with an experienced facilitator. So that's what we're providing here through this proven process that we call the Power of Purpose Masterclass. So I'd like to just take a couple of minutes to walk people through that, and they can always take a look at this in more detail. And so the bottom line is that Rosa Lakaisi and I are here to support you. And this masterclass is designed to help you level up by giving you that greater clarity, confidence, and commitment, which is required, of your purpose to therefore increase your performance and be much more fulfilled. So that's the purpose of this, is to help you get this breakthrough in terms of this insight. And this is what you can expect in terms of outcomes and value for you. As mentioned, just that greater clarity and also a vision, a purpose statement. And we will guarantee this. We will work with you in additional sessions to get you that clarity. And with doing all of this for you to experience, as we talked when you had that closed eye visualization earlier, the emotion of this, the emotion of feeling fulfilled, and the power and growth of pursuing your purpose, like RJ, you just talked about earlier, like how you feel when you are pursuing your purpose, and this increases your performance. When we're clearly on purpose, we're passionate, we're inspired, we're convicted, we communicate with conviction and power, we have more influence. We'll probably make more sales, right? If you have your business and you're selling your purpose through your business, which is ideal. You're going to be more persistent. So it has great impact on your personal performance. And if you don't have this level of clarity, we'll begin at the start and reawaken the seed of greatness and divine calling within you, which is the key, right? It's all inside of you and your heart and your soul. And this process is proven to do that. And ultimately to experience the power as you need to think big, to reinvent yourself, to do that so that you can live your purpose through your life and through your business. Like the book, Magic of Thinking Big, it's the degree of level of thinking that we have that determines our results. We can be thinking about buying a vehicle, a car in a dealership, or we can be thinking about buying the entire dealership, right? It's just a different level of thinking. So we can expand your level of thinking, which often comes through catching a vision through the closed eye guided visualization. So that's just a little bit about the impact that you'll have when you go through the masterclass program. And just to share briefly what a previous client said about how they reinvented their business.
Because as I was getting going in this particular area, for me personally, I was coming back from being a full-time mom. So for me personally, I was feeling my way into the industry and trying to find my place in it. I think it would have taken me another 2-3 years to figure out that community would be my focus, and that creating community with other freelancers would be how I would grow quickly. Finding the idea that I want to focus on communities and getting communication out to people's communities is my passion. And that was something that definitely came out of the workshop and that I've been pursuing since. One of the new ways that I'm applying that for 2022. I also working with people, I've put more emphasis on joining up with other freelancers to work on projects together. So I think that's a real sweet spot for me, that I enjoy the company of other freelancers as they're working on these kind of projects.
Yeah, and so she literally recreated her business by pulling other service providers together, and has now gotten much larger clients than she ever would have gotten as a solopreneur. So and that came from a vision, right? It came from doing this powerful work. Yeah, and this is Lorna George, who I spoke about, and a national sales manager, Mike Hind, and he was doing both. I'm going to paraphrase this. He was doing both a marketing role and a sales role, and he was like convicted. He was way overloaded and stressed. So going through the process, he determined that the calling for him was to pursue the national sales role, and as doing so, he felt like his true powerful self again, as he says. And the impact on the business was they're up 22% year to date at that point in time. And he says that I've learned with clarity comes power. So that's a great example of getting that clarity, and then the power comes. And so here's what you'll receive when you register this is a 4-hour, a 2-hour, and 2 hours 2 weeks later online masterclass with 2 expert facilitators, Rosa and myself. A 30-page passion and purpose manual has all the templates and the discovery sessions in there, the work, those self-reflection discovery sessions, which are so valuable for those deep insights. And we'll do 2 guided visualizations. Also, they'll be recorded. And that's what we'll do. Many things like this to give you that tap into your heart, right, beyond the barriers that are there. And also this 1-hour follow-up mentoring call between the 2 sessions. And it's 2 weeks apart because you have time to do all the support and reflective work in between. And so when you add all this up, it's great value, over $600. Can you see the value here of all these components that will give you that greater clarity? And so the investment is $297. However, with RJ's event here, that our special event price is $197, and which is good for 2 weeks until May 15th, midnight. So please do consider this. And the actual session dates will be the 7 to 9 p.m. Thursday evening, May 26th, and also June 9th. And you can learn more by going into chat there for the URL /masterclass/better22. Also, if you have some questions or you want to learn more about just getting clarity, how this could be aligned for you, happy to do a discovery call with you for 30 minutes. So there's my calendar link there as well. So happy to answer your questions. And
of course, Gary, if they do reach out to you through the calendar link, please quote the promo code BETTER22, just to let people know that they've come from this Better Body, Mind, and Soul event.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you for that reminder. Yeah, good. So the BETTER22 is the key to keep in mind, folks. And so you referenced Bob Proctor. I just want to share this very briefly. And that, Bob says, I've known Gary Bradley for 20 years, and that I know that he's committed his life to refining the best process to rediscover your life purpose. And if you want to live a great, on-purpose, abundant life, then you definitely want to listen to what Gary has to say. So thank you, Bob, because it is a proven process, and so we are inviting you to join us, because passion and purpose enables your personal power. And just lastly, we have a fast action bonus, which will include the book I authored that I shared later on, which is a great book to raise your faith. And there's exceptional leaders in here, like Paul Henderson, the great hockey star from the Russian Olympics, and some other great business leaders, and Don Cherry's in here. And these are all stories about how their faith helped them overcome their major life crises. So raise my faith from 2 out of 10 to 8, 9 out of 10. So that's there, and also a 30-minute coaching call as well. And so last thing I want to encourage people, RJ, is it's a simple decision, but yet it is a profound decision. And just an example of how profound this could be, I made my profound decision that changed the direction of my life. This is like 30 years ago, when I'm on the phone for an hour with a Dale Carnegie rep, the Dale Carnegie, human relations course. Many people have taken it. I took it 30 years ago after spending an hour on the phone of this rep handling all my objections. And I'm so grateful that he was more committed to my future than I was. So I invested the $1,100, which was a lot of money back then. And that decision literally changed the direction of my entire life. I became a graduate assistant. I then worked with Bob Proctor. I then started my own corporate training business, working with 20,000 plus people. And now I'm doing this work here now. I wouldn't be here with you today, RJ, doing this important work if it wasn't for that decision. And so we're asking you just to make a similar decision, to follow your heart, to follow that quiet voice within, and to commit, 2 evenings and $197 to get clarity on your purpose, to better improve your body, your mind, your soul, your business, and your impact in the world, and be fully fulfilled. So we invite you to join us on this important discovery, because we know that the 2 most important days of your life are the day that you were born and the day that you discover why you were born. So please join us to discover why you were born.
Thank you, Gary. This has been an amazing presentation. And so we will make sure those links are available and people can, click on those links and get access to you, because I think this is a valuable program at an amazing price. I want to point out that it's only available till May 15th, like you said, but those fast action bonuses disappear faster. May 2nd, so you only have 3 days to get your hands on those fast action bonus.
Yep. Take action. Come and join us and get the book and the 30-minute coaching call.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gary. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for putting this presentation and joining us at Better Body, Mind, and Soul. Guys, everybody, that's Gary Gradley, who's On Purpose People Perform.
Fantastic, RJ. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for enjoying all of this presentation. This has been an amazing day. So excited for everything that's gone down. So excited for all the people who have registered for VIP. Again, you want to be VIP. And if you haven't taken advantage of the free VIP that was only till 8 a.m. this morning, the price is now $77. But there's some bonuses for the VIP. And I want to introduce one more of our VIPs who has just joined us recently, Jillian Morgan. Jillian, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. How are you, RJ?
Good. How are you? So I'm excited that you're joined us. I did everything I could to make sure you were one of our VIPs. So I'm glad you signed up for that. But I'm more excited because it's almost 4 o'clock here on Saturday. You are a little far ahead of us. You're about 6 o'clock in the morning in Australia, Sunday morning.
Yep, just about. Almost 6 o'clock.
So you got up early this morning to come and join us. Most of the people have already left. We've had people coming in and going all day. But I want to acknowledge you, the VIPs. First of all, I want to learn more. I said there was synergy between you and I. And that's why I wanted you here and wanted you as a VIP. So tell people more about you, what you do, and how you help people to become better.
Okay. Well, I'm a mother of 4 beautiful children. I'm a healer. I'm a coach. I've spent most of my life overcoming seemingly insurmountable obstacles, and I found all the secrets to manifest a life you love, be who you are, release all the stuff that's holding you back, whether that be limiting beliefs or fear. It's mostly based in fear. Because when you love yourself, who you are, and fully integrate and accept yourself, you can literally achieve anything, whatever it is you want. And I encourage people to create a vision that they love just because they love it, not because they're trying to move away from pain or for any number of reasons, but just because it would be something they would absolutely love. And I use many tools to do that, from energy healing to NLP, timeline therapy, superconscious creation. And I take a very spiritual tactic, so it's not for everyone, but for the people it's for, it brings amazing results. I had a lady tell me that everything was wonderful in her life after working with me, that everyone around her was happy, even the dog was happier. And she found her purpose and her path, and she began creating that shortly after we finished working together. She found a really wonderful partner, and she'd always struggled with relationships, and she realized the path for her career. So she's a very happy lady now, single mama too, and found the love of her life. Helped another lady who's very powerful find out her gifts and focus them and get out of her head. I help people create things all the time, which I absolutely love doing. I realized that I was the creator of my own reality shortly after my husband walked out on me when I was pregnant with our third child in 3 years. So that pretty much rocked my world to the core. I remember bawling my eyes out at 3 a.m. having a cup of tea and my babies were sleeping. And it all hit me all at once, everything I'd been through throughout my entire life. I was 39. It was a couple of months before my 40th birthday. My husband left me sick and very, very pregnant. I gave birth 2 weeks later. And so I'm sitting there having this cup of tea, bawling my eyes out because I had that moment when the kids were sleeping, and then I realised that my baby was going to wake up soon, so I stopped and I went, okay, well, I need to put on my mum hat now. So I stopped, and it was then that I went, well, bloody hell, it wasn't that this man was human garbage. It wasn't that the world was out to get me. It wasn't that I deserved to suffer and I was this horrible person that needed to be punished. I realised that I created everything in my life, absolutely everything. I didn't know how or why, and that'd come later with a bit more of a journey, but I knew that it was me. And in that moment, I knew that if I created it, I could change it. And I did. I now have 4 beautiful children. I have the love of my life. I help people live their purpose in alignment with their soul purpose and create a life they love. And every day is an absolute joy.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for being personal with us there and telling us your story. And also letting us know why it led you to this path, this spiritual awakening, and this desire to help others find that awakening and take the path that they want to go to. I love, you kept saying, live the life they love. There's the synergy between you and I. I've written a book called The Mission to Build a Life You Love to Live. Those 3 words, live, love, life, are so important to me. It's part of everything I've built here. We've just changed our moniker to Beacon of Leadership, but for the last 2 years, we've lived off those 3 words, live and love life. So thank you. That's the synergy there. And you are a VIP. Like I said, I made sure you were there. I saw this energy. I wanted you involved in this community as a VIP. Now, you got the free opportunity because you signed up before 8 a.m. this morning. As of 8 a.m., the price is now risen. The price is $77. But I'm going to tell everybody all of the exciting announcements we've made today and all the bonuses. First of all, as a VIP, you'll have the recordings of the individual sessions for everybody who went on before you today. And the reason that's so exciting is you'll see how much everybody reinforced some of the things you said. Our first speaker this morning talked about aura and aura cleansing. She's a spiritual healer herself. So that's where we started out this morning. And then everybody else who just talked about spirituality and realization and intuition and other boundaries and things like that, that again, really reinforced all the things you've just said to us right now. So again, you are a VIP. Welcome aboard. I look forward to presenting you again. Tell me so I can post online how people can get in touch with you and become involved with you.
Okay, they can reach me on Facebook, Gillian Morgan on Facebook. You'll see a picture of me there. I've just put in the chat my calendar link for anyone who wants to have a alignment assessment call, help you figure out where you might be out of alignment with your soul purpose, and give you a few tools on how to live in alignment. Because
did you post that on Zoom or YouTube? or what? Because I'm not seeing it. So if you can tell me, I can post it here on YouTube and get people in touch with you. Your Calendly.
Calendly.com/GK 111/30min.
Calendly.com/GK.
Yep, and it's got 2 dashes, 111/30min.
30 min. Okay, so I posted that out on our YouTube so people can get in touch with you. Because again, I look forward to presenting you more in the future. So now I'm going to run through the exciting bonuses that we announced for VIP. First of all, our VIP membership, which is now $77. It's the same price as our founding member. If you still, which is still available, for $77. That price is only available till Sunday at midnight, Sunday Eastern time at midnight. So Monday, Monday morning your time, or Tuesday morning, I think it'll be by then. That's $77. But now you're a founding member, which means you'll be a VIP for every event we host this year. So you'll have all the VIP recordings and everything that VIP bonuses will involve. But you'll be a VIP for everyone. So we've also got for our VIPs a swag bag, so a digital package. And right now it's a lot of consultations, free coaching calls that our coaches have offered. You'll get that at every event we belong to or we host in 2022. You'll also get to contribute now to our VIP swag bag. So you'll get to offer a free product to our audience for our VIPs so that they can connect back with you and get some value out of you. So you'll have the opportunity to contribute as a VIP to that digital swag bag. That package is going to end May 27th because we're launching our podcast over the next, in fact, our launch is June 3rd, Friday, June 3rd, 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern time. But as of May 27th, that VIP offer, this swag bag, will end because we're going to allow people up until that time to contribute to the VIP swag bag. And everybody who's a VIP at that time will get this swag bag digital package. So again, we're founding members. And so I want to invite you out again, June 3rd, June 3rd, Friday, 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern time. If you could be available to join us at that time, that would be great. I want to start promoting all of our Better Mind, Body, Mind, and Soul presenters who are going to help launch our program. We are Beacon of Leadership. You can find us at www.beaconofleadership.com. And again, I want you to be a VIP. So there's one more announcement for the VIP. It's buy one, get one free. So in other words, maybe you can't afford that $77. It's actually $40 or $80 and change because you got to pay the fees. And that's Canadian dollars. So it's like $80. But if you take on a partner, an associate, one of your loved ones who you want to gift this to as well, maybe you pay $40 each and get the package for two of you rather than because it's buy one, get one free. And I'm going to run through some of the bonuses that you get as the VIP. First of all, there's that digital swag bag where 10 of our presenters now are offering consultation calls as well as some other digital products that you can get access to as a VIP. You'll have the recordings for the individual sessions. You will have a free general ticket for each VIP that you can offer as a gift for each of our events to come. So you can invite somebody else to each of our events as a general attendee. Curtis and myself are hosts. We are also offering one-on-one consultations within that digital package. And then you'll get access to one free coach. We haven't created our courses yet, but Curtis and I are working on a couple things. We are going to have some courses for you very soon. And so you'll get access to one free course here by Beacon of Leadership. On June 3rd, the launch of our Beacon of Leadership podcast, our community. This is our official launch, June 3rd. I'm going to do a draw for 3 coaching programs with me. By the way, I don't know if you see on my name there, it says Guia de Vida. That is Portuguese for life guide. That is the moniker I'm going to use. Instead of life coach, everybody calls them a life coach or a guru or a shaman or a Sherpa. There's all these terms. This is what I'm going to go by as Guia de Vida, which means life guide. And as a guide, I walk with people through their journey. I don't just coach and say, go do this. I'm going to walk with you and make sure your journey is safe and make sure you're doing the right steps and you're taking this journey along with me, not just on your own and not just sending you on your way. So again, 3 coaching packages I'm going to offer as a draw from our VIPs. That includes 6 months counseling sessions with me, a group mastermind called Leaders in Life, and then 2 training classes. The first one is Life in Leadership, and the second is my 4P system for leaders. I'm looking forward to unveiling that in these classes. So this $77 value ends Sunday at midnight Eastern time. So you're a part of that. But I want people out there. I want you guys to become a VIP. You can see the value. I've got probably about $2,000 in value tied up in this VIP offer that I'm giving for $77 Canadian for the next 2 days. So I want you to be a VIP, folks. It's still available. So I'm going to promote that out there like crazy because you have 2 days to take us up on this special offer before the price will go up. And I'll be announcing that new price on May 6th when we do our first episode. That's another thing, by the way, is in May, we're going to be hosting our podcast episode every Friday night at 7 p.m. And so we're going to be unveiling or telling people about the different things to come in Beacon of Leadership for the next month up until we launch June 3rd. So yeah, I've invited you out to that event. Please come out and attend to that. So as I said earlier in the show, our teacher, our business coach, Amit Mbegankar, who taught you about the truth about money today, has taught me and Curtis and Gary and some of his other students. First of all, the exchange. Look, I feel very competent in asking you that $77 to become a VIP. I think it's more than value exchange there in what we're giving you for that $47. So I don't feel wrong in asking you to pay $77 to join us as a VIP. But he also talked about over-delivering. In order to serve you properly, make sure that I give you more value than you're giving me for that cost that I'm asking you to pay. So again, I've given you probably $2,000 of value built into this VIP package. So that's the VIP. That's why we wanted you to be VIP. We've done everything we can to ensure that you're there. So now I just want to run through the different speakers we had today and the offers they made to you. First of all, we are Beacon of Leadership. You can find us at www.beaconofleadership.com. That's our home. That's our platform. That's where you're going to find us moving forward. I also want to draw your attention to YouTube. You can find us on YouTube, Beacon of Leadership, if you look us up. Don't forget to subscribe. We want you to have more access to us. That's also where we're going to host our live podcast episodes every Friday night. So you can join us for that. Don't forget to subscribe. Then we had Wilma David. Again, she's our spiritual angel. She talked about aura and awareness of our aura and what that means and how cleaning our aura can help us see things clearly. It help us breathe a little easier, helps our body feel a little more relaxed and less stressed. Because again, she referred it to a filter that we have in our car. And, that clog filter that we have to change every once in a while. If we don't change it, our car is going to have a struggle. It's going to experience engine trouble. Our body is much the same way. It's an engine that fuels us. So she's offered a cleansing, an aura cleansing, and you can reach her at wdavidwellness@gmail.com. Don't forget our codes that we're going to put out. Better22. If you want to purchase one of these programs, you want to let people know that you came from body, mind, and soul. Better22 is the code you have to use, and they're going to treat you like a VIP. Then we had Joe Grow, who taught us to love ourselves. Gave us quite the good presentation about how getting in touch with ourselves and allowing ourselves to believe and feel and imagine the good things that are available to us, can help us experience life, help us have a better life. So you can get Joe's Loving Yourself course. Again, that was a 9-week course. You have to email Joe at themastermindgroup.ca. And again, don't forget our code, BETTER22. Then Amit talked about the truth about money, and he offered a course, $197 for a master class. And again, he over delivers, folks. Trust me on that one. He is over delivered. I'm in one of his classes right now. That's a 12 session class. We're on 15 of 12 sessions. So he over delivers, and he preaches that and teaches that. So you can get his Truth of Money course. The link is in the YouTube broadcast in the chat. So please click on that link. That's direct to purchase for $197 US. He teaches, or he's offering the Truth About Money course. Dr. Stacy Cooper came on and talked about healthy living, healthy eating. She has a cookbook where she teaches healthy being and a diet, not necessarily a diet because she doesn't like the word diet, but an eating system or strategy that's going to remove those unhealthy products and teach how to. Jillian, thank you for that. I will post this directly on YouTube. In fact, make sure it's a clickable link, so people can get access to you. Because again, I look forward to presenting you, and I want people to be able to get in touch with you. Amit's course. So Stacy Cooper, she's offering a challenge, folks, and that's a free challenge. But again, connect with her. You need to use the code BETTER22. But if you go to www.5, the numbers 5 pounds in 5 days challenge, 5 pounds in 5 days challenge. And again, it's in the YouTube chat. So please click on that link for Dr. Stacy's program, How to Live a Healthy Life. And then we introduced Jim Hetherington, who wasn't available to be with us today. Not feeling well, he had to bow out, but we made sure to talk about him and tell you a little bit more about him. He's a relationship specialist. He's helped me in my relationships, had many a conversation with me. Dr. Stacy refers to him highly. They're accountability partners with each other. We wanted to make sure that you got back to Jim. And Jim, if you get in touch with him, I know he will create a program custom designed for you on how to build your better relationships, not just in life relationships and love relationships, but in business, how to be a better entrepreneur and how to have those relationships and manage with your associates. Then Linda Tilson came in and taught us about boundaries, healthy boundaries, how to set them, how to stick to them, and why they're so important to our lives. Again, difficult conversations that we just ignore. But by implementing these into our life, we can manage a little better. We can become better. We can build leadership in a better fashion. So she's offering her Boundaries Bootcamp, which is a 2-hour intensive that she's put on just for you. You can connect with her. youlearnfromlinda@gmail.com. Again, in the chat, in the YouTube chat, you're going to find all of these links. You Learn From Linda for the Boundaries Bootcamp. Don't forget code BETTER22. And then Mark Maynard. Mark came out on his own today. He was missing his partner, LaTroy Woods, who has experiences of his own he has to deal with. And the two of them work well in tandem at Internal Awakening. So they're very much experiential intuition guides. And they will, again, create a custom program just for you. They have programs starting at $0. They have a mastermind on Monday nights that's available to all. So connect with them. We've posted out their Facebook links. So please connect with them and purchase one of their products or get involved with their free products. Again, they've also committed a 90-minute Q&A session for our VIPs to ask more questions on what they do and get in touch with them a little better. And don't forget our code, BETTER22. And then finally, we just had Gary Gradley on. Gary it talked about the power of purpose. That really is his passion. He really is about helping people achieve their purpose, discover their purpose, and implement that purpose into their life for more clarity and more consideration of their future. He believes purpose is what helps us endure and have that great life. You know, again, he preaches Bob Proctor, who lives by example, that a definite purpose will set you up to live that life you love to live. And you wouldn't have doubt. Bob has no doubts that this is what he was doing and this is what he was working for. And Gary believes much in that same thing, that he has a purpose to work toward, and he is here to help you realize that purpose. So he has the On Purpose People Perform Masterclass. And then so to get involved with that, we have the link onpurposepeopleperform.com/masterclass/better22. You'll find that in the chat. Please register and sign up for that. Don't forget our founding members, our VIPs. It ends Sunday, this $77 value. So please take advantage of that. The $77 for the next 2 days is buy one, get one free. That buy one, get one free will last until our launch, June 3rd, but get involved in it because the price goes up May 6th. So again, only 2 days to get this $77 price tag for the founding members, the VIP package. And then we have a mastermind here in our community, the Becoming Leader Mastermind. That is a paid mastermind. It's $97 a month is what we told you. I asked you not to worry about the price tag. $97 is your payment. We have a special mystery bonus. So go to purchase this program, $97 to start, and get involved with us. You don't want to miss out on this mastermind where we're going to meet bi-weekly, but it is a monthly mastermind program. So get involved with that, $97. The link is there, but you can also visit us at www.beaconofleadership.com/mastermind to make sure and follow that link there. That's been our show, folks. And again, I'd like to believe we've put on a great show. It's been exciting. I've looked forward to this for months now. But this is just the beginning for Beacon of Leadership. It was our launch. It was our introduction to you about, first of all the exciting things that we have to come. But it's also about the community we have to bring you, that community that wants to serve you. You find, look, they all want to work with you, and they're going to work with you for free. But you got to become a VIP. That's what it's all about. Get the VIP, get those consultation calls, get started on building your better life. Please join us for our next event. Our next quarterly event is going to be July 16th. And that one is Better Leveraged Leadership. So again, if you're a VIP, you get to join us as a VIP for that, and with all the exciting bonuses that'll come along with that. So please get your VIP package. Again, only $77. The links are there. Get involved in that VIP. Only until Sunday at midnight is it at this special price. That's our show for you today, folks. I'm RJ Horner. Curtis Leung, my partner, had to leave early. He's got a family commitment he's got to go to. But again, it's been a fabulous show. It's been exciting. Many bonuses, many conversations, many programs offered. I highly recommend them all. I wouldn't have brought them to you if I thought anything wasn't necessary and it wasn't high value offered. So please, if you find one of the programs of value, please reach out to our speakers. We've made the connections available. They're all in the chat. But don't forget to use that code BETTER22 and they will treat you like a VIP. You may not get those VIP bonuses, but if you reach out to our speakers with the quote BETTER22, they will treat you like a VIP, like you came from this presentation. So thank you very much. Don't forget to follow us on YouTube, to subscribe for more. That's where you're going to find our podcast. We are Beacon of Leadership, www.beaconofleadership.com and /podcast for our podcast information and become more involved in that. By the way, we're still seeking speakers. Email us, contact@beaconofleadership.com to be one of our presenters on our podcast or in one of our events. Thank you for a great day. This has been amazing. This has been Better Body, Mind, and Soul. And I hope we've taught everything, well, not everything on the subject, but we've taught you what you need to know how to build a better life, body, mind, and soul. Thank you for joining us. And until next time, I'm RJ Horner saying better days ahead.